Chapter 301, Friends. Kiera narrowed her eyes, waited for a moment and then lashed out with her blade. The tip of the sword slid past the edge of her opponent's shield and clanged against the side of his helmet. He stumbled back a step, shaking his head slightly. She hadn't put enough force behind the blow to actually hurt or do any damage, but she supposed it would have been distracting. "Very well struck, Your Majesty," Sir Richard complimented. She lowered her sword and nodded. "Thank you." Then she glanced around, noted the position of the sun, and sighed. "I suppose we should finish up for today." The older knight bowed, then they both walked over to the rack with the training weapons and deposited them. Kiera liked Richard, and being Janus' great-uncle had little to do with it. He was a good sparring partner and instructor. But today, she wished she could have hit him a bit harder. Even after the training session, she was feeling a little restless and agitated. She'd been using her mana to increase her speed, but had restricted herself to physical combat for today, so she still had most of her mana. She briefly considered whether exhausting it would have helped, then dismissed the thought. Once Kiera had washed up quickly, she returned to her office to take care of some last paperwork. One thing she had learned quickly after she took the throne was that paperwork seemed to breed like rabbits, and if you didn't make sure to keep up with it, the flood of letters and reports would overwhelm you at the least convenient moment. It had only gotten worse with Regina's reforms and the establishment of the new ministries and agencies. A surprising number of them seemed to need input from the Cernlian crown. Kiera didn't even want to consider how much worse it would be for Regina. Although she might hope it was worse. And now she was thinking of her again. Kiera sighed, put the last of the letters she'd received down, and paced up and down her sitting room. She was about as prepared for her planned trip as she was going to get. Regina had wanted to come but begged off yesterday, since the news of the military coup in the Gnomish Confederation required her attention. Kiera wanted to be disappointed at that, but a too large part of her was relieved. She had just gotten started with her efforts in Cernlia's court, and the trip would be an important element. She needed to be seen, but more importantly, she needed to make sure no one was plotting against them. It would require some careful handling in a few cases. Still, Kiera felt confident she could strengthen her power base and keep the nobles in line. Seeing more of the country and talking to common citizens would be a benefit, too. Kiera stopped pacing and was considering going to look for June to say goodbye, and give her a few last pieces of advice, when someone knocked on the door. She didn't have to open it to know who it was. Galatia had a rather distinct mana presence. Kiera quickly made sure she was presentable and opened the door, unsure if she should be relieved that the servants usually attending to her were currently occupied with packing her things into the transport they would be using or not. "Good evening, Your Majesty," Galatia greeted her. "I thought I should come this evening to bid you goodbye, since you were likely to be busy tomorrow morning." Kiera smiled slightly and stepped back to let her in. "Of course, come on in," she invited her. At least one maid still paid attention and quickly fetched them some tea and snacks before departing. Kiera simply hoped it wasn't offensive to offer them, unsure if Galatia could even eat, or wanted to. She hadn't had all that much interaction with her in a private setting, and usually not over meals. Although she seemed to remember her drinking something during Regina's coronation banquet. The artificial intelligence didn't seem offended, at least. Instead, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Kiera as they sat down, even if she didn't touch the food or drink. She mentioned her training and compliments from the senior knight, then the conversation detoured into magic for a bit. It did seem to be the easiest topic they could talk about, Kiera supposed. Besides, she found her insights fascinating. Galatia had a rather different approach than most people she'd talked to, but she clearly knew her way around mana. It was no wonder June kept singing her praises when it came to the tutelage she received from her. Still, she had the impression Galatia hadn't just come by for small talk. She didn't strike Kiera as a person who particularly enjoyed it, generally speaking. "It was nice to get the chance to speak to you," she finally said, deciding to be a bit more direct. Galatia smiled slightly. "Indeed, we have not had much chance to talk privately. Mostly when Regina was there." Kiera tensed slightly at the mention of Regina, and she could tell that Galatia noticed it. "True," she allowed. It was obvious Galatia was here because of her friend. Both Regina and your sister June value you highly, the maniform said. I feel like I know you better than I probably do, given every time June has mentioned you. She quite looks up to you, as I suppose is natural for an older sister. Kiera couldn't help but smile slightly as she heard that. It was nice to know June talked about her, of course. Especially positively. She'd been a bit worried that she might have let resentment fester. Thank you, she said. And Regina? Does she talk about me as well? Occasionally, Galatia said. She hesitated for a moment, then seemed to decide to get on with what she wanted. Despite my age, I am new to having friends. It strikes me that Regina has somewhat of the opposite but same problem. Don't forget that despite her knowledge and maturity, she doesn't remember any relationships she had before her hatching. Janice is the first person outside the hive she formed any connection to, but you are not far behind. Kiera raised an eyebrow. Was that supposed to underline that Regina valued her? It did, she supposed, but why was Galatia bringing this up now? I do have trouble remembering that, she admitted. She doesn't act like a person who only remembers 2 years of life. Not on the surface, perhaps. Galatia shrugged slightly and moved her teacup around. She can be a bit arrogant, can't she? Kiera snorted lightly before she could stop herself. She coughed and took a sip of her tea to hide it. Your words, not mine, she said. Galatia only gave her an unimpressed look, so she sighed. Yes, she is. Are you going to tell me it's all a front to hide her true insecurity, or what? Galatia smiled briefly. Well, I don't know. Regina is definitely a bit insecure, but I wouldn't go so far as to call it a front. Kiera leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms. Then what are you getting at, if you don't mind being blunt? The AI sighed. I know Regina can sometimes be an arrogant bitch with a superiority complex, to quote someone. She raised an eyebrow and Kiera coughed a bit. But I understand where she's coming from, and I hope that maybe I can give you a bit of insight to help your relationship remain strong. Kiera wondered if Regina had even noticed any need for that, but Galatia apparently thought their relationship was getting strained. It shamed her a bit to realize it had apparently gotten to the point Galatia, Regina's friend, felt the need to intervene. She didn't think she'd done that badly, had she? I'm all ears, she said drily, to cover for her thoughts. If she was human, Kiera would have said Galatia was having trouble finding the right words. Regina woke up as a new species, with induced retrograde amnesia, alone in the wilds. For months, she couldn't even be sure she was on the same planet she remembered, that the knowledge she did have was real, or if she would survive long enough for it to matter. Then she found out the answers by learning about the cataclysm. She's literally the sole survivor of entire civilizations with millennia of history, while not remembering her own history. How do you think you would feel if people like the Delvers went around calling your people and you progenitor and ancient? You mean she's under a lot of pressure? Kiera raised an eyebrow. Galatia made a dismissive motion. I don't think you have any concept of how alone she is. Both of us are, I suppose, though I've never been human. Regina is very, very alone in the world. If she didn't happen to have been made a Hive Queen, she would be very lonely. I don't think it's possible for a Hive Queen to be lonely. But it's still an intensely alienating experience. Kiera had to suppress a shiver. I understand that, she said. Do you? Galatia shrugged. It's not okay to treat your people as backward savages, of course. We might be getting a bit too close to that sometimes. But I don't think you understand just how different the world is. You only get how Regina's acting and maybe some of her goals. Even June doesn't, not even Janice, though she gets close. Kiera sighed. I didn't like the way she talked when we discussed the gnome's military coup and whether we could have seen it coming, she admitted. I suppose you're about to tell me that I was wrong. Galatia scoffed. I'm not sure either of you was wrong, but it also doesn't really matter for the point we're talking about. So, you're not telling me to be mindful of Regina and cut her some slack because of these differences? The AI shrugged and shook her head at the same time. Not in the way you're thinking. If Regina needs it, you should be perfectly ready to give her a kick in the pants. Kiera choked a bit on another sip of tea she was taking. She put the cup down and leaned back, contemplating what Galatia had said. She had to admit that she had let some resentments fester. Kiera had never expected to be Queen of Cernlia, but it still chafed to immediately lose sovereignty of the nation. It would chafe for everyone, surely? Regina hadn't seemed to properly value and appreciate it. Going by what Galatia said, though, she supposed she might have simply different expectations and attitudes for things like that. It was rather clear that she didn't expect a relationship where the vassal would simply rule their territory independently, pay taxes to their liege and send men to their wars, anyway. Besides, it was Kiera herself who'd made that choice. In part, she'd knelt because she knew of Regina's power and that it would grow quickly. There was a chance Regina would force the issue militarily, eventually, and it was better to join her on her terms than risk that, getting in on the ground floor of her empire. Janice had called it once, and she wasn't wrong. It was probably unfair to blame Regina too much for that. And more importantly, Kiera had always told herself she wouldn't be like the men who came before her, that she was willing to suffer losses if it meant better lives for her people, and that was still true. I might have just found it a bit harder to live up to the words, she admitted. But because she'd been a little resentful anyway, it had paved the way to feeling annoyed or slighted over other issues, even minor ones. We're friends, she finally said. Any issues will work themselves out. And Kiera meant it. She did respect and admire Regina, irritation aside, and for both political and personal reasons, she didn't want to lose her friendship. It's always good for friends to talk honestly with each other and mention any issues, Galatia commented. True, but that logic doesn't make the two of us friends, yet, Kiera thought, but didn't say. Of course, she agreed mildly. The HRE was a federal nation with much autonomy for its constituent states, until the end, Galatia said. Regina isn't going to be unreasonable about centralizing too much. Her expression indicated that if she was going to, Kiera wasn't the only one who could kick her ass. Kiera smiled. I think I quite enjoyed our talk, Lady Galatia. We should repeat it more often. The Maniform lifted her cup in salute and smiled. Any time, Queen Kiera. Then she paused, set it down, and stood up. By the way, to assuage your curiosity, yes, I can eat or drink. It's not automatic and takes some energy without providing much benefit, though, so I generally don't. Kiera knew she shouldn't, but she still flushed a bit in embarrassment. I should have just asked. I'll keep that in mind, she replied. I bid you a good night, then. Galatia returned the farewell and left quickly. Kiera got ready for bed and then tossed and turned for a while, too restless to sleep easily. Her mind kept circling back through their conversation as well as past ones. She wished Janice was here, but it looked like she might be reduced to missing her. When Kiera woke up the next day, she was still feeling tired and took a bit of extra time to ensure her appearance was flawless. Luckily, everything had been properly prepared the night before. She did have to suffer through goodbyes, but at least they were relatively quick, especially since she'd chosen to have them in the courtyard instead of waiting and sitting inside. Regina sent several of her personal team of bodyguards along with her and reminded her she could use them to contact her if she needed anything. Kiera managed a bright smile and thanked her sincerely. Mercifully, Regina kept the goodbyes brief. She was probably already diving into the psychic link as she walked back into the building. Kiera rode through the city on her most impressive horse. There had been no big announcement, but people still gathered at the sides of the street to see them off. She waved and smiled a bit. Everyone else got out of the way of the royal party, so luckily, they made good time through the city. Once they had exited the city and were on the road leading through fields and pastures, she breathed a bit easier. It had gone well, she judged. Now Kiera was looking forward to the tour. Her attendants kept quiet and she had the opportunity to just enjoy traveling through the countryside for some hours, watching as the sun started to disappear behind the horizon. It didn't last, unfortunately. They had only gone a few leagues from the city, not yet at their planned stop for the night, when Sir Richard rode up to her. "There is news, Your Majesty," he informed her. Kiera nodded, then glanced at Jay, who was following him. "What news?" she asked them. "Reports from the southern border, my queen," Richard answered. "There have been several encounters with gnomish soldiers." Kiera sucked in a breath. "They're not invading, are they?" To her relief, Jay shook his head. "The Hive has a few winged drones covering the area, and we checked. There's no great buildup and definitely no large invasion force crossing the border." "Raids, then," Kiera muttered. The two men nodded. "Regina has already ordered more soldiers into the area to track and harass or possibly counter them," the drone said. "She's conferring with Ben on it now." Kiera suppressed a sigh. Of all the times for this to happen, it had to be when she just left for her trip. Chapter 302, Healers. Whatever General Alekin was doing to establish his power in the Gnomish Confederation, he clearly wasn't wasting any time keeping the fight going. Their soldiers had already been in retreat from Ikrizan Plains and were probably reorganizing anyway, so ironically, the disruption of the coup really didn't have much of an effect. Probably less than on their political establishment, certainly. Vaya wondered how things were going over there, with a bit of concern. She still wasn't entirely sold on the whole sympathy thing, but ever since she'd started working as more of a dedicated healer she'd developed something more, well, maybe not empathy, but not functionally dissimilar. When treating patients, it was generally a good thing to care on some level what was hurting them. The war had given her plenty of opportunities to nurture those talents. On balance, Vaya still wasn't sure whether she preferred it to her old station by Regina's side. Any drone would want one of those in principle, of course, but she was probably more useful here in a different way. Not that she'd ever really set out to be a healer or leader of other drones or working with their human allies, it had just kind of happened that way. Regina had needed someone to oversee the healers she was sending to her allies, and Vaya had always been good with medicine and healing spells she'd learned from her queen while Ira could pick up the slack for her. Nowadays, she probably had more human patience than drones even while they were fighting the gnomes together rather than the Cernlian civil war. Partly, she supposed that was because everyone was more likely to leave swarm drones to die. They also tended to die outright to strong attacks while humans, often higher leveled and with higher stats anyway, could weather them and walk away with an injury. Sapient drones were even rarer, since Mother was protective of them and they tended to stay in the back commanding swarm drones rather than get into the thick of the fight. As always, the aftermath of a battle lasted longer than the battle itself, especially in the field hospitals. The assault on the pass had led to a staggering number of casualties and an unprecedented number of injured to take care of. Vaya suspected she might be getting close to beating one of the oldest drones at reaching the next level threshold, at the rate she was forced to gain experience. It was a good thing she'd improved her magic. Therefore, Vaya was a bit out of the loop when she finally managed to come up for some air. She'd kept apprised of the broad strokes, of course, but she'd ignored most of what was going on in the psychic link and even ignored many of the people trying to speak to her while she was focused on a patient, without following up with them afterwards. Dan showing up to drag her away from her tent and towards the center of the current camp was the first real opportunity she had to catch up. They could have been housed in the city, but due to various concerns, the largest field hospital had been established outside of its bounds. There were a lot of drones around to make sure no gnomes got stupid ideas about striking at the wounded. "So, how are we handling these raids?" she asked him, deciding it was easier than sifting for information in the psychic link. "The Cernlians are primarily responsible for the situation at this point," Dan explained. "Supported by us, of course. It seems like a well-planned campaign, probably something they've had in the works for a while, but it's not the invasion a few people have been afraid of. They're not really trying to take and hold territory, except maybe a few outposts or hamlets." "And?" Vaya asked. "There's been some damage, but we're beating them back. The Cernlian reinforcements Kiera sent have been proving their worth. A few delvers have been heading over as well and have done pretty good work. And more drones, of course, but I have to admit it's not necessarily the kind of fighting we're most suited to." Vaya cocked her head. She supposed she could see that, in terms of stopping power and being on the defensive. Still, they should have some advantages. I'd think our improved senses would be an advantage, and our coordination over the psychic link, and swarm drone's endurance, the supply situation. She trailed off, a bit surprised herself at the list. Dan shrugged. Sure, but we'd really need a good commander to take advantage of most of those points. Besides, the gnomes have grown pretty used to fighting us. They're always attacking in the dark or using abilities to hide from our winged drones. And they like to strike where we don't have enough drones for a real swarm. We don't really have enough concentrated strength to force them to stand and fight, unfortunately. Still, the battles aren't really the issue. This isn't their main goal, just a way for them to force us to send away troops and resources. And they can always threaten to turn it into a real invasion, so we can't exactly ignore them even if we didn't care for the civilians in the area, Vaya murmured. Dan smiled. You really have gotten good at this. Don't ever let anyone tell you you're not cut out to be a commander, he praised her. Vaya returned his smile and sent her appreciation over the psychic link. He responded with a playful nudge. How are things going with the healers? He asked. There's always more to heal, she complained half-heartedly. But it's actually been a bit interesting. I've started getting patients from the civilian gnomish population. I've actually treated a few female gnomes now, for a change. In here? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Vaya didn't care about the implied judgment. I've been making the rounds to other places, you know that, she reminded him. Their conversation came to a halt as they left the medical area and entered the part of the camp dedicated to other things outside. Vaya could tell Janice had been standing around for a minute or so, and a few other drones were with her. Finally ready to show your face outside the healers' tents again? Janice asked her teasingly. Vaya smiled and returned a mocking salute. Sure, princess. Did you miss me? She did like Janice, despite the occasional headaches she was causing her. Vaya hadn't approved of the decision to press the attack on the city, for example, but she wasn't going to bring that up now. I always miss your biting wit, Janice replied drily. It's a pity I might not have close access to it in person from today on. That made Vaya pay more attention. You're heading out with the army? Yes. There's no point in letting off the pressure, and Ben thinks we should keep advancing. I'm not going to sit back and hide behind the city walls. But maybe you should stay back and look after the patients you've got. Vaya frowned. I'm not sure, she said. Most of the injuries from the battle are now healed. It went unsaid that the injuries too severe to be healed by their magic usually meant a quick death for the fighter. An unfortunate reality of field medicine. Maybe I should stay closer to you, I could do more to help at the actual front. Well, I'm not going to decide for you. You would know best what makes the most sense, Janice conceded. I'm going to be joining Janice, but Ben, or Mother, might send me to the northern front to try and stop the raids soon, Dan put in. Now his interest in and info on the raids made more sense. Vaya supposed he might be a good fit for the mission, although she still felt a bit worried about him. Finally taking up a bit more responsibility, instead of just bashing heads in, she teased him to cover for it. Yes, I think this might be their way of trying to trick me into landing a leadership role, Dan deadpanned. Although she could sense he wasn't entirely kidding. Or maybe certain other persons. He was looking at Janice, who lifted her hands. I know nothing and have done nothing. Weren't you going to return to Sarah? Vaya asked, suddenly reminded of it. Janice grimaced, and she could sense a bit of dismay and reluctance mingled with determination over the psychic link. Probably upset that she wouldn't get to see her girlfriend, she guessed. It looks like I may have to postpone that trip. They'll manage without me. At this rate, we'll have to defeat the gnomes and secure the peace before you get to spend time getting physical with Kiera again, Dan said with a mix of cheerfulness and false sympathy that somehow worked. Janice glared at him and started to threaten something about reassigning him to oversee latrine construction, but Vaya was distracted from the conversation. Several of the other drones in the city were contacting her. Hey, she interrupted the other two. I'll be heading into the city. It seems like a group of gnomish civilians have shown up asking for healing. More than before, they've attracted others. I should go and handle it myself. If we can get them used to this and have more people rely on us for medical help, it will definitely help our efforts in the city, Janice nodded. Do you need an escort? The way she asked the question made it clear it wasn't really a question and a denial wouldn't be accepted. Vaya shrugged. Sure, but I'd prefer if it wasn't other drones this time. I'll get a few soldiers together, Dan said, waving half over his shoulder as he turned away. They could have just assembled drones over the psychic link, but it obviously wasn't that easy with human soldiers. Janice smiled and exchanged a brief hug with Vaya, since they probably wouldn't see each other before she left. I won't keep you, then. Good luck. Be careful, Vaya responded. They would talk over the psychic link, of course, but it couldn't hurt to do this in person too. Then she headed to the exit. It didn't take long for Dan to send her a squad of soldiers. Vaya mounted one of the drones of Alda's mounts and tried to make small talk with them as they headed into the city. These men were all polite and respectful and clearly professional, even if they were a bit rough around the edges. They were Cernlian soldiers from Lynn's old army, then Kiera's army. Vaya knew most of them were probably farmers or laborers or at best hunters before the wars, but not anymore. They were all in the second tier and had more martial-sounding class names. She usually didn't notice, but she rarely saw people in the first tier, even though she knew it had been more common before the war and was probably still common in the interior of Cernlia and Nerlia. That was the consequence of war, she supposed. Vaya wondered what these men would do after the war against the gnomes was over. People like them would probably be the backbone of the new imperial military. They didn't seem like they'd wanted to go back to their civilian lives, so it would be professional soldiering for them. One of them pushed at her shoulder, nudging her side, ripping her from a brief contemplation. He looked like he barely restrained himself from kicking the civilian gnome now edging to the side of the street. Bastards should know better than to get too close, he muttered under his breath. Careful, milady. It's fine, Matt, she said firmly. I'm certain I will not catch an infection. The rebuke in her tone seemed to get through, although she suspected maybe not the entire reason for it, and he ducked his head a bit. It did prompt her to pay a little more attention to the people around her beside the imperial soldiers. The city was obviously more subdued than it would normally be, but it was hardly deserted. Gnomes still walked down the streets or went into buildings. Many of them gazed curiously at her escort party. It could be a lot worse, she supposed. At least the hostility was muted and it didn't look like many gnomes were barricading themselves in their homes for fear of the cannibalistic invaders, or whatever word would be appropriate between races. Looking at them, Vaya once again noticed the gnomes really weren't that different from the citizens she would see in the Empire. Arguably, most were better off. At least before the war and maybe even during. The construction tended to be better and she knew from experience that running water was more common. Janice had joked that Mia might judge civilizations by their books, but Tia would judge them by their plumbing. Vaya found herself sympathizing with Tia in this case. The quality of a city's public infrastructure could tell you a lot. Plus, it helped with the smells. She didn't get much more time to think about it, however, as they reached their destination. Some of the others had set up a temporary hospital in a square on the eastern side of the city, further from her former location. She saw the minor crowd that had gathered there as they approached. The gnomes made way for her and her escorts, a bit wide-eyed. Some of them looked at her with a desperation in their eyes that told her all she needed to know about why they'd risked this for themselves or their family. Vaya jumped down from her ride. All right, let's get this organized, she said briskly. We've brought colored tags. Patients, please wait until one of our healers reaches you to make a quick assessment and either start fixing you or giving you a tag. Anyone else, who is not accompanying a minor or elderly patient or someone whose faculties are compromised, please step back and wait at the back of the square. Here, let's say. She lowered her voice and looked at her escorts. Please help corral the civilians. Then she started walking through the patients and the other healers and reminded them of the tag system they'd developed, with different colors to indicate the severity or type of injury or illness. There wouldn't be any black tags today. Anyone with that severe an injury who had not been treated yet wouldn't still be here searching for treatment, but Vaya would take care of those with red or purple tags. Grave wounds, or severe illnesses with acute danger. She wouldn't be getting much time to teach the younger healers today, though maybe Vaya could squeeze a few rounds in after she'd healed the worst cases. Suppressing a sigh, she watched the gnomes shuffle back or wait for the healers to stop by as ordered, and then got to work. Some of these should not be out of bed, Vaya noted. Maybe she should send her people around making house calls, or at least provide some support for whatever gnomish doctors were in the city. Paying them for taking care of everyone. From what she'd learned, medical expenses were usually covered by one's faction or union, but this didn't quite cover every gnome, would probably help their reputation and the locals' loyalty, as well. Even as she was healing a rather severe case of pneumonia, Vaya found herself smiling. It was good to feel useful. Chapter 303, Infrastructure Requirements. As always, Regina waited impatiently for the new drones of her unlocked template to hatch. 3 days wasn't a particularly long time, especially if you compared it to how long it could take. It still felt like it took longer than it actually did. The first batch hatched with several drones. She'd added 20 of them over the course of one day, since the name sounded useful and she was curious to see the possibilities. They ended up looking a lot like drone workers. In fact, they seemed to be basically like drone workers, but a bit more specialized. Their work limb wasn't as adapted to digging and instead would work better as a tool for artisans or handicrafts. Despite the name, Regina had the impression that they weren't limited to either arts and crafts things or to something that might be considered crafting in video games. Instead, it seemed more like a general-purpose description for people working with their hands, though maybe not writing. Blacksmiths, carpenters, woodcarving, and so on, but especially for the workshops that the Hive had been raising. Mechanics and technicians. She suspected many of them would evolve to classes like drone engineer. Their skill set wasn't exactly entirely new, but it did help to fill out the Hive's roster and would provide people for the tasks they needed most in the coming years. Regina was happy with it. She wondered if she'd done something to unlock the template, perhaps have a certain number of people working somewhere. It didn't look like she was unlocking a new swarm template, and she was a bit concerned about that, though she supposed she didn't need to with the form drones, so having a new inner Hive template was nice. Anyway, she didn't get to spend much time talking to the new drones, though. Partly, she didn't want to single them out or show favoritism. She also had a lot of things to do. The war against the gnomes was proceeding quickly, and with the news of a military coup in the Gnomish Confederation and the raids into southern Cernlia, she had to be prepared. Kiera had decided to continue her tour, just with stricter security arrangements. Regina was a bit concerned for her, but she made herself accept her friend's decision. She might have demanded a bit too much from Cernlia recently. Anyway, Galatia had dropped a few hints, and Janice seemed to agree. So Regina needed to give Kiera the chance to establish and secure her authority among her subjects. The raids didn't actually concern Regina as much as the progress of the Imperial army into the Gnomish Confederation. She knew she wasn't a great general compared to the others actually working as her generals, though after all this war, she wasn't exactly a bumbling novice either, but she knew the raids couldn't seriously threaten their position by themselves. Cernlia was still much less involved in the war effort than the Hive. And the gnomes were clearly still using the majority of their forces to defend against the Empire's advance. They might simply not have the troops for the full-on invasion she'd vaguely anticipated for a while now. Either way, she was glad it was only raids and not an invasion. Still, there wasn't much she could do about it except wait and have her generals handle things. And maybe make things easier for them in the meanwhile, or in the long term. Ironically, the war was actually throwing a wrench in their plans to reorganize the Imperial military. They had to work with what they had, and trying to do a major reorganization of their forces in the middle of a war seemed stupid. That didn't mean they couldn't prepare the groundwork, or set up the necessary infrastructure for the professional military force she wanted, although that was proving to be a big challenge. Mass-producing weapons was not a simple feat, and that didn't even take into account all the other supplies or infrastructure for it. Her current focus was building a network of good roads across the Empire. The locomotive project was making progress, but was still limited. They were moving away from coal or even oil-powered locomotives, but weren't really at the point where they could just use renewable energy reliably. Electrical motors for the trains weren't easy, and electrifying the rail lines would be additional work even with existing power stations, and seemed easier to sabotage. But roads didn't have those issues, and could be spread more widely. Building proper, useful roads was easy if you put in the effort. The Romans had done it, and they hadn't had access to magic or the technological options they did. Cement was relatively simple, and the Empire had more than enough access to tar. Regina wanted to make the roads good enough to eventually support heavier vehicles, and smooth surfaces were probably better, but all in all, it was still easily doable. It just took money and manpower. Regina was in the process of looking over some plans of expanding their new roads from the major routes between cities when she was contacted by Ben once again. She looked up from her paperwork and rubbed her forehead. She'd been trying not to dwell on the ongoing fighting too much, but the concern she could feel from him didn't give her a good feeling. She put down her papers and focused on the psychic link. "We may need to rethink our plans for advances into the Gnomish Confederation," he said bluntly, getting right to the point. "Why?" Regina asked. "Are we not making enough progress, or are they doing something unexpected?" "Neither." "Well, both, I guess." Ben seemed faintly exasperated. "Maybe you should look for yourself, my queen?" Regina raised an eyebrow, but allowed him to guide her focus in the psychic link without further questions. Ben wasn't good enough to really point her at very specific pieces of information. She wasn't sure anyone but herself was that good with the psychic link, maybe some senior keepers, but he could show her who to pay attention to, and that was usually enough. Regina quickly took a closer look at the minds of several of her sapient drones, as well as switching through the perspectives of other swarm drones. Their memories were usually less helpful, but not useless, and their senses were clear. "These villages are all abandoned, aren't they?" she asked after a moment. "They are," Ben confirmed, "and that's only the start of it. They've evacuated everyone in a broad swath of land ahead of our advance. It's not just to protect them, they're clearly using this as a chance to prepare their ground. That's where the minefields come in." Regina grimaced. She'd seen those, or at least the aftermath, in the drones' minds. The gnomes were getting good at using explosives like that scarily quickly. "They've also completely torched any vegetation they could get to, probably to deny us food," she noted after a second. "It would only be partly successful. It would have needed a concerted campaign to really get rid of all the greenery, even this close to winter, and it would have probably interfered with their evacuation efforts. Still, there were quite a few forests turned into little more than ash in the wind and the charred skeletons of trees. That didn't even count the fields. Finding food for the human soldiers in their army was going to be pretty much impossible, and they'd have to bring in food for the drones as well since there were too many to feed off the land in any real way. I also wouldn't be surprised if they'd poisoned the wells, and probably some waterways, Ben said. We'll need to check for that. Regina was silent for a moment, considering what she'd seen and the implications. Scorched earth tactics, she said. They're going to hurt the gnomes more than us, though, aren't they? Maybe, Ben said. Their usefulness is limited in a world with the system and magic, but I wouldn't discount the effect, Mother. General Alekin has shown he's willing to do what he can to hurt us and slow us down even if it hurts his own people too. The idea of setting the countryside on fire just to slow down an approaching enemy might have shocked some people, but Regina couldn't say she was very moved. She suspected she'd be willing to do the same in that position, a thought she didn't examine any further. It was obvious he'd at least gotten Ben to be cautious, though. Which was probably smart. Landmines could do a lot of damage even to the Hive, even if they had drones who were good at sensing things below the ground. Artillery emplacements could probably be used and moved more quickly with magic and class skills, and the gnomes weren't exactly useless with direct offensive magic, too. They're going to try to slow us down further and whittle away at us with more than just this, she said. Expect ambushes, night raids, traps, guerrilla tactics, and asymmetrical warfare in general. I know, Ben said. He didn't sound very happy. We've got enough experience with it. I suppose it was time for the shoe to be on the other foot. Despite herself, Regina smiled a bit at his quip. She was glad that Ben at least seemed to be confident they could handle things, even if the gnomes' tactics managed to delay the army's advance a bit. Not that she disagreed, either. I wonder what his ultimate goal is, she said. Would we be able to negotiate with them? It might not be the best thing to attempt this right now, Ben warned her. It would make them think their plans are working, maybe even that they're winning, and that would make them less likely to agree to negotiations at present. I know, Regina sighed. Anyway, do what you have to do, Ben, but try to keep casualties down. I will, my queen. Regina was about to metaphorically hang up and turn her focus to other things, before she paused, remembering something. Oh, have you heard the news yet? What news? She felt Ben's attention expand a bit as he swept through the psychic link. I finally got word from one of our contacts in the Gnomish Confederation, Regina said. And it had been a pain and a half. They'd barely managed to set up rudimentary channels of communication before this coup hit and disrupted all of it. Airlikin has been consolidating power and the fate of the former executive council has been decided. Shouldn't it have taken longer than this if they got a real trial? Ben asked, his focus returning to her. Regina shrugged. They were put in front of a military tribunal, apparently. To be fair, it's not like their guilt is really in question. I'm sure getting them a proper civilian trial and using the opportunity to really investigate and review all their crimes would have been his preferred option, but that would have taken weeks or months longer. The general probably wanted to have the question settled earlier, to create a fait accompli. I see. What did the tribunal decide, then? All the men have been sentenced to death, executions to be carried out post-haste, and the women's sentence has been commuted to lifelong imprisonment. She could feel faint surprise from Ben. I'm not sure if I should consider that merciful or not, he commented. Regina shrugged. She thought she had a better understanding of the gnomes' culture and traditions. For the gnomes, it's generally seen as bad to kill women, even if it still happened occasionally, she said. That's just one more thing the previous regime didn't bother with. They removed all potential threats, regardless of factors like gender. But this war has also brought up memories of their beginning, when they almost lost against the remaining hive kind, and I think the sentiment has actually swung to be more protective of women right now. Maybe to justify why only the men are soldiers. Airlikin is probably distancing himself from the previous regime on purpose, demonstrating restraint and showing that he's more civilized than them. She paused for a moment, frowning. It doesn't necessarily mean they won't in a few months all suffer unfortunate illnesses or accidents or hang themselves in their cells, I suppose. I don't think he'd do that, but I'm not sure. Ben was silent for a moment and she could sense him thinking through the implications. What about the rest of them? He finally asked. Their supporters in high positions? The executive council members can't have been the only ones guilty. There are further trials for those people, some of them still ongoing or pending. It depends on the person and the circumstances, but from what we can gather, most of them are going the same way as the councillors. There are even a few military officers on trial, though most of the accused seem to be civilian government functionaries. Regina wondered about that part a bit. So far, it didn't seem like Airlikin or the other generals were in any hurry to instate a new executive council. He had officially proclaimed himself the head of an interim government. They'd already had news of that a few days ago. So far, the gnomes, beaten down by the war and thoroughly alienated by the regime's oppressive methods, had seemed to accept it. Most of them probably hoped that things would get better. And what if they don't? She wondered. Wouldn't they turn on him just as quickly? That meant he had to keep being successful or his power in the Gnomish Confederation probably wouldn't last long. The previous regime had, at least in principle, come from a proper, legitimate government. He'd simply taken power in a coup. It had to be less secure. As long as they remain alive, the female gnomes of the Executive Council will be rallying points for any reactionaries or remaining supporters of the regime, Ben commented. Regina realized he'd followed at least the general trend of her thoughts. True, she conceded. But I can't really see them being in power again. Even if Airlikin screws up, are the people going to just want them back? Somehow, I doubt it. Fair enough. Ben shrugged mentally. Does that mean anything for us? Regina took a deep breath. Keep pushing, she told him. We might still be able to force them to come to the negotiation table. The point of this isn't to conquer every square meter of the nation, it's to reach a peace agreement we can be happy with. I trust you to do what is needed. As you command, Mother. Regina exhaled a deep breath as Ben mentally withdrew, focusing on his officers and the army spread across the region. She stood up and paced for a bit, thinking through everything they'd talked about, before shaking her head and returning to her desk. Even if they didn't have a step-by-step plan for dealing with the gnomes, it was still important to build up the empire the best she could. The ripple effects of these events would propagate outwards, and who knew what kind of results they would have in the long term. She could only try to make things better for her people, to make sure they were prepared. Chapter 304, Rank and Status. The city of Varigals was big. Bigger by far than Sarah or Nerlia City, from what he'd heard. It was probably even bigger than the gnomish capital, whose name Tim always found difficult to pronounce. People were crammed together in the inner parts of the city, and houses sprawled outwards like a massive, constantly shifting carpet made of brick, stone, and wood in the outer parts. It made him almost glad Regina wasn't here. He didn't know how his mother would have dealt with the hive of humanity, pun totally intended, that was this place. From what he'd heard, it was one of the biggest cities in the land south of the mountains, but Tim still found it faintly remarkable that there were several others as big or bigger than this. Not that it would have been anything to write home about in the old world. At the end, Vienna had sprawled over a much larger area and had a population in the 8 digits, according to Regina's faint memory and Galatia's data. Still, the fact that this area tended towards big cities was an interesting data point. For one thing, he suspected it had to do with the city's relative proximity to the mountains, which housed lots of scary monsters. Building tall walls and huddling close together was an obvious response for the people living here. It did also have an impact on the political structure, though. Unlike the cities he'd thought to compare this to, Varigals wasn't a capital or even a large city of a large nation. It was the center of its own city-state. It also wasn't a monarchy, at least not really. The patricians of the city elected a prince to rule over them for a given amount of time, usually a few years, when someone wasn't trying to undermine the system or attempting a coup and declaring himself prince for life, which had happened a few times, but they were usually more of a figurehead, from what Tim gathered. It meant there was a shifting array of factions, usually merchant princes who got rich off trade, who really determined the politics of the city. And this meant that Tim was the guest of only one of those factions, rather than the city as a whole. Oh, they made an attempt at recognizing his status as an ambassador to the entire city-state, and others, and he'd been approached by several nobles of other factions. Still, in truth Archmage Lucian had grasped the opportunity to make connections to his people, more than anything. Which would be fine, Tim supposed, if it didn't also feel a little like the Archmage was using him for his own political ends. And by extension, using the Empire and his Hive Queen. Maybe that was just a fact of life when it came to diplomacy, he just found it a little difficult to tell where the line ought to be. At least Lucian was a gracious host, who'd quartered him and his party in his, very richly appointed, mansion in the city and was helping them attend parties and diplomatic events across the city, even planning one of his own to, ostensibly, introduce Tim and help his goal of forging diplomatic connections. It should have been a nice vacation from the war. In some ways, it was. They'd been here for a number of days now, and Tim could say he'd made progress. Trade talks with several merchant princes, even discussions with religious and cultural leaders, and he'd impressed some of the more martially inclined grands of the city in a duel. In retrospect, fighting that duel just because someone had made some comments about Janice might be a bit much, but at least he wouldn't be insulting her in the future. Tim had made certain of that, deadly certain, one might say. And he'd been looking for an opportunity to show off, not because he wanted to, but because he sensed it might help them get taken seriously. It therefore didn't surprise him that people now acted more sanguine about his desire to go out into the city and see the people. He knew they wouldn't get to decide anything of political importance, but being shut off in the mansions of the wealthy and the elite wouldn't get him a real picture of what was going on in the city. It didn't take a genius to see how far removed they were from the common citizens. And Tim enjoyed being out and about. Walking down the streets with a few companions, taking in the street criers and looking at the graffiti decorating some stone houses, getting some street food from vendors. It was surprisingly good, a bit spicier than he was used to from Cernlia. It spoke of trade routes stretching to and across the Mediterranean Sea, and perhaps further. He was glad they'd managed to discreetly change some of the gold they'd brought for local currency. Obviously, Tim and his companions attracted a lot of stares, though. He was currently accompanied by only one other drone, Ash, as well as Annuus and several of the humans. The city actually had a substantial population of non-humans from what he could see, but they clearly belonged to different races and there was no one even close to a hive kind. He did see some dwarves and other demi-humans and even a few elves, though. "Have you talked to others of your people?" he asked Annuus in a murmur, leaning closer to her. She raised an eyebrow. "I assume you mean other members of my race." The Free State has had little interaction with other elvish nations in the past centuries. "But yes, I've talked to a few of them." Tim nodded. "Sorry, I meant no offense. But yes. What did you find out? Is our information on their locations accurate?" "Yes. Most of their settlements seem to be city-states, not too different from Aridel, though smaller. They are also more accustomed to traveling outside their borders, and there is some trade and occasional migration between the cities and other nations." "And they have not had a war in a while, right?" he asked, to ensure the information they had was up to date. "A bit over a century, yes." Annuus paused as she dodged around a street vendor who'd gotten a bit too aggressive, then carried on the conversation. "As it happens, I'd been invited to a ceremony 3 days from now. This one is exclusive to elves, I'm afraid." Tim nodded. He was aware that Annuus was the only one, at least of this current group, not from the Empire. He couldn't really give orders to her. Her country was an ally, sure, and it was probably a lot weaker relatively speaking, so they would be polite, but it still wasn't the same. The elves were probably looking for allies here as well. In principle, his queen didn't mind that. The Delvers also had representatives in the city, and he'd sent, or more like allowed, several of their party to go to them to make contact already. He wasn't entirely sure where they stood politically. Tim figured that if they were skeptical, he and his companions could probably convince them that Regina was the real deal. Assuming they gave them a chance at all, he supposed. Considering the diversity of the city's population, he didn't think they'd be hardcore human supremacists in this city, anyway. Well, he supposed it could have gone in the other direction if they felt threatened and dug their heels in ideologically, but the information they did have indicated such hardliners were in the minority here. Of course, that didn't mean the local Delvers were necessarily all for equality, either. It seemed like they'd be perfectly fine with demi-humans and non-humans being second-class citizens, at best. The Delvers in the Central European Empire had moved away from such a stance, but he had to remind himself that the rest of the world wasn't the same. It explained some of the looks they got as they moved about the streets now. He knew most of those were probably just due to curiosity, but there was definitely a bit of a hostile edge to them from some people. It seemed directed more at him and Ash than Annuus, though. Maybe just because they looked less humanoid. It reminded Tim vaguely of when they'd fled the monster horde and sought shelter in Forest's Haunt, not memories he liked to revisit. At least no one actually accosted them. "Sir Edward? Sir Tyrius?" someone called out to them. Tim turned around, watching a man he immediately pegged as a Delver, given the armor, and of course the fact that he knew his party members. "And you must be Lord Tim Starlet, right? Very pleased to meet you." Tim smiled back, discreetly checking the guy's system notification. A level 45 paladin, and the name sounded familiar from what they had mentioned. "Sir Welds, a pleasure to meet you as well," he returned the greeting, deciding to let the name he'd called him pass. The others made their greetings as well, and he clasped hands with the two Delvers and nodded to Annuus and Ash. "How are you finding the city?" "It's a bit bigger than I thought," Tim said honestly, "but quite interesting. I enjoy the atmosphere. And the climate, to be honest." Welds laughed politely. He commented on the nice day and the weather patterns of the area. They made small talk for a few minutes, moving around so they didn't block the street. It was a busy one, though, so this still wasn't the best spot for a chat. Well, I won't keep you for long, the Delver finally said. I hope to continue our conversation this evening, though. I'd be glad to see you there, I'm looking forward to it, Tim agreed. Welds finally looked serious for a moment. I am not certain if it was on your initiative, but I hope you know Lord Lyre invited the gnomish ambassador as well? Tim's smile stiffened and his eyes tightened a bit despite himself. He hadn't known that. Thank you for telling me, Sir Welds, he replied. It will be handled. Welds nodded and made his goodbyes. Tim waited until he had gone out of sight before he sighed and turned to the others. It looks like we have something to prepare for. I didn't know the Gnomish Confederation even had an ambassador here, Ash muttered. From what I heard, it's not a permanent post, Tyrius said. But they must have been looking for allies since the war turned against them. He looked at Tim. We will find out what we can. Tim nodded. Let's continue, we can speak about this later. They kept walking through the city, but a lot of the enjoyment had drained out of it at the reminder of the political situation and the stakes. It also didn't help that they quickly left the more well-to-do parts of the city behind and ventured to the borders of the poorer areas. The distinction was noticeable, the houses were clearly of inferior construction, the people's clothes dirtier, and there were too many homeless or disabled begging for alms. Of course, any number of them would have been too many. The others seemed to share his sentiments, and they didn't extend their trip. Tim led the way back to their host's villa and then started preparing for the gala that evening. Not that he needed a lot of preparation to make himself presentable, it wasn't like he had to take hours to do his hair or makeup. They'd managed to piece together something that served as a dress uniform, made in the styles the Empire would be using for their new military. It had a very 19th century look, at least according to those of his siblings, who were more interesting in things like that. He was just glad they'd prepared for it. The cut of the jacket, shirt and trousers was certainly more modern. The color scheme was kept dark, with silver stripes down the sides of the pants and gold braid and epaulets on the jacket. He also wore his sword. Tim met up with the rest of his people before they made their entrance. He thought they all looked pretty good, but this wasn't exactly his area of expertise. More importantly, it gave them a chance to touch base again before they joined the party. The gala was housed in the ballroom of the estate, which had been prettied up for the occasion. Tim didn't spare it much attention, though, focusing instead on the people present. There were a lot of guests, mostly humans, but some other races as well. As Tim slowly made his way into the room, he scanned the crowd and finally caught sight of a small group of gnomes in fancy clothes talking to several local nobles. Tim noted their position and then ignored them, instead turning to introduce himself and make small talk with the gathered people. Most of them he'd seen before at one of the other gatherings he'd attended, but some were new. Unsurprisingly, their interest seemed about evenly split between his exotic Hive Queen status and the rumors about the Hive and the Hive Queen, and trade opportunities with the Empire. Trade would still be difficult even with a route scouted out through the mountains, but he didn't let that discourage him. Trade could also mean books or information rather than high-volume goods. Besides, their conjuration ability allowed them to provide quite a few things the people here might want. He hinted at that fact throughout several conversations and found tentative interest. Finally, Tim found himself facing an important guest he hadn't met yet, the prince of the city. The man didn't look like much, a slight middle-aged guy in expensive clothes, but he had managed to keep power here for years, so there must be more to him. Tim bowed shallowly and offered his greetings. A pleasure to meet you as well, Sir Tim. Or is it Lord? The prince asked jovially. Tim smiled as pleasantly as he could manage. My people don't really use either title, but I've been called both, my lord. Naturally you would, as champion of the Empire. Your people's emergence and the founding of your new nation have been watched with great interest, Lord Tim, great interest. I understand you had a part to play as well? I may have led a few battles, Tim replied. But the credit belongs to all of us and our allies. Don't you mean subjects? Another voice joined in. Tim turned to see that the gnomish ambassador had chosen to show his face. He'd known it would be a male, since their cultural expectations were for men to be masters of the social field, which would include diplomacy. Tim was still a bit surprised to see the gnome wearing a military uniform, though. "No, I did mean allies, Colonel," he replied calmly, nodding at the man. "Technically we are all subjects of the Empress, of course, but that was hardly the case before the country's founding, and she is determined to maintain their liberty and cultural identity even when the people chose to join the Central European Empire." Of course, the gnome said sarcastically. Cernlia and Nerlia were known for individual freedom, were they? Or am I confusing something? Tim kept his smile. At least Mother's new laws are giving them personal liberty now. And it's funny you should say that, Colonel. Considering the tyranny of the Gnomish Confederation's regime. At least we are moving towards securing civil rights, not away from them. That's right, the prince interrupted. The Hive Queen is your mother, isn't she? Your family must be rather large. How many siblings do you have again, Sir Tim? I'm sure some were born after I left, so I really couldn't give you an exact number, my prince. Tim's facial muscles were starting to complain from keeping his smile fixed on his face. A single parent with this many offspring, could you ever raise children in such an environment? The gnome shook his head. That's assuming everyone must be raised by one person. What a narrow-minded view. We actually have a system in place to guide and mentor newly born drones. Tim explained briefly about their mentorship. How interesting. And did you have such an older sibling to raise you, Sir Tim? Actually not, my prince. I am the Empress' second-born son, you see, so it came after my time and I was taught directly by her. Tim grinned a bit wider and hoped he managed to underscore the difference in rank regarding who each country sent. Marvelous. I've also heard Hivekind have a unique palate. Come, let us try the appetizers, and you can give me your opinion on our local cuisine. The Prince of Vagal somehow managed to touch Tim's arm and turn him away from the conversation to lead him toward the snack table without seeming to exclude the gnome, although he definitely did. Tim grinned and bore it. He was fine with local food so far. And he knew this probably wouldn't be his last time trading barbs with the gnomish ambassador, but at least it felt like he'd scored a point. And now he had the air of the prince for at least a few minutes. What he didn't do for the sake of the hive, he mused. Chapter 305, Scorched Earth. Janice watched the landscape in front of her, sweeping her gaze across the burnt-out ground and small hills of ash. A few hundred meters further on, the remains of a small copse of trees rose into the air like fingers pointing accusingly at the heavens. She knew the drones were still able to get a few nutrients from the charred husks of trees, but not as many as from actual living plants, which was probably the point. Only a few of them even wanted to try, even after their rations had been reduced. Their advance had been stalled. It shouldn't take this long to cross this stretch of land, which really wasn't all that wide. Although she supposed that didn't matter, the gnomes would just repeat this treatment for the land beyond it. Their scouts had reported they were already beginning to do it. Janice wondered what the people who'd lived here before, not long ago, thought about this. Gnomes they might be, though she doubted they were happy to leave their places of residence and work, their farms and villages. But I'm the foreign invader, she thought with a touch of dark humor. I don't need to worry about that. Janice sighed, her gaze drifting to the equally burnt remains of a village further away. Clearly, the gnomes were taking no chances, either with giving the Imperial Army shelter or with the wood of the houses providing food for their drones. Think of Bee and the others, she told herself. Bee's smile, her laugh that always sounded a bit hesitant to her ears, as if she was surprised to find she had started laughing. They weren't the ones who had laid mines and traps and prepared ambushes, not this time, they just needed to deal with it. Academically, Janice supposed it might even be a good thing, to give her soldiers this experience. The Hive, especially, was already familiar with guerrilla-type tactics of their own, but now they had to face them. And they were getting much better at dealing with these tactics. She was even getting a bit of inspiration for potential future campaigns, although Janice hoped never to have to use these ideas. Still, it was obvious the gnomes had gained a bit of confidence, probably due to their military coup. Their strategy and tactics hadn't changed all that much, why would they? But that wasn't necessarily the most dangerous part. Anyway, the gnomes wouldn't be able to run and hide, or to slow the Imperial forces down, forever. Sooner or later, Janice would reach a target they couldn't afford to just abandon. The next city, in all likelihood. And then she'd have them where she wanted them. Gather yourselves, she commanded the headquarters unit currently taking a rest around her. We need to march on. A few scattered groans answered her, but they were muffled and didn't need a response. Her troops' discipline was too good. Janice looked around, at the mix of drones and human soldiers she'd chosen for this. War drones were already sweeping out in an arc in front of them, starting to clear the path. They had just been swapped with another flock, so these drones were fresh and ready. Janice climbed on her current mount and waited for a minute before she started to move, giving the soldiers acting as her bodyguards time to put themselves between her and the real edge of the group. She'd grown used to that, and now spent the time looking through several other drones' eyes, considering the situation. Her current strategy would work, but she still found herself unsatisfied with it. Not only would it be slow, incremental, and thus carry the risk for higher casualties, more deaths that perhaps could have been prevented, but it was also, she realized, predictable. And in war, predictability was one of the worst sins. The gnomes knew what they were doing now. They had seen how the Hive could respond to their tactics and how to try to counter them, or ignore their attempts. Expecting them to blindly repeat the same things would be foolish. Janice sighed and raised a hand from her mount's saddle to massage her temple, feeling the beginning of a headache. She'd just been confident they'd found the right balance of pressing ahead and sweeping aside resistance, but perhaps she'd been too optimistic. Instead, she contacted Ben and gave him a brief overview of her recent thoughts. "What do you want to do?" he asked calmly. "Try to press on fast enough to surprise them and catch them before they can burn the area in front of you." "That might be one option," Janice said. "But there has to be a way to play into their expectations, to use their tactics against them. We need to look into how exactly they are reacting to our movements." Which they were. Obviously, they already had people looking into this, analyzing the gnomes' actions and attacks. Janice mentally stepped away from Ben and instead went looking for some of them, drones of various classes, including keepers who helped to store and analyze the information in the psychic link. A great deal of what might have normally been done by a general staff's analysts, or her own command staffs, was handled in the psychic link. At first glance, nothing she found there particularly surprised Janice. She'd made a point of keeping up with their insights. She looked at the sketched map of their route and the spots where they'd found or encountered gnomish traps, ambushes, minefields, or soldiers. The pattern wasn't hard to see. Then she moved her attention to the area still in front of them, the planned route, which she could still change, although it wouldn't make much sense for the immediate future, and the features of the terrain around it. The gnomes had good stealth spells and skills, at least for their elites, so those features didn't matter as much as they otherwise might. Still, Janice found herself coming up with the vague outline of a plan. Now the feasibility depended on the details. "Look for a good spot, and prepare several options for me," she ordered the drones working on the analysis. "Making sure we can naturally fit it into our current advance is key." She received a chorus of mental assent, and sent back her own acknowledgement before she shook her head and turned her attention back to the world around her. Losing track of her surroundings and getting too lost in her thoughts or the psychic link at a time like this was inadvisable, and Janice chided herself for it for a moment before she focused on the people around her. The road they were taking, little more than a dirt path although there was little reason not to use it, remained clear. No one was close by except for her escorts and the other units of the vanguard. The army stretched out behind her. Riding roughly at the front of the march might be a bit risky, but the gnomes had attacked other parts just as easily, especially when they were forced to travel in a long column, so she didn't think it particularly mattered. She would have still felt a bit safer if Dan was here, Janice acknowledged to herself. But he wasn't. He'd been sent north to help with the raids the gnomes were conducting into southern Cernlia. Janice hadn't arranged that mission for him, of course, but she'd hardly protested and Regina probably knew she tacitly approved. Dan was a great warrior, but his strength couldn't have been used to his full potential here, however much she liked having him by her side, while the raids would hopefully challenge him and help him grow. Not just in experience, but actual experience and skill. Maybe he'd even manage to take some leadership duties that were frankly only appropriate for his rank and level and discover that it wasn't so bad after all. The raids themselves were probably an important component of the plan, though, so Janice focused on them again even as she kept half an eye on her surroundings, trawling through the psychic link and occasionally dipping in and out of a swarm drone's senses. The gnomes were clearly trying to tie down more forces than they themselves committed there, but they required roughly the same type of skills and abilities as their tactics here. At least, on paper. Their soldiers were versatile, though. It couldn't be that hard to learn how to dig a trench, throw a grenade, or put on some camouflage. Her own soldiers had certainly learned those skills. The drones might have some advantages, though admittedly the swarm drones were handicapped by their lack of intelligence compared to self-aware people, but even they could learn, and the sapient drones were getting better at giving orders, too. Today, things were reasonably quiet as the army advanced. Janice could sense the tension, could almost hear it among the sounds of her troops' footfalls and the clanking of their equipment. All of them were prepared for the next trap, the next ambush. It didn't help that the gnomes also appeared to get better at launching them from far away, just spells and attacks created by class skills sent from fortified or hidden positions beyond easy retribution. A few of those had already started to pester the army, but they were nothing they couldn't deal with. Janice herself only expended a bit of mana once, to swipe an incoming fireball from the sky. It had been launched from far enough away that it had already lost some power by the time it reached them. She still sent a small group of flying drones to where she'd spotted it coming from, but without success. The gnomish mage had departed into a tunnel a few meters away, and collapsed it behind them. Trying to dig it out would be a pointless effort. Janice sighed and checked on the progress of her orders in the psychic link again. Hopefully, the movements in the back lines would be hidden from the gnomes, or at least not be enough to alarm them. Considering the way her troops were heading deeper into enemy territory, it was hardly unexpected for there to be some shuffling around. Janice was even sending reinforcements to the wings of the army and other forces currently pressuring the gnomes to the sides of her current position, who'd been supporting her advance and were guarding their flanks. At some point, a drone showed up with a wrapped meal for her, and Janice chewed it mechanically as she considered, looking at the horizon and the psychic link. Their advance continued at a deliberate pace. It wasn't really winter anymore, but the sun still set earlier than in summer, and the sky was starting to glow in warm colors as they came upon the area she'd mentally marked beforehand. Janice checked once again that everything was ready. They didn't have to carry out her little scheme today, but there would be little point in it if they waited much longer. Janice nibbled on another snack, to keep her energy up, as night set in and the vanguard marched the last kilometer or so. The Hive didn't have to stop for the night, but the Imperial army usually did. Nightfall made it easier for gnomes to attack them without giving away their own position, and their soldiers needed to sleep, anyway. Their enemies shouldn't find anything unusual about them stopping here. Janice had chosen a little valley, more of a depression in the mostly flat plain flanked by a few copses of burnt-out tree shells, that offered some additional protection. She waited in the center of the camp as the troops around her busily set about their work, supervised by their officers. Gradually, all the older and stronger drones as well as many human soldiers edged closer to her. Meanwhile, she checked on the other corps. Janice had, with the help of the others, designated several spots as gathering points. They'd ensured all of them were as well hidden as they could make them, while still being accessible to their units. Now soldiers were making their way towards them under the cover of the night. Janice stretched and walked out of the ring of drones that had formed around her while she'd been distracted in the psychic link. They stepped aside to clear the way. A minute later, the soft sound of wings beating in the night air reached their ears, and Janice glanced up. Thor was the first to circle over their camp, though he only did half a circle before he quickly sat down in front of her. Already, scattered dark shapes on the horizon converged, and she knew without checking again that the flocks of winged drones were behind them, all flying low to the ground. "Ready for pickup, I suppose?" Thor asked. Janice patted his arm in thanks. "I'm ready." Now, she turned to watch her army. The war drones had spread out to the edges of the camp, forming several rings. They'd remain on the defensive for now. Other drones walked among them, while many of the sapient drones were formed into neat rows closer to her position, waiting for her signal. The same was true for human soldiers, delvers, and Cernlian men-at-arms, who shifted and fidgeted a lot more. Janice nodded. Tim might have made some kind of speech to raise their morale and capabilities, but she'd rather not risk it. Instead, she simply told the sapient drones over the psychic link that it was go time, and they spread the word. She climbed onto Thor and watched as the flying drones set down on the spots left open for them. More winged drones circled in the sky above, only those with the right class or who were big and strong enough descended. The sapient drones and human soldiers climbed on quickly, and they took to the air to make space for the next flying drones. Thor shifted beneath her, his muscles bunching, and then they were in the air as well. Janice checked that everything was going well, then glanced in the direction of the Confederation's interior. The moon was a picturesque half-circle, but only a few clouds dotted the dark sky, so it was a relatively bright night. That was both good and bad. It increased the chances of being spotted earlier, but it also helped her own soldiers. Once every member of the strike force was in the air, Thor wordlessly turned and banked to the side to head east. He called a flock of winged drones to form a loose circle around them as escorts. The rest of the mounts fell into place in AV formation to decrease air resistance. Checking via the psychic link showed that the other units at the designated gathering spots were likewise all underway, as planned since they were smaller groups. 2 of them would rendezvous with her own force soon. If this worked out, they would be analyzing her strategic gambit in the history books in the future, Janice felt. Probably if it didn't work out, too. It might be a risky play, but she was confident. And as they moved east at the speed of the drone's wings, no arrows or magical attacks disturbed their progress. Janice smiled and quickly secured herself to Thor's back with the leather straps someone had fastened. The gnomes would be in for an unpleasant surprise very soon. I didn't think they'd expected me to lead behind our war drone horde and skip their little obstacle course, she thought with a grin. If they're too much of a hassle on the ground, I can just turn it into a contest about our forces in the air, and they definitely have less flyers than we do. And then she could send detachments west to help clear out the way, while also perhaps probing east and even threatening the approaches to their capital. If an army of mages or ranged fighters gathered on the ground to bring them down, they could just evade it. Janice's grin widened as they reached their first target and Thor lost altitude, increasing the rush of the wind through her hair. She lit up a fireball and sent it into the gnomish outpost. She didn't need to be a psychic to know they hadn't been prepared for this attack. There were a lot of screams and shouting, anyway. Chapter 306, Stratagem. Regina ignored the headache building behind her temples and worked her jaw up and down to resist the urge to yawn. She'd gotten little sleep and would get less in the coming hours, but she didn't care about that. She had work to do. She couldn't say she was very happy about Janice's decision to take the fight to the gnomes by ditching her ground-bound troops and launching a lightning assault with only flying drones and riders, but she hadn't protested. The decision made strategic sense. She might be a bit concerned, and that was not groundless. The composition of the forces meant there would likely be higher casualties. On the other hand, it was also a strike calculated to be decisive, to potentially stop the war or at least move it into a new tempo, so it was just as likely there would be fewer casualties in the long run. Either way, it was important to stay unnoticed by the gnomes as long as possible and to be aware of their forces' positions, so Regina stretched her psychic muscles. She was the only proper psychic they had, after all. Well, there was June. Regina turned her head a bit and watched her apprentice sitting on the chair beside her, although she didn't need to use her eyes. June was frowning in concentration, sweat purling on her forehead. She had been getting better, but this was really a bit much. Only the large concentrations of mines involved made it feasible for her at all, and she probably wouldn't detect anything short of the gnomes secretly assembling another army. But it was good practice, in Regina's opinion, so June had to bear with it. She smiled a bit and turned her full focus back to the western part of the gnomish confederation. Janice's plan had encountered a few hurdles, but it was still on track, more or less. Several of the flying drone groups, these ones largely composed of winged drones with fewer sapient soldiers, had been discovered by gnomes and got into firefights. Although those fights were more like exchanging potshots. The gnomish units in question were small, probably prepared as part of their larger strategy to harass the incoming Imperial army. They even seemed to have trouble communicating the threat back to each other. The Hive's psychic link, of course, meant they didn't have that problem. Several flocks of reinforcements were already on the way, plans adjusted so those gnomish units would be wiped out first. It was much less important than the major battles coming up, though, just small skirmishes. Janus had taken the majority of their forces deeper into Confederation territory and attacked a string of outposts and bases the gnomes had set up roughly in a hooked line positioned against the projected path of the Imperial advance, also shielding several of their cities further in. She'd been working her way up that collection of targets. The first one or possibly two had been total surprise attacks, but Regina had already warned Janus that it wouldn't be so easy from now on. The gnomes were very much alarmed and alert. Of course, she could sense they still didn't have the forces to match Janus, not concentrated in one fort, so it was fine. Janus herself wasn't paying much attention to Regina, but that was to be expected. She was clearly hopped up on adrenaline and focused intently on the next fight, a combination of excitement and nerves churning in her mind. Her mana was still carefully regulated, and Regina wouldn't want to be the poor bastard who ended up on the other end of her fire manipulation. Janus sent a wave of winged drones first, but then asked Thor to descend, followed by other fighters. Normally, they might have only relied on swarm drones to minimize the risk to sapient drones. But that would not be a good idea in this case. This was hardly the only battle they were going to fight. Sacrificing all the winged drones would just mean they'd all be gone later, and the people would have to fight anyway, but without their support. She handled it just fine, though. They relied on soldiers equipped with long-ranged weapons and magic users, fighting from relatively high up in the air. Flying affected their accuracy, but also let their mounts dodge attacks more easily. Thor in particular got many attacks thrown his way. Maybe someone had recognized Janus, but he dodged most of them easily. The remaining arrows and musket shot, carrying less force as they were shot almost straight up into the air, only hit his shell strengthened by a defensive skill and barely phased him. And Janus was wearing her armor. The fight continued pretty much the same as the previous ones had, and while Regina still kept a metaphorical eye on it, she mostly focused on their surroundings, trying to detect any potential gnomes she might have missed. There were none, of course. Her sensory abilities using psychic skills had progressed enough that it would probably take a truly dedicated class or a high-leveled class's dedicated ability to fool her. And she didn't have to worry too much about individual gnomes, anyway. Janus' army's presence was pretty hard to hide now, so stealth wasn't the top priority. "I think things are going pretty well," Regina commented to Janus. The other woman badly hid the way she startled at being suddenly addressed. "I suppose so," she answered. After a moment, she asked, "Did you find any cause for concern?" "No. The gnomes are reacting as you and Ben expected. Maybe a bit faster, but I don't think they can really assemble a force ready to face you until you've at least wiped out this ring of outposts." Regina paused for a moment. "That fire is not very subtle, though. You should probably clean up this place." "I'm the one risking my life fighting here," Janus grumbled. "Don't worry, we're on it." At some point, while Regina hadn't paid much attention, they had indeed ended up setting the outpost on fire. The basic structure the gnomes had used was mostly made out of wood, which helped. A few mages were already trying to put it out with water spells. Janus turned her focus to it and Regina watched distantly as she smothered the flammers with her manipulation spells, a nice mixture of air and fire elemental magic. Not that burning it down was necessarily a mistake, anyway. Janus' strike force quickly cleaned up, made sure the wounded received medical attention, and then set off again to continue their mission. Regina left them to it, not watching as closely now. Instead of focusing on the details, she made sure she had a good understanding of the whole operation's progress. Then she turned her attention to the gnomes and tried to evaluate their response. Militarily, it was pretty easy, if not simple. There was only so much they could do to hide their troop movements, especially from something like her psychic senses, and they clearly had other priorities, as well. Regina watched as the gnomes' units got moving, anticipating their paths. It would be hard for them to catch Janus' force, that was the point. Their commanders seemed to understand that as well and focused on reinforcing the bases they could quickly. But Regina also tried to get a read on their state of mind, which was a bit trickier. There was some shock, alarm and the usual cocktail of emotions that preceded a fight, that much she had expected. But the level of fear, was it higher than expected or too low? Making judgments like this was not as easy as guessing their tactical responses. Besides, she had to admit there was little chance of getting to feel the reaction of those gnomes who really mattered, who'd make the important decisions. Even if she wanted to, she'd have to devote so much time and energy to searching for specific mines in the sea that was the gnomish capital with no guarantee of success that it would be pretty pointless. The strategy was still paying off, though. Janna's strike force and the others had now pretty much demolished every outpost or base the gnomes were using in a wide arc around the paths the army could take further east. Regina turned her focus to sniffing out leftover groups of gnomish soldiers and sending their locations to her commanders so they could take care of them, too. Now, the next phase started. Janna split up her large strike force, more of an army already. She would send several units further east, under the command of reliable commanders who wouldn't act too aggressively. But strategically, their force could threaten the approaches to the capital. If the gnomes elected to weaken the defenses of one of their other cities, they might even take one of them as well, at least with reinforcements. Meanwhile, other troops would be assigned to the area the gnomes had burned and mined, helping to clear at least one good path through it, so the ground army could catch up. Supplies would be a problem, of course. They were carrying some and could raid for more food. Beyond that, the other part of Janna's strategy would come into play, the southern Cernlian border. On her orders, Dan and the other local commanders had already started some counter-pushes of their own against the gnomish raiders. Several would actually lead to incursions into the Confederation's borders, ostensibly in return for the gnomes' raids and to disrupt the enemy's ability to continue them. In addition, they would be carrying extra supplies, and flying units in need could retreat there to resupply. It wasn't a small distance, but it should be doable if they planned ahead. The psychic links coordination ensured they would be able to time everything correctly, and maybe form the equivalent of bucket chains passing food or ammunition to where it was needed. If not, it would simply mean additional attrition for their winged drones, as much as Regina disliked the callousness towards her drones. But she had already shifted a number of drone breeders to breed exclusively winged drones. Their numbers would be refilled, even if it took a few days for them to be ready. God, I'm truly coming to despise war. Regina shook her head, then blinked her eyes open to stare at the ceiling. She knew the feeling would probably fade at least a bit, and the accomplishment of having won a war wasn't to be underestimated, either. She didn't doubt her ability to go to war again if it was necessary. She felt she was entitled to the sentiment, though. For now, there was little she could do except wait and occasionally use her psychic abilities to check if the gnomes were preparing any hidden surprises. It was a good thing that she did, too. Just when she'd started to think she was being needlessly paranoid, Regina noticed a group of soldiers quietly assembling some ways off the main roads, a considerable distance away from one of the outposts Janus had already burnt down. However, their focused minds, and what little she could pick up from them, made it clear they had a plan. Maybe some class skill to move them quickly to take back the outpost, or maybe they were going to try and ambush one of the Hive's units of flying drones. Regina speculated for a moment, then shrugged and pointed them out to Janus. A few minutes later, her commanders had put together another minor strike force, led by some of their stronger sapient drones, and prepared an ambush on the gnomish force. They could move quickly enough to forestall them. Although the gnomish soldiers did start moving roughly in the direction of Janna's strike force just before the Imperial troops reached them, Regina paid particular attention to them, but if the gnomes had any special means of scouting for the drones or detecting ambushes, they hadn't deployed them yet. They seemed to be caught by surprise as the winged drones started circling lower and dropping bombs on them. Regina breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the fight continue, and their ambush successfully crushed the gnomish strike force. Then she yawned. She waited until the minor battle was done, scanned the surroundings again, then performed a wider sweep. Finally, she allowed herself to open her eyes, stand up and pace around her room for a bit. "You should sleep," Max sent her, clearly sensing her attention was no longer focused on the psychic link. Regina almost snapped back at him, but paused. She was feeling like the walls of the room were shifting a little. The sun had already risen a while ago, she hadn't slept during the night, and things were relatively calm right now. But they'd probably get more chaotic again later. Fine, she grumbled. But wake me in a few hours. Max sent a wordless affirmation and Regina plopped back onto her bed, trying to ignore the discomfort in her core. She hadn't had time for her usual schedule yet. She fell asleep as soon as the thought passed through her mind, though. As she should have expected, Max stretched the meaning of her words to their limits, and it was considerably later when she finally woke up. Regina yawned, splashed some water on her face, and dragged herself to the bathroom. A quick check showed that nothing important seemed to be on fire currently, and there was no panic spreading through the psychic link, so she left it alone until she'd added some more eggs for the nursery. She let Ira clean her up without fuss while she ran a slightly more detailed check, then dragged herself back to her bedroom and sat down on the bed again. Maybe she should have paid attention earlier, though. As soon as she was ready, Janice contacted her, clearly having waited just until she was available. She seemed exhausted but still focused on her task. "Did I miss an emergency?" Regina asked. "Not really. There is a situation that's pretty urgent, though." Janice sent a quick impression of a memory, a group of gnomes approaching untamed monsters, a white banner streaming from a lance. They sent an envoy again. "The gnomes want to talk." Regina blinked, then focused more intently on what she could sense of their forces and the state of the front. Janice had clearly managed to defend her gains, and their troops were distributed as she'd intended. The gnomes kept a surprising distance from her positions. The Empire now controlled a bridge into the heartlands of the Gnomish Confederation. They were a stone's throw from the capital, and the gnomes wouldn't be able to keep up with the winged drones. It looked like they might have finally accomplished what they wanted. They're offering to surrender. Not unconditionally, but they want peace negotiations. Regina smiled. Chapter 307, Information and Influence. A part of Regina thought she should have held out for an unconditional surrender from the gnomes, but that part was quickly shouted down by the rest. She wanted this to be over with, and she couldn't countenance continuing the war and increasing the toll in lives when she could already accomplish her goals as it was. Besides, it wasn't like they were really giving up much, they still had a good position. If the gnomes didn't honor their surrender, if the peace negotiations failed, they could always continue fighting. It would only give them more time to get new drones for the Hive. She didn't spend much time wondering why General Alikin had surrendered. It was pretty obvious, the Hive had effectively just defeated his stratagem to delay their advance and make them pay for it, which in turn might have just been intended to put him in a better position. But they hadn't actually won any major victory over his forces or gained a noticeable amount of territory out of it, yet. If either side waited a few weeks before beginning talks, the Gnomish Confederation would be in a worse position. So he was cutting his losses. Regina took it as reassurance that she was dealing with a rational man. That would be reassuring, anyway. She did get a bit more information from the contacts they'd made among the Gnomish Confederation's opposition, if she could still call it that, which gave her some insight into their internal state. Alikin had appointed several faction leaders from their ranks into high positions, which clearly indicated he was trying to work with them. In return, the opposition had made no plans to depose him or attack his legitimacy and was shoring up his support among the people. Regina was absolutely certain they were also using the opportunity to entrench themselves and were probably preparing to be able to act against Alikin or the next guy who might come along to seize power. Regina was a bit amused to hear that Tikimakan and Tyklaikal, the two gnomes she'd met first when they'd come as traders and who she'd probably still talked to most of all gnomes, had risen to the historical faction's leadership. She supposed it made sense if they were involved in the opposition. And the guy was apparently Alikin's aide, which would count for a lot. The faction was much diminished, with most of their higher leadership dead or in prison. The rest of its members probably latched onto the two of them to try and stay relevant. Personally, she would have quit the faction after everything its leaders had done, but she supposed she didn't understand gnomish politics as intimately as someone born and raised there. Either way, Regina wished them luck with it. It would be best if the faction would be the same in name only going forward. Hopefully they would combat the anti-Hive kind propaganda, and change that part of their platform. She didn't see it going over too well in the future and what passed for the gnomes' political process, either. For now, the fighting had stopped as a truce took effect, until the end of the war could be properly handled. It did mean the flying drones Janus had taken deeper into the Gnomish Confederation were a bit exposed, which worried Regina a little. Then again, breaking the truce might only give the gnomes a short-term advantage and would spell disaster for them otherwise. She'd still told them not to entirely let their guard down. Currently, she, or rather Ben, hadn't actually recalled their forces in any real sense. They were being supplied by air and via the path they'd made through the gnomes' attempts at killing fields. It wasn't an arrangement she wanted to sustain for months, but it was fine for now. And having these troops breathing down the gnomes' necks ought to encourage them to tread carefully. This time, there was little wrangling about the location of any peace talks. Regina had invited them to the biggest town close to the border she could find, in southern Cernlia, and the gnomes had agreed. Well, it was more of an order than an invitation, but they'd come, anyway, and that was what mattered. The winner gets to dictate terms, June had told her with a shrug, and at least for things like this, it seemed to be true. The local Cernlian nobles had been informed and Kiera had set to the task of preparing the talks on short notice with an enthusiasm that Regina vaguely realized she hadn't seen from her in a while. She really needed to take a bit more time for her friends. With the war ending, hopefully she could do that more easily now. Still, something seemed to have eased between them. Although Regina had only spoken to her through a drone, she'd remained in the capital while Kiera had continued traveling. Due to current events, she'd focused on the southern part of Cernlia. Regina was going to travel to attend the talks herself, this time. They were held on Imperial soil, after all. Besides, it would be a good excuse to shift her range a bit. This way, she would be able to send some drones further south, and she'd get a better view of the mountains. Getting a secure path through them wasn't exactly the primary goal of defeating the gnomes, but it was on the list. Given Tim's initial successes in the south, she really wanted to increase trade with that part of the continent. It would bring new materials, new ideas, and new opportunities. People, too, eventually, she hoped. Regina was already expecting a population boom in the empire, even accepting the Hive, but natural births might not keep up with the demand once the economy started to grow. There were a lot of projects in the works, from infrastructure to education, and she envisioned a lot of workshops. Somehow, Regina suspected the Essiman and the Western Confederation wouldn't be permissive of immigration into the Central European Empire for long. Especially in the medium term, once the improvements in the standard of living, which she dearly hoped would happen, spread throughout the population. She knew that in the more traditional countries, all it might take was a bad harvest for people to seek greener pastures elsewhere. Regina had tried her best to keep an eye on the pulse of the Western Confederation, although she had to admit she'd been distracted by other concerns. The gnomes, the war, building up the empire, all sorts of internal affairs. She just didn't have the time to manage it personally or even to make regular sweeps with her psychic abilities. Not that those would help much, it was a bit outside her range. Still, the Western Confederation was obviously the softer target compared to the Essiman. It was still too new and uncertain to have any kind of united defense against the influence of foreign powers. It was a game that took time, so the gains they'd made were limited, but Dane had seemed confident in their chances to get some penetration of the Confederation eventually. They were already buying information from merchants and travelers, and carefully cultivating some people to search out information in more targeted ways. He'd bribed a number of servants in noble estates across the new nation, people in less decent professions like prostitutes, and even made inroads with promising soldiers who might be promoted to higher military offices. Time would tell what came of it. They were hardly privy to the innermost council of the movers and shakers in the country, but at least Regina now had access to regular reports about its general state and the pulse of public opinion in the Western Confederation. Unfortunately, she supposed she had to assume the Westerners, Confederates, were doing the same, and the Essiman too. There was little Regina could do about her enemies getting similar information from the merchants and others in the empire. That only made protecting at least her court and the top echelons of the ministries and agencies she'd set up more important. It was why she kept up with her screenings as best she could. Fortunately, June's psychic training was finally making some progress, and she'd hopefully be able to help eventually, too. For now, Regina tried to schedule meetings with pretty much everyone concerned and worked her way down the list, one awkward conversation/test at a time. It was getting surprisingly repetitive and boring, considering she was prying into people's minds and innermost lives. Not that she should be gallivanting around in those figurative inner worlds out of curiosity. Regina had already had a few people discreetly fired. So far, she hadn't met any spies she would consider to be real problems, though. Maybe she needed to countercheck with more conventional methods. I truly doubt there are any hidden, high-level agents that have slipped through your net in the interrogations, Your Majesty, Lord Dane said when she asked him about it, looking, and feeling, a bit uncomfortable. Is that because there are no such people or because they wouldn't be here? From what I can tell, stories of super spies are largely just stories, my Empress. Of course there are classes and class skills that lend themselves to spy work, but hidden feats of daring and intrigue are rather less likely with them. They tend to be more practical. And any such spy would have certainly heard about your tests, and known to avoid them, giving up any chance to pursue a high position if necessary. Keeping one's cover is generally preferable to running such a risk. I am not a psychic, so I can't speak to the efficacy of your methods in that regard, but I am sure the Lady Madras has taught you well. And all of this is assuming our enemies would have gotten far enough to place a spy in an appropriate position at court, anyway, which, with all due humility, I doubt they would have managed. All right, Regina nodded. That brings us to your own efforts in the West and East, then. Dane frowned faintly. Your Imperial Majesty, did you not want me to gather more information regarding the gnomes, in preparation for the upcoming peace negotiations? Regina shrugged. I believe I have it in hand, she said. The situation is quite different. I think your skills are better used focusing on your networks in the human countries. We cannot afford to neglect them regardless of the gnomes. She wasn't quite sure what Dane thought about that. She could have used her abilities to see, of course, but he would have noticed, and more importantly, she wasn't going to try and read people's thoughts for no good reason. He was calm and contemplative, anyway. I am at your disposal, Majesty, he acknowledged. Did you have specific concerns? Is there news of John Cern? She asked. Regina wasn't really feeling concerned about him, but she figured she might as well be thorough. We know he is still in Leberg, Dane reported. He has been seen out and about several times. I've set a few people to watching him, so we should know if he makes any unusual movements or leaves the city. He is apparently hosted at a mansion in the city, but it is on the edge of the inner city, and the house has stood empty for several years beforehand. It is a place to stash him and keep him in comfort, I think, but does not indicate they value his use very highly. So he was, if anything, more of a backup chess piece rather than a vital and key part of their plans. That would align with her expectations. Unless they just didn't want to draw attention to him. We could demand his return, Dane offered, seeming hesitant. If he was charged with a crime, the Crown could request his extradition to face justice. Regina hummed thoughtfully, but shook her head. No, let's not go there yet, she said. That would undoubtedly escalate the situation. If they refuse, we would need to answer in some way, but I really don't want to bother with that. Let's not alienate Liongen unnecessarily. I concur, Your Majesty. The rest of your report, Lord Dane? Regina had received him in a relatively private sitting room close to her office, which had recently been renovated. It held a more comfortable atmosphere. And especially after verifying his motivations with her psychic abilities, she trusted Dane enough that she was willing to drop the mask a little. So Regina leaned back on her settee and closed her eyes for a moment while she listened to Dane speak. There were a lot of details she probably didn't need to know, although they might come in useful. Regina preferred to hear more details rather than too few, though. She considered what he told her about the Western Confederation. It was slowly growing closer together, as expected. The merchants had few complaints about prices, the planting had started and peasants were busy. The leaders were still bickering. Anyone could have guessed that. After Dane had finished, he fell silent and Regina drummed her fingers on the arm of the couch for a moment. "Do you have further information about that new Esseman ambassador?" she asked. "That strikes me as the most potentially concerning information." He shook his head. "Unfortunately not, my Empress. I will redouble my efforts, but it does not seem like much is known about his past, at least not publicly." "And this plan to build a new temple to the gods, is it connected?" "The timing is suspicious, Your Imperial Majesty, but I have no proof of anything." "Then get that proof," she said curtly, "if you can. I want to be kept apprised." "It is a temple of many gods, you said?" "Certainly more than two, perhaps all of the major gods," Dane answered. "We are yet unsure which specific gods may be included. It may not be set in stone yet. They have spread news of this new temple widely, however. I would call it a prestige project. Perhaps even trying to elevate their new capital." Regina nodded, tugging on the arms of her jacket as she shifted to sit up a bit straighter. "There might be nothing to worry about, it could just be a political prestige projects. Temples built by rulers often were, after all. Got to demonstrate piety and all that, and God forbid you do it by actually helping people." Dane looked hesitant, but when he caught her gaze again, he spoke up. "Your Imperial Majesty, will we be building any such temples ourselves in the Empire?" "Certainly not," Regina snapped. "Like hell am I going to build those gods any temples," she bit down on the words. "Then perhaps any, churches of an older faith?" Dane asked, looking even more uncertain. Regina almost snapped at him again, but swallowed the urge. "It is unlikely," she said in clipped tones. She could practically see him evaluating her response. "I see. Then, is there anything else, my Empress?" "No. You may go, attend to your duties," she dismissed him. Dane bowed and backed out of the room, and Regina plopped down on the couch again, laying an arm across her eyes and sighing to herself. Interlude, Division 7. The teardrop of glass in the pendant caught the light, throwing a refracted shape skittering across the ground for a moment, before it dissolved. It kept spinning, but didn't catch the sunlight just the right way again. Instead, it just seemed to sparkle slightly, enough to remind him of its presence, but not be of any use to anyone. Tiki-Maken caught it, closed his fist around it, then hooked it back into the necklace he was wearing, a simple, thin chain of silver. It contained a small ring used for just this purpose. He tucked the teardrop, the grave gift, back into his shirt, then clenched his hand at his side while suppressing a sigh. Gnomish grave gifts were an old tradition, a mourning rite. Traditionally one wore it for a year, before laying it down at their deceased's grave. Also according to tradition, his was a small charm, a pendant that could be worn on necklaces, bracelets or a few other options. Recently, he had seen a lot of them. Some people had taken to hanging them beside each other, or wearing special rings or armbands for the purpose. Tiki-Maken shook his head and tried to marshal his thoughts instead of letting them drift to morbid subjects again. Did the hive kind have any special mourning rites, he wondered briefly? Most people did, surely, but they seemed to lose a lot of drones. Previously, he wouldn't have thought so, if he'd even thought of the question, but now he couldn't help but wonder. Well, perhaps he would find an answer. He was accompanying General Alikin into the Empire, after all. Their trip did not take long. They had stopped over at one of the cities closest to the border, where he'd accompanied the general to several meetings. The rest of the delegation, relatively small compared to previous occasions, had met them there. Then they'd traveled into the Empire, with tamed mounts or carriages drawn by them. It was a bumpy ride, as the roads were not particularly good, but at least they could bypass all places where there had been heavy fighting. The roads there would be in even worse condition, certainly. The town they were to talk in was nothing special in any way he could discern. Presumably, it had been chosen purely because its location fell into some optimum range. It also hardly mattered, the place was downright crawling with drones. Tiki-Maken had to remind himself that the war was over, or as good as over, more than once, or the sight of so many troops of their enemy would have misled his instincts. He was also uncomfortably aware that they were probably being watched every second. A few dark shapes that could only be flying drones circled above, some of them far and small enough to appear as little more than dots. General Alikin did not show any unease if he was feeling any. Instead, the general appeared completely calm and in control. It was only because Tiki-Maken had known him for months now that he even realized it might be partly a facade. Still, Alikin had been almost hesitant when it came to security. He only took one unit of elite soldiers as guards, and it was quite small. Clearly, he felt more soldiers than them would be a provocation. Intellectually, Tiki-Maken knew he was right in that it didn't matter how many swords they had, the drones could easily kill them all before they got back to their own troops if they wanted to. The fact the general came in person spoke well of his courage, but then, the information they had received, tense words from a Hive drone sent as messenger, said that the Hive Queen would come personally, as well. Tiki-Maken was there as a political leader of the Gnomish Confederation. He had risen quite high recently, almost despite himself. But he knew he had the general's trust, at least to some extent, and he could speak for the historicals that remained. But he had no intention of following their traditional policy and trying anything to sabotage or hurt the meeting. On the contrary, he would do his level best to ensure they ended the war. Not that it should really be in question, considering the Gnomish Confederation had explicitly offered their surrender already, but some people could be idiots. Besides, there were still a lot of open questions regarding how, exactly, peace would look like. They were met just inside the bounds of the town by a small honor guard evenly split between drones and humans. He eyed the drones surreptitiously. It had been a while since he had gotten so close to them, especially without fighting. It was easy to tell which of them was the talking, humanoid variant and which were mere beasts. He was even distracted enough to miss the initial sentences exchanged between the general and the leader of the group. "Please accompany us to the premises of the conference," the drone said. "Accommodations have been prepared for you." Of course, Alikin acceded gracefully. "Thank you for the welcome." From the inside, the town seemed quiet, and he wondered if it had been deserted or evacuated. The houses were simple, often mud brick and timber framed with slate roofs, typical Cernlian architecture. He was familiar with it, had passed through many such towns, if not this exact one, before the war. The central building they were led toward must be some kind of guild hall or municipal building, a bit larger and fancier than usual. Humans he assumed were servants received them and guided them to prepared rooms where refreshments waited. Tiki-Maken spent a few minutes washing his face and hands and trying to straighten out his appearance, glancing surreptitiously at his companions. They'd been told the Empress would receive them soon, and he could tell the general was impatient. He had barely sat down and ignored the provided food and drinks entirely. "Any last instructions, sir?" he asked quietly. Alikin looked at him and raised an eyebrow in amusement. "If there was something I missed, there would hardly be enough time to discuss it in detail, Tiki. Just keep a cool head and make sure no one makes any grave misstep. This is only the initial meeting." "Of course, General." It didn't take long for another servant to show up to lead them to their first audience. That was more of a courtesy, he supposed. The building was hardly big enough to get lost in. Tiki-Maken fell into step half a step behind his general, glancing at the rest of the delegation, many of whom would have been too junior for something like this just weeks ago. Relatively few of them were officers, compared to civilian appointments. Then they neared the great hall and he focused his attention forward again. Several drones guarded the doors, but neither of them had names he recognized. They were all above level 40, though. Their demeanor was painfully neutral as they let the group into the room. It had clearly been prepared for the occasion. His first impression was a lot of light and color for a space like this. A number of people had gathered, but they kept a clear aisle to the throne that had been placed on the slightly elevated dais at the head of the room. His eyes were first drawn to the imposing figure standing beside it, armored, tips of his natural blades resting on the floor pointing slightly at them. He now stood as tall as a tall human man, his shell might have darkened a little and he looked at the visitors as if he was trying to dissect them. "Max," another drone, who stood a bit further down to the right of the throne, spoke and captured his attention. A female drone with wings instead of additional arms, wearing a nice dress that had clearly been designed for her race. It took him a moment to recognize Ira, her Hive Queen's personal attendant. "Welcome to the Empire," she said. "You have the honor of addressing Her Imperial Majesty, Regina von Wolten, Empress of the Central European Empire and Hive Queen of the Starlit Hive, the last progenitor, as well as Her Imperial Highness, Janice von Wolten, Crown Princess of the Central European Empire, and Her Majesty, Kiera Linz, Queen of Cernlia, Duchess of Heathland and Silver Waters and Lady of the Eastern Expanse." Despite the official introduction, there was only one throne present, he noted, even if it was rather understated. The Crown Princess and Queen stood beside each other, close to the throne. All three of the women were turned out in what he imagined to be diplomatic finery. However, the Cernlian Queen wore a sumptuous blue gown while the other two were instead dressed in a style not quite like anything he'd seen before, but presumably reminiscent of the ancients: dark jackets of some expensive material with gold accents over blouses and vests, with trousers, and all wore crowns. His eyes lingered for a moment on the woman who he knew had commanded much of the war. Her almost glittering hair that looked like it burned at the ends, and two vibrantly blue eyes, were obvious marks of her demi-human status. Then he focused on the reason they were all here. She still looked young, perhaps 18 or 19 in human years, scarcely more in gnomish years. Perhaps more human-looking than any of the drones, and yet still unmistakably other, with brownish-gray skin, delicate mandibles framing her chin, her horns hidden by her long hair or perhaps the gold tiara she wore. It was almost disconcerting to see her dressed in an old human style, sitting on a throne. Their entire world had been changed by this girl, he thought as he bowed alongside the general and the rest of the delegation. "It is an honor to meet you at last, Your Majesties, Your Highness," Aelikin said. "I am General Aelikin, leader of the Provisional Government of the Gnomish Confederation of the East. With me are my aide Tikimakin, co-head of the Historicals." Tikimakin tuned out the rest of the introduction, since they had argued about the words quite a bit and so he had heard it several times, in favor of watching the other people present. Few of them seemed pleased to see his people. He noticed a number of officers present, both drones and humans. Several of the more martial-looking people were likely delvers. There were also a few who seemed to be nobles or court officials, not military. "How good to see you in person," Janice Starlet said. "I feared we would have to meet on the battlefield." He wondered if that was supposed to be a threat. His general only smiled pleasantly. "I am sure we are all glad that can be avoided, Your Imperial Highness." "Indeed," the Empress said drily, finally speaking up. Looking at her, she appeared entirely relaxed. She watched them with a gaze that lacked any warmth, a confidence bordering on arrogance in her eyes, like a ruler looking at her subjects, or, he supposed, a victor the conquered. "You are welcome in Cernlia for the duration of the negotiations," Queen Kiera spoke up. Her tone was warmer, but still only diplomatic, lacking anything beyond surface courtesy. Which was fair enough, he supposed. "Please be sure to tell us of any needs you have that we may accommodate." "Thank you, Your Majesty," General Aelikin responded, inclining his head. "We are looking forward to the return of peace to these lands, and to the resumption of trade." Kiera Linz nodded, her gaze warming slightly. It's not hard to guess where she stands, Tikimakin reflected. Peace and prosperity for her kingdom, what else would she want? His gaze darted to the imperial crown princess beside her again. It was harder to know what she wanted. Glory in battle? She already had that, but the kind of people who were after it might want more. Personal revenge? It would depend on how close she was to those killed. Or did she simply follow her queen in all things? "So are we all," Empress Regina said. "And yet, we want this peace to be a lasting state of affairs, unmarred by further hostility and hate, by the seeds of a new war. It is my intention to ensure we need never meet like this again, to protect my nation and my people from the ravages of war, which we have all too clearly experienced. I appreciate your surrender, now it is on us to ensure we use it to craft said peace." She spoke well, Tikimakin noted. For a moment, he had perhaps gotten a glimpse into how so many people followed her. Charisma from a woman was always a bit surprising to him, perhaps he was too much of a traditional gnome in that regard. But the content of her words was both encouraging and concerning. The desire for a tenable peace was certainly good, but she also seemed to drop hints about what she wanted this peace to be like, and it was clearly to the benefit of her people and the detriment of the gnomes. Keeping her enemies too weak to attack her country again, it was basic political strategy. Not surprising, considering the circumstances. Of course, Ailikin said, nodding. We all wish for a lasting peace agreement. Ideally one that people of both sides can be content with, so there will be no further desire for war. What a nice sentiment, someone else said, from the group close to the throne. Ira, he realized after a moment. The words were faintly sarcastic. I assure you, my lady, Ailikin responded, nodding at the drone, that I am sincere. Despite the deplorable decisions of my predecessors, as its current leader, I can assure you the Gnomish Confederation is eager for peace. The previous Executive Council was arrested for treason. Their sentiments are not ours. An allusion to the start of the war, he knew, without outright coming out and saying that they had started the war. That was, after all, a diplomatic concession, given the previous dialogues between the Empire and the Confederation. Does that include the actions triggered by their hate? Max asked, his mild tone almost hiding the steel under his words. Such as, say, the death of my siblings? Tiki-Makin sucked in a breath. We regret all deaths that have come about because of their aggression, he said before he could stop it. Especially that of innocents. That would include envoys. Ailikin glanced at him but said nothing to contradict him. Then you are willing to acknowledge what happened? That Bee and the others were unjustly murdered? Princess Janice asked, leaning forward a bit. Let's not be hasty, the general answered in a calming voice. Any formal acknowledgement of guilt is a matter for the negotiation table, not the initial greetings, isn't it? Tiki-Makin glanced away at the crowd again, but this time not to look for anything. He wished he could just speak his mind here, express his dismay and horror at the details of how the war had started, the previous leadership of his faction's unmitigated aggression. But he couldn't. He would have been willing to formally apologize for their actions in his role as current head of the historicals, he was still willing. But they had debated the option of starting with such an apology as a gesture of goodwill, and in the end the general had decided it was unwise. A formal acknowledgement of guilt was a major issue, it would serve as a concession for the negotiations, so if they gave it up right away, it effectively took one of the concessions they could give off the list of options and the Empire would push for another instead. He believed Ailikin had no intention of being difficult with it. In fact, he'd already started to make plans of how to leverage the matter back in the Gnomish Confederation. Emphasizing the role his predecessors had played, decrying their sins and crimes, could help cement his own actions. But diplomatically, the card should be played at the best time for it. I see, the Empress said, her tone painfully neutral. Tiki-Makin had no idea what she was thinking. After a moment, she smiled thinly. We will certainly speak about that, as well as many other issues. But for now, you must be tired after your travel. You are formally welcome here as our guests, and the negotiations are scheduled to start early tomorrow. I am looking forward to speaking to you at greater length, then. For now, you have my leave to go and rest. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty, the sentiment is appreciated and returned, Ailikin answered. Then they bowed again and turned to leave the room. The general showed no visible hesitation or disapproval at the fact that he needed to do so, although Tiki-Makin supposed other people might have been required to kneel in a formal audience instead of bowing from the waist. He wasn't versed in human court etiquette. He strained his ears, but the Imperial royals remained quiet until after they'd left the hall and walked down the corridor to get out of range. Well, I suppose that could have gone worse, the general idly commented. He looked almost cheerful. Tiki-Makin nodded silently, unconsciously reaching up to finger Erdogan's grave gift under his shirt. It did. He still hoped the following days would be a little easier on his nerves. Chapter 308, Shifts. That night, Regina slept badly, tossing and turning quite a bit. She was grumpy the next morning and had to control herself to not snap at her drones, who didn't deserve her irritation. It was the tension of the situation, she knew, not that she was afraid, or anything but confident, but she was aware of the importance of these talks. What they determined now would be crucial in the coming years. And it would mean she had to find some resolution for the deaths of her drones, and all that had happened. She supposed it was made easier by the fact these really weren't the same people who had started the war. Still gnomes and leaders of their country, but not hateful bigots who would murder envoys and launch an unprovoked invasion. At least not as far as she knew. Her initial impression of Aelikin had been borne out by what she'd sensed in the psychic link. He seemed to be a largely reasonable man, and his mind was tightly controlled, disciplined. Also guarded in a way that suggested he had received at least a little training, which made it hard for her to gather more than general impressions, even if she wanted to take the risk. His companions weren't quite that good, but she also hadn't spared the focus and effort of trying to peer too deeply, not when she'd been focused on the actual interaction and conversation with him. But personal impressions only counted for so much here. Even if she were to grow to respect him, which Regina still doubted, both of them were representing their nations. She could not let the Gnomish Confederation off the hook just because they'd had a change in leadership. They didn't meet for breakfast today. Instead, Regina ate in the rooms that had been assigned to her, with many of the drones and Janice. The town and its local lord's mansion didn't have much space, so they were living in rather cramped quarters, but the drones had taken the opportunity to set up communal bedrooms in a side wing. Janice had decided to sleep with them as well, even while Regina had a private room. She found it a little amusing that the girls seemed to like their cuddle piles while she herself generally preferred privacy. But Janice was probably used to it from campaign. Now, she took the opportunity to go over a few more details with her. Then they met with Kiera and the others and went to meet the gnomes for the real negotiations. They were in a bit of a weird spot in that regard. Regina knew they didn't have an unconditional surrender and the gnomish army was still largely intact, so it wasn't realistic to just force the Gnomish Confederation to do whatever they wanted, but they had formally won the war. It wasn't like they had clear terms for it. There were no obvious answers like if people were fighting over specific territory or titles. It meant the situation had to be settled at the negotiating table. At first, Regina mostly kept quiet and allowed the others to talk for her, which she'd at least originally planned for the initial meeting as well. Partly, that was to not give too much away. She was the ultimate authority, had the ultimate say, and thus the others could push and voice things she did not have to back up, but partly, it was because she felt less prepared for this. Janice had negotiated with them before. The only real experience in this vein Regina had was the peace conference, and she'd gone in with an established plan, with Cernlia and Nerlia already in agreement and the rest merely spectators. Instead, she paid particular attention to the gnomes. Aelikin was calm, showed little resentment and spoke politely. The others didn't speak much, again. There was little doubt who was in charge here. She didn't know if he just had control issues or if it was a reverse tactic of hers. I believe we spoke about the matter of responsibility for the events that started the war, Kiera said pleasantly, after an exchange of initial pleasantries and after less important matters were discussed, such as practical arrangements for these talks. Aelikin inclined his head slightly. That we did. And I believe you just about agreed that your predecessors, the previous executive council, did start it by murdering envoys and launching an unprovoked invasion. The exact happenings are still under investigation, Aelikin responded, seemingly unfazed. Janice snorted slightly, then muffled it by coughing into her hand. Regina herself only cocked her head slightly and looked at him. How fortunate, Kiera said. And when can we expect the matter to be cleared up in your opinion, General? It does not strike me as a very complicated circumstance. You have already seen the most highly placed perpetrators put on trial and sentenced. True, I do not expect it to take long until everything is apparent, he said. Certainly the matter of the initial military orders have been traced back, although the circumstances of the drones' deaths are a little less clear, who was where and so on, who gave what orders. Given the standing policy at the time, there may be some contention. You'll understand if I don't want the deaths of my children used as political tools, Regina interrupted. Aelikin examined her silently for a moment. while Regina focused on both fanning and controlling the ember of anger in her chest. He nodded after a second. Of course, Empress Regina. The basic facts of the matter are clear. Provisionally, given further investigation, we can agree to acknowledge the guilt of the Executive Council. We acknowledge that the first troops to move were ours. The initial goals of the historicals for the war will never be fulfilled, which seems best for everyone. We will expect a formal apology from the Gnomish Confederation regarding their invasion, Janice demanded. Of course, Your Highness, Aelican answered easily. Regina could tell he was already planning to pin it all on the former historical leadership and blame them for everything, directing his people's anger at the lost war at them. She'd expected him to do that from the beginning, and the impressions she'd picked up yesterday only confirmed it. The war is over now, and the Gnomish Confederation paid a high price for it, losing many soldiers, one of the other gnomes said. Quite, and so did many other people. War like this is catastrophic for many involved, and it must never be allowed to happen again lightly, Kiera commented. Naturally, this turned into a discussion of reparations. Regina leaned back again and listened to the conversation. She'd spoken up when it came to the matter of her drone's murder, since she felt obligated to take care of it personally. They were her drones, and it was the least she owed them, after all, if she couldn't protect them. But she stuck to her plans for most of the rest of the meeting and let the others talk. The matter of reparations was contentious, of course. Even knowing that it was likely one of the less heatedly debated points, no one wanted to give too much. At least the gnomes didn't have the audacity to suggest that the Hive or the Empire pay them anything. They were smarter than that, but they did go on about the losses of the war and the state of their economy and how they simply couldn't support crippling payments. Truthfully, Regina was inclined to be lenient in that regard. She could literally create money out of thin air. It wasn't like she necessarily needed their reparation money. She was also aware they had a point, and crippling their economy might work to drain their war readiness, but only at the cost of severe consequences and major risks in the long term. Bad economic conditions led to the rise of extremism, and it would very much fan resentment against the Empire, which was what Regina wanted to avoid. Her goal was to lessen the hostility, after all, not increase it. But this was still a negotiation, and so diplomacy was conducted. Being forgiving when it came to monetary reparations could be used in turn when it came to other points. Eventually, the question was tabled for later, with the implicit understanding the Hive would concede the matter in return for other considerations. The gnomes didn't look happy, but there must have been some truths to their protests. They seemed ready to accept it, even reluctantly, for the sake of avoiding having to pay a heavier cost. She didn't think they would easily trade political concessions for money, so they must really be concerned about their economy's potential collapse. They broke for lunch at that point, and Regina swept out of the room without giving them a chance to talk to her. She had lunch in a secluded dining room accompanied only by her closest companions. It was quiet, with few people talking, while she kept half of her attention on the psychic link and her psychic senses. Being this close to the gnomes had given her a slightly better understanding of their minds, but it still didn't offer any real insight. She checked with all the drones present as well as others stationed around the Empire, and particularly those who had the duty of watching the gnomes for suspicious troop movements. None were found, thankfully. She didn't really think Aelican would go back on his word like that. Especially not while he and key supporters of his were here. He wasn't an idiot like some of his predecessors clearly had been. Beyond that, Regina took the opportunity to connect with drones she'd sent south. They were a little closer to southern Europe here than she would have been in Sarah, so it was a good opportunity. She still didn't get far enough to reach Tim and Varigals, although she fancied she could faintly feel it on the metaphorical horizon. Still, at least it would make it easier to communicate, to pass messages. They'd been sending swarm drones along the route his group had scouted, off and on. Most of them died, unfortunately. It was why Regina didn't want to risk sending sapient drones, or her human subjects, not until they could put together a bigger, strong group for the purpose. But it did help them chart the area a bit more accurately, and prepare for building a real path through the mountains. Tunnels had been started, although progress was very slow. One of these days, she would travel closer so her range could cover the entire distance and they could complete securing the path. It would take a while, but it would be worth it. She'd need to make preparations to leave the northern part of her current range uncovered, though. And before all that, they first needed to deal with the gnomes. To finally bring peace, to end the war, and get some assurance that there would not be more attacks. The sound of the door opening broke Regina from her thoughts. She knew who was coming, of course, had sensed them for a while, but she still felt the surprise from the others. Kiara was out of her chair quickly. June. I didn't know you were coming. June glanced at Regina, who shrugged and tilted her head at Janice. I thought you would have told her. I thought you did, Janice shrugged. She gave Kiara a look, who returned a slightly more exasperated one. Feeling conscious of the other eyes on them, she didn't hug her sister, just squeezed her arm briefly and then sat back down beside her girlfriend. The only people in this room had either been told of their relationship or put the pieces together and would stay quiet, so there was no reason to be overzealous in trying to hide it. Regina suspected the two of them might find some corner of the empire to disappear to once this whole thing was over. Now there's a thought, she considered. Maybe I can send them north? Dealing with the Esseman even a little bit? Or whatever needs doing. There are a few small states on the border of the Western Confederation. Sending someone to the area might not be a bad idea, anyway. June dropped into the chair, ignoring the byplay. She seemed uncharacteristically tired, in a way that went beyond the physical, though she also wasn't feeling bad. But her mental shields had also improved, under Regina's instruction, so she didn't get more than an impression with a vague look at her apprentice. The gnomes are in for a surprise, Janice said, smiling at the younger princess. That's a lot of royalty gathering in one place, Max said. He sounded like he might be concerned about security implications, but that was just habit. Regina knew he was mostly amused. Has it ever struck you as odd there are so many female royals here? June asked. Regina shrugged. I suppose. Partly coincidence, and partly, well, I don't think I would have worked as well with men. It was probably unfair of her, but the prevailing sexism had made women more appealing allies to her on some level. Girls like Kiara, and Janice, she supposed, though her circumstances were unique, knew what it was to struggle against the prevailing, patriarchal social order, the same one Regina herself considered so backward and archaic. Maybe it would have worked just as well if she'd run into a gay lord trying to defend his position or something like that, though. That's not why you're here, however, she added. She knew June well enough to know she had probably just been trying for a distraction to order her thoughts. June turned to face her, and nodded. I think I've made a breakthrough, Master, she said after a short pause. I reached out with my mind and I felt something. I'm not entirely sure how to describe it, if I have the words, but it was like a twining net of minds. I looked at the soldiers and I knew their anxiety, their pride and their concerns. Regina leaned closer. That's not all, though, she said. June shook her head, biting at her lower lip. No. Since then, it's always there, in the back of my mind, a sense of the people around me, very distant and faint. But I think I'd always know if someone was in the room with me, if I paid attention. I can't read your emotions, but... It's a very good first step, Regina hummed, pleased. That's great, June. It does sound like you've made a major breakthrough. Let me just... She trailed off for a moment, focusing entirely on her apprentice's mind. Mental shields or not, she still knew her intimately. And she could tell something, tiny but oh so significant, had shifted. Her mind was different, now, in a very subtle, specific, localized, but also unmistakable way. She felt slightly more like Madras, or like Regina herself might feel to others, though obviously without the psychic link. It was a shift like someone cured of chronic pain, or learning magic, or perhaps more like someone gaining a new sense. Congratulations, June, Kiara grinned at her, not hiding the pride she felt, even if there was a faint flash of concern with it. You have to teach me how to do that, Janice added, grinning as well. Maybe we can try later, Regina said, still focused on June. Later, she would need to think about taking other apprentices, about seeing just how well or how thoroughly she could foster this ability in others, if indeed it could be done. But for now, her attention was on June. They'd need to evaluate just how far this went, but Regina was relieved. It really looked like she wasn't the only psychic they had anymore, besides Madras. Chapter 309, Civilized. The rest of the negotiations that day were both very satisfying and very frustrating. Satisfying, because Regina could tell they were afraid of her, and a dark part of herself took pleasure in it. It wasn't a very immediate or primal fear. It wasn't like the gnomes were afraid she was going to start throwing fireballs around or get her hooks into their minds. She assumed they didn't know how much she could actually do with them, or rather make them do. It was a more general, political fear. Everyone knew who had won the war. They were anxious about the price she was extracting. And it felt satisfying to feel the confirmation of her victory, of her hive's and her empire's victory, in their emotions. Frustrating, because despite all that, they didn't seem to get very close to an actual resolution. She thought the gnomes were willing, for the most part, but that didn't make it easy to actually come to anything like a fair compromise. Maybe it didn't help that Regina herself was holding something back. She didn't want to go into specifics before she had a good idea of their attitudes, how they would react. And there were so many chances to get sidetracked, to argue over minor issues and faults and definitions. The gnomes were quite reluctant to end up in any kind of inferior, subordinate relationship to the Empire, but ironically also seemed like they thought it inevitable, even if they didn't say as much. They tried instead to redirect the negotiation to cuts to their military and limits to the number of troops they were allowed to field, even favorable trade deals. They forbade any infringement in their domestic politics and yet seemed strangely okay with Regina's demands to reintroduce something like democracy in government by elected representatives. She wondered if they were planning on holding elections soon, perhaps manipulating the timing and circumstances, and if Ailikin was that confident in being the last man standing. She felt like Ailikin was holding something back, too. He grew less vocal as the time wore on and allowed his subordinates to speak more. Instead, it seemed like he was considering her, and perhaps his plans. Regina was starting to think she should just talk to him directly about it. Maybe the circumstances, the elaborate negotiations with teams of people from both sides, were an obstacle. A backroom deal might be better, at least to work out the basis for an agreement. Because of that, Regina wasn't particularly surprised when they were approached at the end of this negotiation session, when they stopped for dinner. The talks would continue tomorrow. He didn't walk up to talk to her directly. Instead, Tiki-Makin approached June. "What's he saying?" Regina asked over the psychic connection she'd established. June might be able to keep one up herself now, or at least hold up her end of it, but it would be taxing on her, so she still provided her support. "The general wants to talk to you in private, Master," June replied, her mental voice strong and clear with a neutral tone. "He's suggesting the parlor on the east side of the building, in half an hour." Regina considered it for a moment. "Make it an hour, and don't tell them who I'll bring, if anyone, but it will be private." June sent back an acknowledgement and Regina listened as she confirmed it with the gnome, who seemed unbothered about the changed time. He bowed his head to June and went back to his superior, speaking quietly. Ailikin glanced back and nodded at June. That was that, then. In the end, it took Regina slightly more than an hour until she showed up at the specified parlor. Actually, it wasn't because she was deliberately making him wait as a power move, although she supposed that was a side benefit. It had simply taken a bit longer than she anticipated to referee the argument about who should come with her. Perhaps because she'd left it until the last minute to inform everyone. She could have made it on time if she'd rushed and hurried through the halls, but she didn't want to do that. As Max opened the door for her, Regina reached up to touch her crown again, then quickly pulled her hand back down. She had chosen the same one she wore yesterday, a relatively simple and delicate gold piece set with diamonds. Janice had worn a similar one in silver. She'd brought the heavy crown she'd been coronated with and was planning to use it for a formal ceremony that may arise, or maybe just the signing of any documents that would signify the gnome's final submission, but it was a bit much for the talks. Beside the crown, Regina wore a dark suit that was a little too embellished for modern styles, but resembled older ones. She was glad she hadn't overdressed when she saw Ailikin, who was wearing a military uniform with some medals. He seemed to be alone except for Tikimakin, who was standing beside the probably decorative fireplace in the room, while the general was seated in an armchair. He stood up as the Imperials entered. Max quietly closed the door behind her and Janice, and then took position by it, crossing his arms. Janice stuck close to Regina as they stepped into the room. "Your Imperial Majesty, thank you for agreeing to meet," Ailikin bowed in greeting. His eyes flashed to Janice and Max. "I had hoped for a bit of privacy to speak with you." "Max would never speak of anything discussed here if I don't want him to, and I trust my heir's wisdom and discretion," Regina answered. "You may certainly send away your aide if you like." The ghost of a smile appeared on the general's face. "Then if it's all the same to you, Tiki may stay as well? We should still be able to speak frankly." "I would certainly prefer that," Regina agreed, then sat down in an armchair. Janice went to take position standing at her side until Regina gave her a nudge in the psychic link and she instead settled in a chair next to it. Ailikin sat down as well after a moment. "Perhaps I should start by offering congratulations, Princess Janice," he began, nodding at her. "Your strategy with the airborne drones was inspired. A good move." "Thank you, General," Janice replied with a small smile. "I wouldn't have needed to resort to it if not for your own efforts. Even if I may disagree with the details, you have consistently managed to disturb and delay our advance, more than any of your other commanders. As a military opponent, you have my respect." He inclined his head. "And you have my thanks. The feeling is mutual. I wish my young commanders had your talent." "Well, I suppose the meeting could have started worse than patting each other on the back for good strategy," Regina thought, suppressing smile that would have been inappropriate for the situation at the thought. "Indeed, Janice has many talents, and I'm quite proud of her accomplishments," she agreed. "This particular move brought us here." "It did," Ailikin said. "I'm sure you guessed that I surrendered because I knew the military situation would soon turn on us further, in the wake of it. We faced the loss of several more cities and a direct threat to the capital." Regina nodded, pleased that he was speaking so openly. "It wouldn't have been easy to take it, but yes, that was our assessment as well. It would cost many more drones' lives to take those cities, though I do believe we could manage it." Ailikin hums and taps his fingers on his armrests. "Perhaps. Either way, the Gnomish Confederation's army is still intact, even if it is much diminished compared to the early phase of the war." "Well, we're all glad we don't have to put it to the test," Janice speaks up. "I know we have all been saying many diplomatic things, but I truly am glad to see the end of the fighting. Many good men have died, on both sides, I'm sure. That is why I want to make sure such a war doesn't happen again," Regina said. "As do we all." "And revenge?" he asked, his tone only conveying curiosity. "Is that not also a motivation of yours, Empress Regina? Justice for the drones who died?" Regina shifted in her chair, crossing her legs. "Perhaps," she said after a moment. "I can't deny, I certainly want justice for my murdered drones. But I hope and believe a drive for revenge was not the main reason for our actions. I needed to protect my hive, and now the Empire, which my predecessors threatened with their unprovoked aggression," Ailikin said. "I understand. Essentially, yes. I do know you are not them and were not involved in the original decisions, General. But I can hardly let the Gnomish Confederation as a whole off the hook just because it had a change in leadership. Which, by the way, I was very glad to learn of." Hearing the sentences was quite satisfying. "You're most welcome," he smiled playfully. "That said, I hope we can move forward in a way that is beneficial for all our people, even if it may cost the Gnomish Confederation something at first. We have many things to offer, General. Not just explosives. I also believe your country has things to offer the Empire, beyond resources or trade. And you want to take these things?" Ailikin leaned back in his chair. "I understand. I expected you to want control of the Confederation, in one way or another. Regina didn't deny it. Well, there is little point talking about what I want, here, he acknowledged. You are the ones who won this war. I only wish for stability and prosperity for my nation. Well, how do you envision the future, Your Imperial Majesty? May I ask for specifics? Regina discreetly took a breath and glanced at Janice. A lot of this came from her input. Regina had been inclined to be a little more severe with the terms she offered, but Janice and several of the others had persuaded her to be more lenient, that it would be more constructive in the long run. Of course, the gnomes might not think it was lenient at all. As we see it, there are two options. The first one is for the Gnomish Confederation to become a protectorate of the Empire. Regina paused, waiting for input, but Aelican only nodded for her to go on. You would be largely able to rule yourselves, although I will insist on some form of democratic process being observed, similar to what you had before. Perhaps some changes ought to be made in light of recent events. The previous regime's actions seem to have brought to light some potential weaknesses in the system. I suppose that would be your task. However, you would owe allegiance and homage to the imperial crown. You will be subject to certain laws of the empire, such as constitutional guarantees of civil rights, and your military will be heavily limited, while imperial troops may be stationed inside the Confederation or on its foreign borders. You will be protected in case of attack or other conflicts, but expected to follow the lead of the empire in international matters and foreign policy. In addition, you will have limited access to the empire's technological know-how, and there will be scholarly cooperations and exchanges. Aelican had a slight crease between his eyebrows and seemed to listen intently. She could only sense focused concentration from him, no surprise. And the second option? It is a more complicated scenario I envision, Regina admitted. In effect, relying on several stages. We would close a peace deal now, with stipulations. An alliance would follow. There will be restrictions for and reparations from the Gnomish Confederation. Most of the terms I have laid out for the first option would apply, including limits to your military strength, and we would organize cultural and technological exchange, allowing you to profit from the Empire's industry and my own knowledge of pre-cataclysm medicine, science, and technology. After sufficient time has passed, we will start negotiations with the Gnomish Confederation as a member candidate to fully join the Empire. Perhaps we will need to add secret clauses to any treaty to ensure this part is mandatory. Joining would give your people imperial citizenship and all the benefits that come with it, as well as full inclusion into the Empire's economy, although you would still have local autonomy. Once the Imperial Parliament is established, you would be able to send delegates and participate in decision-making for the entire Empire. Aelican tapped his fingers on his chair, seeming thoughtful. These negotiations, how long would they take? It sounds like the outcome is predetermined? I cannot say how long they will take, it depends on the situation, Regina answered honestly. I do intend them to be genuine talks where both sides try to work out the best way forward together and take into account concerns and potential opportunities. Accordingly, the outcome is not entirely set in stone. If, at that point, our relationship has mended and grown enough, if we have grown closer in other ways and built a stable alliance, and your government has understandable reasons to decide against joining, I suppose I would be willing to let you go. Keeping certain provisions in place, naturally. And the issue of reparations may need to be revisited. Aelican exhaled heavily. You mentioned reparations in talking of your second option, but not your first, he noted. Formally becoming a protectorate would be enough to wipe the slate clean, so to speak, Regina answered, shrugging. There will be an expectation of tribute eventually, but you have my word I will keep it light and scaled to your tax income. But in the second scenario, we start with a peace deal and an, admittedly one-sided, alliance. I do need assurances you will not revert to form, backstab us, and start another war. It might be better not to write the membership of the Gnomish Confederation in the Central European Empire into the current treaty, at least not openly. Aelican nodded slightly, his gaze unfocusing as he stared at the fireplace. He remained silent for a while, clearly thinking over what he had heard. Regina waited patiently, resisting the urge to try and pry too deeply into his mental state. Finally, he exchanged a gaze with Tiki-Maken, who'd remained quiet, then turned back to Regina. "And I suppose there's a very polite or else coming with the options, as a bonus?" he asked lightly. Regina shrugged and smiled back. "I didn't want to throw threats around, but the alternative would be continuing the war." She turned more serious and arched an eyebrow. "We could continue to fight until we have won an even more decisive victory and can impose our terms forcefully. You would have much less choice then." The general only nodded as if he'd expected that, which Regina supposed he had. It went without saying that if she actually conquered the Gnomish Confederation entirely, or even mostly, taking the capital and destroying their armies, the terms imposed would be much more restrictive. "Is it possible to combine elements of your two scenarios?" Tiki-Maken asked, finally speaking up. Ailikin nodded. "Our economy would struggle with reparations, and I suppose there are worse things than to bear the name protectorate, but I would not like to lose the chance for a more beneficial final outcome." "You would choose to join the Empire as a member state?" Janice asked, and Regina could sense some hidden excitement from her. Ailikin shrugged gracefully. "Queen Kiera seems happy enough with her decision. It seems the better option compared to simply being a protectorate from what you have said. If we have to join the fold, I would rather do it in such a way we would have a voice and some control over our fate." Regina tugged on her mandible. "And you might do it by being an Imperial protectorate?" He tilted his head and gave her a blank look. "If we are to join the Empire in a few years at most anyway, does it make any real difference?" "Very reasonable," Regina allowed. He really was being very reasonable about this. There was a moment of silence as he seemed to be waiting for her actual response. "I don't see why we couldn't work something out," Regina said. "The scenarios I presented were obviously rough outlines. We will need to discuss details anyhow, at a later date and in a larger setting." "But I think we've got the outline of an agreement," Janice chimed in, smiling. Ailikin stood, inclining his head. "I seem so, Your Highness," he agreed. Regina stood as well. "I am truly glad we could settle this like civilized adults, General." She took a step forward to offer him a hand. He looked at it blankly for a moment before he seemed to realize what she expected, then grasped it to give it a firm shake. Regina gave him a genuine smile as she recovered her hand, but decided not to end it with any clichés like "I look forward to working with you." It might still be taken as an insult. Chapter 310, Outcome. As expected, the entire meeting went a lot more smoothly once Regina and Ailikin had worked out a basic agreement. They now had an outline they could negotiate with, and some of the tension seemed to have eased. The atmosphere was a lot more cordial, in her opinion, which seemed to help, despite the gnomes effectively agreeing to surrender their sovereignty. Clearly, some of them didn't like it. But she suspected Ailikin had expected it, had probably even considered and made plans for the possibility of joining the Empire. Maybe they were just putting on a front now, trying to get the best deal and build some goodwill. In the end, Regina didn't really care about the details of their reasoning or how they felt about it as long as they worked out a good agreement for everyone. Personally, Regina still had some misgivings. She had been serious about not wanting to conquer any more countries. The Empire would already be seen as an expansionist state. But the longer the war against the gnomes raged, the less she could have settled for any other outcome. And besides, they already had enemies. The Essamen and the Western Confederation were clearly preparing to fight her, at least. Any diplomatic attempts she'd made to try and smooth things over with the Western Confederation had been stonewalled. Under the circumstances, passing up the opportunity to get the gnomes on her side would be eminently stupid. Regina was fairly sure the rest of her closest companions agreed with her. Janice was perhaps the most conflicted, from what she could tell, but she was also willing to leave the decision to Regina. Kiera would see any increase in the Empire's power as a good thing and was optimistic about the benefits it could bring to the gnomes, too, so she was supportive of the plans. June didn't seem to care too much either way and was more concerned with her newly expanded psychic abilities, although Regina suspected she had more thoughts on it than she seemed to and was simply choosing not to voice them. As for her drones, or at least the senior ones in leadership positions in the Hive, she knew some of them thought she'd gone far too easy on the gnomes. They might have a point, but they also didn't feel strongly about the matter and were willing to accept her reasoning, and Regina was wary of playing into the more monster-wide parts of their people. This wasn't to say Regina didn't feel any conquest urge. She'd always had it in the back of her mind, the desire to strengthen her hive and expand her territory, which sometimes manifested in the desire to bring more land, more people under her rule, although she suspected that part was influenced by her human side. Some small inner part of her was curling up in satisfaction at the idea of Aelican submitting to her, bringing his people under her rule. She was at least self-aware enough to know she probably couldn't simply blame it on the hive-kind instincts. It was probably some kind of mix, partly influenced by her personality, but it was a bit of a meaningless question anyway. Regina didn't know what she'd been like before her transformation. She had no way to tell whether her feelings and attitudes were new or not. For all she knew, she'd been an entirely different person, or she hadn't changed at all. Beyond what the amnesia would do, anyway. She liked to think she'd mostly come to terms with it, though. "We appreciate the mercy you have shown us, Your Imperial Majesty," one of the gnomish delegates told her. Regina wasn't sure if he was being honest or not. This particular man had a good poker face and good mental defenses, built on good self-control. She didn't try to look into it more deeply. Instead, she just smiled, nodded, and murmured something vaguely pleasant. "What did you even say to that?" "Your welcome seemed a bit weird." "I am glad we could all come to a beneficial resolution," Kiera said. Mutters of agreement filled the room. It had taken some hard hours of negotiation, but Regina could tell she wasn't the only one pleased that they had finally reached an agreement. Or at least hammered out the agreement she'd made with Aelican, and adjusted some details. Whether the Gnomish Confederation would officially be a protectorate of the Empire had been a heavily debated issue. Surprisingly, just as much among the Imperial side as the Gnomes. Some drones, as well as Kiera of all people, had been in support of it. She'd argued that the people and soldiers of the Empire needed this as a tangible prize of their victory. That if they weren't going to receive heavy reparations, they needed to gain power, and future taxes, from the Gnomish Confederation. Letting the gnomes go with nothing but some complicated treaties and the prospect of further negotiations would engender discontent, making it seem like they'd fought for nothing. The gnomes, for their part, had seemed to follow Aelican's stance of preferring it to the burden of reparations, but she could tell some of their pride was hurt at the prospect of vassalization to the Empire. Even if it would only be for a few years before they could join the Empire fully. Eventually, it had been decided they would stick to it, although they were careful with the language used in the official peace treaty and those that would follow. The gnomes were primarily their allies now. The Empire took on the solemn responsibility of protecting the Gnomish Confederation. References to it as a sovereign state had been omitted, however. In the end, the deal was hopefully complicated and balanced enough that they could spin it as whatever they needed to whoever they talked to, depending on the situation. "I will be glad to fight on your side instead of against you in any future wars, may they hopefully be long in coming," Janice said. That comment earned an even more positive response, although Regina could tell that several people weren't exactly comfortable at the mention of future wars. They weren't idiots, clearly. Still, it was an interesting insight into the people Aelican had brought to this meeting. As expected, his supporters were primarily from the military. Regina would have to see about introducing them to Ben and her other commanders, and setting up the groundwork for future cooperation. Hopefully they could at least prepare joint training exercises after a bit of time passed. There was no point letting the experience everyone gained in the war go to waste, and they had to do something to work at overcoming hate and resentment. "Will you be visiting the Confederation, my Empress?" Tikimakan asked her hesitantly. There was a noticeable pause before the title, but he did decide to use it so she wouldn't complain. Regina shook her head. "I wish I could," she said honestly. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Security concerns aside, it is too far from the center of the Empire for now." Aelican's eyes narrowed slightly, and she wondered if he realized what she actually meant, if he put the pieces together regarding the psychic link. What did they know about it or her psychic abilities? One more question to add to the list of what she should ask once immediate matters were settled. The Confederation would take her too far from the center of her power, and it would leave drones on the far side of the Empire without access to the psychic link. It was a shame, though. If it wouldn't expose their border to the Western Confederation, Regina would have loved to see the gnomes land with her own eyes, at least once things calmed down. She supposed she'd see it through her drones, some of them would certainly visit, and she'd just have to pay attention to them and make sure memories were stored in the psychic link. "Then what about you, Princess Janice?" the general asked. "We would love to host you." Janice smiled weakly. "Thank you for the sentiment. I think I would like to take you up on it at some point. For now, there are matters the war has kept me from tending to. I've fallen behind on my studies, and I'm looking forward to honing my magic." Of course, he nodded graciously and started asking about her spells. For someone who didn't use magic himself, Ailiken was fairly knowledgeable. Regina tuned out that conversation, though, and instead glanced at the rest of the people present. After the tentative end of the negotiations, at least for now, the strict gathering had loosened a bit and people were drifting into groups, talking to each other. Even across race or nation boundaries, she noted. "We were at war only a few days ago. This is a really good sign." They were not planning on a grand ceremony to celebrate their new alliance, although there would be one later with the gathered delegates and some Imperial troops. Maybe they should organize a few events where people could mingle with each other, though. Regina shook her head lightly and pulled her thoughts back to the present, shelving such ideas for the future. She shouldn't get overly enthusiastic. Many people in the Gnomish Confederation might react much worse to their peace settlement. "You don't seem as happy as I thought you would be," Max silently commented to her. Regina turned her head slightly to look at him and raised an eyebrow. "Don't I? I'd say I feel quite satisfied." "Maybe." He was quiet for a moment. "Personally, I'll feel better once I see those who were involved in B and the others' deaths meet their well-deserved fate." "Who would have thought you'd be so vindictive?" she teased him. Max only shrugged in response. She could feel his mood, quietly contemplative, even if he was also satisfied to see this outcome. She shook it off and instead turned to the gnomes, attempting some small talk. They were cautious, and it felt rather stilted, but at least she did get the answers to a few questions she'd been wondering about. Mostly about their culture and geography. She even sensed them relax a little as the conversation went on. The day ended with everyone in high spirits, and Regina turned in early, eager to get a full night's sleep for once. The next day, they'd do the formal signing of the treaties. As planned, Regina wore her proper, heavy crown for this one. There were no photographers, but she still felt she should look the part. She paired it with something that vaguely resembled an old, showy military dress uniform. It might be a bit weird since she hadn't actually fought in this war, unlike Janice and others, but she did prefer the style to local fashions. They made a bit of a production out of signing the treaty, and Regina discreetly squinted at Ailiken's signature on the paper. At least she didn't seem to have missed something about Gnomish family names. For her part, she signed with her first and last name, preceded by Dr., after a moment of consideration. The title might not mean much to the gnomes, but it meant something to her, and it was technically supposed to be something like part of her name, in the old world. Janice, as one of the victorious commanders and the imperial heir, signed as well, as did Kiera as a witness with high standing in the Empire. They didn't have a high-ranking representative from Nerlia present, and she also didn't want to give the impression that she needed their permission to sign treaties with foreign powers, so that was all. Janice signed as Janice Starlet von Woolton, she noted. "It is done now," Ailiken muttered as they went to the reception afterward. "There is no going back now, I suppose." "For better or worse," Regina agreed. She glanced at the sky, where dark clouds were starting to gather, and exhaled. "I only wish we could have done it sooner." He glanced up to meet her gaze, staring intently. After a moment, he nodded and looked away again. "I will expect you in Sarah in a few months' time at the latest, General," she said, ignoring it. "I am looking forward to the visit, Your Majesty," he agreed. Regina took one of the glasses the servants, mostly locals, though they'd brought a few from Cernlia's palace, had set out, making sure to grab juice instead of alcohol, and swirled it in her hand. "We will also need your help in opening the trade route to the south," she said. Ailikin nodded, clearly unsurprised. I'll see if I can gather some people who have experience with it, he said. They might have died or gotten lost in the war, however, so it might take a while and I can make no promises about results. That's fine. Regina sipped on her drink, glancing around, then back at the general. By the way, have you gathered further information on the Dark Elves? The delegation they'd sent to the Empire had dutifully made connections and arranged a few trades, as well as they could given the large distance, but had been rather quiet overall. Regina supposed it made sense they wouldn't have much to do. But given Madras was also a dark elf, and that they had gone to the trouble of sending an envoy, she ought not to ignore them anyway. We have had some trade contact with them, Ailikin said. He hesitated for a moment, then shrugged slightly. From what I hear, they were not best pleased about the war. I am sure we will receive official congratulations regarding its end any day now. Regina nodded. That wasn't a particularly surprising assessment. Have you had contact with the Essimen? She asked casually. Ailikin still froze for a moment. The Executive Council did, he answered after a second. They did not send a permanent ambassador, at least not at the end of the war. I am afraid I won't be of much help in this matter. I see. I assume you want us to cut all contact with them, Empress Regina? She considered the question for a moment. If you make contact with them, or they with you, you don't need to cut it off entirely, she finally said. I would simply like to be informed of any such thing. The general frowned. I hope you don't want us to play double agent for you, Your Imperial Majesty. Regina shook her head. It's still my hope we can solve the conflict diplomatically. Having a channel between an Imperial ally and the Essimen may be very helpful. He grunted something and moved to get another glass of wine. Regina resisted the urge to scowl or tug on her mandible. She hadn't been lying, although she didn't think the chances of just negotiating a good relationship with the Essimen were particularly high, to put it mildly. Contact between the gnomes and them might still be helpful, though, if in other ways. Regina took a moment to close her eyes and take in the energy of the room, the emotional states of the gathered people. Minor issues aside, it had turned out rather well. Chapter 311, Industry. Mia crossed her arms and leaned against the pillar of stone beside her as she watched the soldiers trooping past. They looked tired but not defeated or too worn down. Instead, she saw smiles and heard the occasional chuckle drifting on the wind. Mia smiled a bit herself. She was happy that the war was finally over. Many of their soldiers still stayed at the border or inside the Gnomish Confederation and would for some time, she reckoned. But some had returned home. For the human troops, it had been organized as a little bit of a victory march, and their return to Sarah seemed to lift most people's spirits. These were men-at-arms from the Lin's army, for the most part, even some who had fought for King Nicholas and been integrated into Kiera's army. They'd been at war more or less continuously for a while now, only interrupted by a short break between Kiera's victory and her committing her forces to the war against the gnomes. Mia knew conditions had been better in the Empire's army during that war, but some people still died. She could practically feel the soldiers' relief now, even if she wasn't psychic. Now the reorganization of the Empire's military would really be able to begin, she mused. But Ben and the others would probably give them a bit of a break first. Her eyes drifted from the soldiers to their equipment. Most of them still carried traditional, old-fashioned weaponry, blades, bows and crossbows, and the like. If they had classes and class skills that relied on their use, they were practically bound to them, not to mention quite effective. Even compared to a modern soldier with a gun. She was a little more interested in those. Some soldiers did carry firearms, but not many that she could see. The Hive had relied more on bigger guns, actual artillery. Some of those pieces were brought back as well. Mia wasn't as familiar with them as Tia, but she still found her curiosity piqued, the itch to take them apart and see how they functioned in detail. She assuaged her curiosity briefly by diving into the psychic link and looking for descriptions. She was wondering how they might be able to improve them with the help of the gnomes. Sure, the Hive's knowledge base might be technically more advanced, but the gnomes had actually used firearms in combat for decades, if not centuries. they definitely had insights to share. That's more Tia's problem than yours, though, she reminded herself. Maybe you should let her have first crack on it. Though we could sit together and discuss it sometime soon. It wasn't like the Hive really had clearly defined spheres of authority and obligation assigned, as a rule. Drones usually worked in what they were best at and enjoyed. But although Tia and Mia were basically jointly responsible for the more civilian side of their operations, the technical and logistical aspects, they had divided the job between them somewhat. Not that they didn't still cooperate or even work on something alone if it caught their fancy. Mia did have a lot on her plate already, though. She smiled again as she thought of her current projects. Besides mentoring a few of the younger drones, something she always enjoyed doing, she'd been building a lot of workshops, cooperating with the new Imperial departments and ministries, and pushed their technological development further. It was why she was in Sarah, actually. While Forest's Haunt was still a major center for the Hive's industry and development, they had been building facilities in the Cernlian capital as well, for obvious reasons. Many more of them would spring up in the new Imperial capital once it was ready to move into. She supposed there might be more of a distinction between Hive and Imperial workshops in the future, but for now they were still pretty much the same thing. Mia was checking up on one of those today, one of her favorites in the city, which she spent a bit of time in whenever she was here. It was centrally located, not far from the royal palace, but also a few meters away from a main street, connected with a broad avenue, so it was easy to drop off materials or the like. The building had belonged to a craftsman guild previously and was well equipped for their work. It wasn't quite a factory in the traditional sense, at least not yet, but it still produced a good amount of goods, mostly metal parts and tools. There was a more experimental section as well, which usually held more of her attention. They had another facility in the city that was more concerned with chemistry and related fields, including producing new explosive compounds, while this was more of a classical workshop. Since they couldn't really use a water wheel in the middle of the city, at least not easily, this was also where she and a few others were working to build better generators. The turbines they had could easily be powered by magic or even war drones, or other types, working a treadmill or wheel, but she preferred wind or other renewable energy they didn't have to put much effort into once it was up. They needed something to power the drop hammers, though. She checked on the drones present through the psychic link as she entered, looking around and resisting the urge to cover her ears. It could be loud here, sometimes. Everything seemed to be going quite well, though. Mia checked on the main floor before heading through a thin enclosure toward the back part of the building that housed their more elaborate or experimental projects. Drones and the occasional humans were hard at work manning the various tools, gaining experience in their classes as they shaped metal, wood and the substances produced by production drones. Once she was through the door into the other part of the building, it was immediately a lot quieter. At least until the silence was broken by excited voices. "Lady Mia, did you watch the soldiers come back?" Mia smiled a bit as she took off her jacket, hanging it on a peg, and grabbed a pair of work gloves. Then she looked at the young man who'd spoken, who seemed to almost hover in place with excitement. He might be a bit young, she suspected he might still grow a few centimeters although he was already tall and gangly, but he'd proven to have talent and she enjoyed his joy when she was teaching. "Yes, Jake, I watched for a bit," she replied. "Isn't it awesome?" he enthused. She didn't know which drone he'd picked the word up from, but at least he hadn't mangled the meaning. "Unlike terrific last week. We beat the gnomes." "Well, your brothers and sisters did, you must be proud of them." "And the soldiers. I wanted to go see them, but Ellie said I had to stay, to watch my work." "Which you really should pay attention to, Jake, the mold could get deformed if it's in the furnace for too long," Ellie replied. She stepped further into the room and took off the goggles she was wearing before sinking into a deep curtsy. "Welcome back, milady, please excuse us not being there to greet you." Mia waved her hand at her. "No bowing necessary," she reminded her. "You don't have to call me lady either, we work together." "You are a daughter of the Empress," Ellie said drily, taking out a hair tie to bind her dark, frizzy hair back quickly. Unlike Jake, she was well into adulthood, and was a bit more reserved. Mia still didn't know if she had more trouble adjusting to the informal way the hive preferred to work or if she was just making a point. Me and every other drone. My point stands, and every other drone doesn't have a high position in the hive or the empire. No, she has a point, Jake interjected. He was absently patting down the work apron he wore over his clothes, probably looking for the new graphene pen sticking out of the topmost pocket. Ellie gave him a look, and he glanced up enough to notice, then continued his thought. If her mother's the Hive Queen and Empress, shouldn't that make her a princess? Milady, isn't that how it works? Maybe, but we can hardly call every drone a prince or princess. That would give the Empire thousands of royals. That would be impractical, but not impossible, I suppose, Audie commented, as he appeared in the doorway and leaned over to look inside. Mia glared at the younger drone. She could feel his faint amusement over the psychic link. Please don't encourage them, unless you want everyone to start Milord INGU, too. Please don't. Mia, can you take a look at the setup we have in room 3? Of course, brother. Maybe check on that furnace, Jake? I'm on it, Lady Mia. He disappeared, missing an eye roll from Ellie, who seemed to decide to tag along with Mia and Audie. He was the more recent drone she'd decided to mentor in something of an apprenticeship in the hive, and she was glad she did. Audie was young enough he had missed their earlier era. He was hatched after the Empire was founded and mostly consolidated. It still felt a bit odd to Mia to think that many of the hive's drones were like that, but she supposed that was the way their growth worked. The age brackets were very skewed, with many younger drones, compared to few older ones. He'd barely spent any time in their actual bases, regardless, but he didn't seem to mind. Despite being a drone harvester, he was more interested in the technical work. I had been called Lord a few times, actually. It's a bit weird, he commented as they made their way through the corridors. I think people are unsure about a drone's standing, so they decide to make the safest assumption. Sir Audie, Ellie said. Glancing back, Mia could see the slight twinkle in her eye, although her expression was serious. He groaned, and Mia sighed slightly. It's surprisingly hard to get people to understand that's not really how it works with the hive. You wouldn't be the first person to ask me how our social ranking is determined. Even though we don't really have one. Ellie frowned. You don't? I thought your status was based on seniority. Not really, Audie said. I mean, that is one major thing that plays into it, I suppose, but it's not like we really have formal ranks. Except for Mother, Mia agreed. We all obey the Hive Queen, the rest of us are in it together. There are a few people who are in charge of some things, and of course there's military commanders who kind of need ranks, but it's not like we have castes or nobility or anything. The hive is basically a communist society with a thin veneer of absolute monarchy. I haven't thought of it like that, Audie admitted, his steps slowing as he clearly considered it, but you're right. We don't even use money, internally. You don't have money? Ellie blinked. Well, we do have it. If the hive needs to buy something from outsiders, we can, but it's more communal. If you only work inside the hive, you're not getting paid, and you just contribute what you can and take what you need. Or want, within reason. Everything's accounted for and managed, with the psychic link, so it's still efficient enough. Audie shrugged. That's why people like Mia are important. She directs our development and makes sure there's enough resources for the hive's projects. Huh. Ellie shook her head. That is hard to truly understand, and I've worked with drones for months now. I think I appreciate the difficulty of explaining your social status to others, now. Guess you'll just have to get used to being called sir or something, Mia teased Audie. Their conversation cut off there as they'd reached their destination and Mia focused on what she was seeing. She could tell why Audie had wanted to talk to her about it. They were making good progress. Lately, they'd been trying to reduce the hive's dependency on magic. As they were scaling up their production, it was becoming unfeasible to involve mages in everything. Previously, they'd too often relied on the shortcuts offered by it, especially conjuration. However, now they at least had the space and resources to reproduce more conventional ways of getting the same results, even if it was a longer process. A lot of that relied on chemistry and materials science, but they were also focused on other areas of industry. They'd started with relatively simple, common things that were already present in the world, like water wheels, and were trying to move to a more industrialized, standardized way of operation. Largely, that meant a lot of standardizing measurements and tools and working out ways to produce them without putting in a lot of labor. At least not labor from sapient drones, humans, or other people. Which brought Mia to the current project. The first actual assembly line they had built. "Stand back a meter," Audie warned her, before he cranked a lever. With a groan, the framework shifted and the broad band that was spread across several metal supports started moving. There were more structures to either side of it, holding things in place and marking out specific areas. If we put several of these together, we can easily transport and sort materials, in addition to providing a framework for the different steps in assembling more complicated objects, Audie said, smiling at his handiwork. Swarm drones should be able to do basic movements as steps in the process. With this support, Mia mused. It's not exactly industrial robot arms, but I think it should do. We still need to test it. This is only the beginning, Mia, he said excitedly. It's not just a matter of pulling screws and carting parts around. If we expand on this, we can really make use of the swarm as a labor force, freeing the sapient drones for more important tasks. Mia didn't point out that they already used swarm drones as a labor force, she knew what he meant. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she said instead. It will still be years before we can really put this to use on a large scale, or even before we really need this. Most of what we are making right now wouldn't be much improved with an assembly line, they still need too much individual effort. It also won't be very useful for building roads or houses, Ellie said thoughtfully. Isn't that where the most labor is needed currently, Lady Mia? It is, I'm glad you pay attention what I'm saying, she agreed. She'd discussed it a few days ago when she'd been talking with many of the people working here, although it had been more of an aside. But if we can make, say, pipes, more easily, it will definitely help, Audie responded. She could tell he wanted to roll his eyes. Sure, I'm not trying to denigrate your accomplishment, she reassured him. You should definitely keep working on this. I'll allocate some more materials to this project so we can build a proper test bed, maybe something we can use as a real factory floor after this. Audie smiled again and Mia smiled back, even as her mind already turned to other things. She already knew Tia would grumble about her wanting even more metal, their supply was getting dangerously short. Sooner or later, they'd either need to allocate more mages to conjuring it or seriously make an effort with the Empire's imports. Well, that's Regina's problem, Mia thought, shaking her head. She'd make sure to bring it up with her. But she supposed it was one more matter where the peace with the gnomes should help. Civilian industry had an easier time when you weren't frantically building cannons. Chapter 312, Itinerary. When Tim heard of the end of the war, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also oddly dissatisfied. He'd fought in it, for longer than he'd been away, all told, but it felt weird to have the war ended without him. When his mother had sent him out, they'd had vague thoughts that maybe it could help, if they cut the gnomes off from allies further south, or even managed to gain allies against them. In retrospect, that had been painfully optimistic. Not that he couldn't do it, but it would have taken time, and now the war was decided before he'd even left the first city he visited. He supposed it was a good thing that the southern lands hadn't cared to participate at all, so Tim was technically successful. Having the Gnomish Confederation officially on their side, at least as soon as everything had shaken out properly, was probably going to change the paradigm again. They could use their help to create a real path through the mountains. For now, it also made Tim's job here a lot easier. The nobles of Varigals might be amoral greedy bastards by and large, at least from what he'd seen, but they were opportunists and clearly realized that his side had won the war. It had taken a while for them to even get the news, of course, probably by means of a message sent with several stops along the way, going around the eastern side of the mountains, and carried by riders part of the way when it wasn't a magical missive. But when they did hear of it, the gnomish ambassador suddenly received a colder welcome while interest in Tim and his companions renewed briefly. It wouldn't last, and he'd already made plans to leave, anyway. He would come back, Varigals was probably the most important city on his itinerary, and he was already planning to spend the longest here out of any of his stops. Annuus had been away for several days and come back to report better relations with the elvish enclaves around the city, so he supposed that was all good. Aridel might not be entirely happy with the Empire, but they were still allies, and besides, the elves probably knew they couldn't stand up to them when it came to a fight, as much as everyone might prefer not to think in those terms, so it could only be positive news for him. He had even asked if they could visit one of the enclaves on the way, and while Annuus hadn't seemed very optimistic, she hadn't outright denied the possibility. On the day they were to depart, his original party had gathered in one of the city's many squares, close to the center, and they were being seen off by a pretty illustrious gathering. "Are you entirely certain I cannot persuade you to stay longer, Lord Tim?" the prince of the city asked. "You and your companions are certainly welcome here." Tim smiled back at him. Despite himself, he'd grown to like the jovial man, who was definitely a shrewder diplomat than many would give him credit for. But he also didn't think all of it was fate. The guy was just a social butterfly who liked talking to new and interesting people. "I'm quite sure, but I do appreciate the offer, Prince Luca," he answered, bowing his head briefly. "I wish you all the best and hope to return to this magnificent city soon." "I must echo the same sentiment. We will be glad to host you whenever you decide to return, my lord," Archmage Lucian said. Tim smiled back at him and inclined his head again. "I will keep that in mind, and I thank you sincerely for hosting us, Archmage. It was a true pleasure, and I appreciate all that you did for us. Should you ever make your way north, I know the Empire would be glad to return the favor." "Now I definitely must make it through the mountains one day," Lucian laughed. Tim kept his smile. "I know at least one man who would be delighted to talk to you about magic." "So would Janice and Princess June, actually." The Archmage's eyes lit up noticeably, and he knew he'd hit the bullseye with that remark. It wasn't like Tim was lying. Zephyr would definitely be interested in talking to him about magic, and June would have about 1,000,000 questions, Janice too. But Thanda was also a politician, and making connections with royalty was worth a lot to him. He would probably consider this entire interlude time and coin well spent just for that, or so Tim hoped. He waited patiently while the rest of his group said their goodbyes and exchanged a few more words with various other people who had shown up, mostly to gawk, he suspected. But at least they were being polite about it. Then it was finally time to turn around and make their way out of the city of Varigals. At last. Of course, actually getting out of the city took quite a while, especially since they had started in the center of it. Tim didn't let it bother him and instead looked around, taking in the city once again. It looked just about the same as it had when he'd seen it before. Unfortunately, it seemed like watching exotic foreign locales could get boring after all. Who would have thought? Smirking a bit to himself, but taking it as a sign that he had stayed here long enough, Tim turned his attention instead to the other members of his traveling party. There was his actual party, of course. Hivekind, humans, elves, and dark elves. They were quite the mixed group, but considering they'd managed a trip over the mountains, he wasn't worried at all about traveling between cities in these lands. Which did make the other people they would be traveling with somewhat useless, he acknowledged. But they weren't really there as escorts, at least not in the sense that they'd be guarding the group. They would help a lot with finding their way. But he suspected the major reason Thanda had finagled this was for further networking, and maybe even learning more about him and the others. Well, that would work just as well in reverse. "I appreciate you accompanying us," he said, dropping back to walk closer to the dwarf currently pulling rear guard. Iliamanafe gave him an amused look. "I'm happy to play guide to these lands," he said. "I do know them like the back of my hand." "That's good, I want to learn as much about this region as I can," Tim said earnestly. "I hope you don't mind if I ask a question? It's just that I've heard about all sorts of cities and enclaves of the elves, but no one mentioned a settlement of dwarves." The adventurer grunted. "I suppose they wouldn't have." "And why's that, Sir Iliamanafe?" He blinked up at Tim, then shook his head sharply. "Just call me Iliam, boy, it sounds weird when you use my full name. It's not like anyone goes around always calling you, well, do you have a last name, actually?" "Milord?" Call me Tim. I suppose I would use Starlet as my last name. Or maybe Von Woolton, although we mostly don't use that. He didn't bring up that the guy hadn't told him to use his first name, whatever that actually meant given the dwarf's naming scheme, when they had traveled together previously, from the mountains to Varigals. Presumably he'd wanted to appear professional in front of his employer. At least Tim was pretty sure Lucian was his employer. Tim, then. Anyway, you wouldn't have heard of dwarven towns, because there aren't really any here. We do still have a few settlements, closer to the mountains, but most of us actually live above ground. In human cities, or occasionally elvish settlements, though that's complicated. Only some of them allow us. Tim nodded as he digested that information. I see. Thank you for the explanation. Did you come from one of those settlements? I was born in Varigals, although I spent a few years in a deep dwelling, Ilium replied with a casual shrug. What about you? I hatched in the middle of the forest, actually. On the outskirts of the great forest. They kept talking as they made their way through the city and out of the east gate, leading to a picturesque road winding through fields and small copses of trees. Tim told him a few things, but mostly kept to innocuous topics and general information about the empire that would make its way here sooner or later. In return, he learned more about his traveling companion, his people, and the situation in this land. It turned out that born was actually as much of an euphemism for the dwarf as it was for hive kind. They supposedly hatched out of rock, although it was a little more complicated than that. Ilium gave a brief explanation about meltings and blood donation and what sounded like ritual sex, although he wasn't sure which Tim struggled to follow. Either way, apparently it was an ongoing issue for them to get enough of the right type of rock, grown into the right structure, to have new children. Though they did still have 2 parents each, who raised them in family units. It was rather interesting and certainly not any weirder than the hive, so Tim wasn't going to judge. Although apparently some humans, and even elves, did. He wished he was surprised by that. Dwarves were classified as demi-humans, considered less humanoid than elves. Although Ilium didn't quite come out and complain about it in those terms, it sounded like they were one of the groups most discriminated against. It probably didn't help that they didn't have any strong states of their own to fight for their rights. They were more often targeted by the more fanatical delvers here, not really because there was any ideological reason, just because they were an easier target. While Tim sympathized, he also made mental notes about it to pass on to Regina and see if they could forge an alliance with the dwarven settlements that remained. Their close association with the northern delvers might make that more complicated, he supposed, but they should be able to show them the differences, and hivekind were generally also considered demi-humans, anyway. I admit we've heard some things, but we usually don't see any dwarfs north of the mountains, Edward said, joining the conversation. Ilium gave the young delver a suspicious look, but it seemed more like habit. He was smiling slightly, speaking in a friendly tone, and even on their previous trip Tim had never seen him so much as fighting over what dinner to make. Few of us ever go there, the dwarf admitted, relaxing slightly. The gnomes are not very welcoming of us. There's too much bad blood because of old rivalries when we still had regular contact, and the Great Forest isn't a good place for my people. We prefer stone, or being able to see the sky if above ground. And not monster-infested woods, I bet, the delver joked. He glanced at Tim and shrugged. Most of what I've heard of dwarves are clearly third-hand stories passed through many mouths before they end up with us. It's enough to know the local delvers have issues, but not enough for specifics. The northern delvers seem to have the same issues from all I've heard, Ilium said. The other man only shrugged, unbothered. That was before. We're loyal citizens of the Empire now, and Her Imperial Majesty has a strict no-tolerance policy against discrimination. That was the term, right? It is, Tim replied, trying not to make his amused smile too obvious. There you have it. I never thought I'd see the day delvers willingly submit to any political authority like that, Ilium shook his head. No one did, but the last progenitor has returned. Things have changed, he said simply. Besides, it's not like the delvers get nothing out of it, Tyrius chimed in, joining the conversation as well. He kept walking a bit further ahead but turned to look at them. They get good postings in the military and a lot of fuel to their pride, seeing elements of humanity's glory days returning, right friend? Sure, he shrugged again. Tim shook his head, glad the conversation hadn't devolved into more of an argument as this topic came up. The dwarven adventurer looked a bit skeptical, but he clearly decided not to question what they said. What will we encounter on the road? Tim asked instead, changing the subject. Are there many monsters in these parts? Some, though I suspect we won't have too many fights, Ilium answered. We are all quite high level, this isn't the mountains. We might have more trouble with other people. Bandits? He asked. Wouldn't they also consider us too high level to risk attacking? The dwarf shook his head. There are not many bandits this close to the city, although later in our trip it may be more of an issue. According to your proposed itinerary, we will be traveling through some areas where we can expect more trouble. Nothing we shouldn't be able to handle, though. I was mostly considering that some enclaves or cities might not be too friendly and may not want to welcome us into their territory. Tim paused. He had thought about that, of course, but to hear it put so starkly was still a bit surprising. We are an official delegation from the Central European Empire, he said slowly. Forgive the bluntness, Lord Tim, but we have here a group of less than 20 people but 5 different species, humans, elves, dark elves, and a race that hasn't ever been seen here, and a dwarf, I suppose. In that regard, Lord Lucian might not have done you a favor in sending me along, but I suppose one dwarf doesn't make a difference in this matter. And how many people actually know about your home country? Tim glanced at the other adventurer who was also accompanying them, Tony, another of the archmage of the present's original group, who'd been rather quiet so far. He caught his gaze and nodded with an apologetic expression. Their conversation seemed to have attracted the attention of everyone in the group at this point. That's fine, we'll deal with any issues if and when they arise, Tim sighed. I suppose it wouldn't be the worst thing to test people from these lands in combat, if it comes to that. We'll take the opportunity to practice against monsters, too. Everyone seemed to accept that, or even be happy about it. Tim swept his gaze across the group once more, then nodded. He glanced around. They would probably be on the road for a week or so, before they reached the next major city he had planned to visit. From what he'd heard, they should probably be received with at least normal levels of courtesy. From there, it might get worse, and if they were unlucky, they might even get between 2 city-states who were fighting. That didn't seem too rare here, from what he'd heard. Tim glanced north again and shrugged. His Hive Queen had entrusted him with this mission and he would not fail her. He'd fight whoever he had to and kill whoever he had to. It was as simple as that. Chapter 313, Protection. In the first few weeks after the war with the gnomes ended, the Empire seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. It was not very significant to most people, in truth, although there were a few small celebrations for the victory, some organized by those people who wanted to show their loyalty to the Empire, and some springing up spontaneously. Most might not have been very affected by the war, but for the peasantry, not having a war being waged always tended to be good news. If their side had won, so all the better. Some would look forward to the return of their brothers, sons, or husbands from the war front, now hopefully to stay home. Some of those people would be disappointed by their young men wanting to stay in the army and thus being deployed away from home, most likely. But there generally weren't enough men missing to be soldiers that the communities had suffered severely from it economically. Untrained levies had long since been sent home if they'd ever been raised in the first place. It was a good thing, too, since fields needed to be worked this spring. Galatia was glad she didn't need to eat, but she did acknowledge that most people were rightfully concerned about the matter of food. She enjoyed traveling through the Empire at this time. There was something hopeful in the air, a positive atmosphere that was too often missing from the places she went to. She didn't know how long it would last, if the next minor crisis would dissipate it again, so she was going to enjoy it while it lasted. And she did have a purpose instead of just aimlessly wandering through the country. She wanted to check on it, to see how the changes Regina and her hive were causing propagated through the nation, and get a more ground-level view of the situation. She could have stayed in the palace in Sarah and gone through hundreds of reports, If she was able to bear that, but some things you couldn't see as easily in numbers on a page. Or maybe she was just too restless to stay for long in one place, even if it was a palace. Either way, Galatia didn't mind. She knew Regina expected her to go and travel at times, even without giving her prior notice, and there was not really anyone else she would stay for. She got along quite well with June and the members of the Hive, of course, but they weren't close friends. Maybe in time. That was one thing she did have plenty of, and now that she was no longer stuck in a cave, she could spend it how she wanted. Maybe she would get bored of traveling at some point. She'd already decided to roam a little closer to home, so to speak, for the foreseeable future. It wasn't like the Central European Empire didn't offer interesting things to see. At the moment, for example, she was heading through a perfectly normal, average town somewhere on the eastern side of Cernlia, and she could still see the changes that had been taking place. There was a fast-flowing brook beside the town, a bit too small to be called a river or to support anything beyond small boats, but it was enough to power a water wheel. Previously, it had been used simply for the town's mill, to grind flour. Nowadays, a new and slightly more complicated water wheel had been built and another one was under construction. The new one led into a shed built close to the water, a succession of beams and gears reaching into it to power a line of potential mechanisms. Primarily saw blades and some kind of press used in smelting or working metal, Galatia thought, although she'd only caught a short glimpse. The infrastructure was only one part of it, though, and she paid attention to the people, as well. The new road crews hadn't come through here yet, so the streets were mostly packed dirt and sometimes cobblestone. Inside the town, they were only marginally better than outside. It urgently needed a new water distribution and sewage system, too. As a consequence, the smell would have been unpleasant, at least for biological life forms. Galatia didn't care much one way or the other, and the locals tended to be on the dirtier side. Most probably didn't have more than 2 sets of clothes, and mended them whenever they got a new rip. But all that aside, the town was still colorful and lively. A few banners and flower garlands were hung what seemed like randomly around the town, indicating this was probably one place that had had some celebration of winning the war, too. Some enterprising local had sewn a reasonable approximation of the new imperial flag and it was flying from the largest structure in town, probably a guild house or something similar. It didn't seem like there was a noble liege lord living here. The people were clearly busy, occupied with all the tasks that came with spring, but there was a certain cheer to the atmosphere. It wasn't run down and oppressive like she'd sometimes seen during the Civil War in this country. People stopped and talked to each other, smiling and laughing, children ran through the streets with most adults keeping an eye on them, and there had clearly been some recent work done to pretty up the place. Maybe it was because there was new trade coming into the town. The reduced tax burden, if not. It certainly helped that Regina had laid out some new guidelines and Kiera had adapted them into edicts for Cernlia, standardizing some tariffs and taxes that had previously been variable and effectively at the discretion of the local lord. The taxes had been lowered, mostly, to stimulate the economy. Galatia suspected that the nobles in the lower and middle parts of the hierarchy would be the real losers of these reforms, but she also suspected that Regina either didn't care or considered that a feature, not an issue. The taxes to the crown still needed to be paid, with set schedules and requirements, and there was a growing bureaucracy instead of the personal relationships between lord and vassal they might have used to plead for exceptions or delays. She expected that unless a given lord was quick to jump on the opportunities offered by the new technologies and the structural change, they'd find their wealth, and consequently their political power, shrinking rapidly. Even if they did, it would still shift the source of that wealth and power to fit a new paradigm. Considering just how large the wealth gap had been, Galatia didn't much care. Feudalism was very much built on funneling wealth upward, and honestly a bit too similar to the mafia. The promise of protection for submission, a mentality centered around honor and reputation, economic exploitation, ultimately enforced with violence. Peasants had to pay high taxes, perform work for their lord, serve in his army, and got little benefit and less respect for it, even when, like in Cernlia, they weren't legally bound to the land or held in serfdom. Whatever weird form of mercantilism might be the current trend couldn't be much worse, at least. It wouldn't be too much longer until Regina made more active efforts to cut the land-holding nobles out of the chain entirely, Galatia suspected. Either by completely sidelining them or with new reforms, probably targeting property ownership. She might have to use that newly freed-up army to put down revolts if that happens, Galatia thought, absently eyeing the people on the street and checking their system notifications. Then again, if she's successfully fostering nationalism, and their local king or queen are on her side, would people actually follow their lords? Take up arms for them? The thought made her pause for a moment. It was easy to see that such a scenario could get ugly. There wouldn't even need to be foreign interference. Galatia made herself keep walking, picking up the pace, and made a mental note to check on the Nerlian court, in view of what she'd just been considering. They had been pretty quiet since the establishment of the empire. The safe bet was that there were internal power struggles going on. Unlike Cernlia, they'd never listened to their king quite as much or been as unified, even if it felt odd to use that term for Cernlia, too. For now, there actually was a reason Galatia had chosen to come here, instead of picking a town randomly on the map. She left the outskirts of the town behind quickly and then turned down a road to the left. Soon, another structure appeared, a bit of an annex to the town wall, with its own, smaller circular wall. Inside, a 4-story building made mostly of stone was visible. She considered for a moment, then strolled in through the open gate from the town, which no one was guarding. The first impression she had was that the place was empty. It didn't look to be in disrepair, at least no more than the town itself, but there were few signs of life. She decided against pushing open the main door and instead simply went through it, twisting her mana a bit to make herself invisible in the spectrum of visible light. Mages might still feel her presence, but that didn't seem to be an issue. She couldn't sense anyone with decent talent for magic in the building. The main room of the hall was large and airy, clearly laid out for more people than currently occupied it. On one side, there was a line of several counters, like you might see in a lot of businesses. All but one were unoccupied, and the young man at the remaining one was reading a book, propped up against a stack of file folders. Galatia ignored him, stepping in and looking around. This was hardly the first chapter house of the Delvers she'd visited, although it was remarkably empty. She'd expected that it wouldn't be bursting with activity, but it still left her a bit surprised how few people there were. This should be the largest house of its kind in the wider area, only surpassed by the Delvers' main base in western Cernlia. Had everyone here left for that one? Shouldn't there be more people here to protect the locals from monsters, she asked. The clerk jerked upright, swearing loudly, as his book fell over. He blinked. Galatia just looked at him calmly. She'd made herself visible again as she was speaking. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice full of trepidation rather than the bravado one might have expected. "I'm Galatia," she introduced herself. He scrambled to his feet and bowed, although he didn't look particularly surprised. Maybe he had guessed her identity, then. To be fair, her projected body was wearing an old-fashioned military uniform today, which one didn't see much of here. "Welcome, Lady Galatia, how can I help you?" he asked. "Yes, thank you. How about answering my question? Where is everyone?" Now he mostly looked annoyed, not so much at her as the state of affairs she referred to, she thought. "Many of them have left," he said. "Our order was needed for the war, and the headquarters is being built up. We have been consolidating, which means there are less Delvers in places like this." Galatia nodded. "All right, I see. But surely there are still more of you here than this." She gestured to the empty room and the almost as empty building. The man shrugged lightly. "Out on missions," he said laconically. "There have been reports of trouble on the road east. And apparently a new ruin has been found. The surveying for new construction in the south unearthed some stones." Galatia considered it. She knew there wouldn't be many monsters here, it was too far from any hotspots like the Great Forest. That didn't mean there couldn't be other trouble like outlaws, of course. The latter part caught her attention more, though. "A new ruin?" The young Delver shrugged again. "It is unclear how old the ruins are," he said before she could clarify. "But we haven't seen any records of there being buildings in that area, so they might be old." Most of the people here who weren't occupied with something else went to look at it out of curiosity. She nodded. It wasn't unusual for delvers to have the first crack at places like that. It was probably one of the reasons they even kept houses like this open and acted like an adventuring guild much of the time. Of course, very few of such finds were actually ancient in origin. She might as well take a look, though. All right, Galatia repeated. Thank you for the information, I'll be off then. She turned, then paused and looked back at the delver. You should still make sure there are more people available here. Send a demand to the headquarters or the capital, if necessary. Just to be safe. He frowned. Sure, I'll handle it, he said, in a tone that made her wonder if he was being sarcastic. Still, it wasn't really her problem and she'd given him her advice, so Galatia only turned around again and left the building. Once outside, she turned to head south and walked, but after a moment focused on her magic again. Keeping scrying going while you were moving was difficult, but she had a lot of practice, including with more difficult matters. There wasn't much to see, however. Just a bunch of stones carefully being laid free by some delvers with shovels. For all her knowledge, Galatia was not an archaeologist or even an architect, so they didn't mean much to her. She couldn't tell if the site was old enough to predate the cataclysm or not, or from which century it would be. That presumably depended on local conditions, as well. Oh well. She might still go take a gander at it, then teleport to Nerlia. She was planning to head through a few towns similar to this one and take a look around before she went to Nerlia City. The delvers could keep working on this site, she'd make sure to keep tabs on it occasionally, and maybe on other problems that arose. And she might mention the manpower shortage to some people. They were a little too close to Esseman to leave this part of the country unprotected, and since Galatia had no idea when or how soldiers would be deployed to cover it, it couldn't hurt to have delvers there. But I'm still here to have fun, she reminded herself. It wasn't really her job to worry about force projection or garrisoning troops. The Empire had enough people who did that. Maybe she would take a break to go watch the ocean or something. Or seek out Valence or one of the other elementals for a chat. That could be fun. Chapter 314, Vacation. The sunrise was beautiful out here. It painted the eastern horizon in shades of red, orange and yellow, and since the terrain was relatively flat, it wasn't obstructed by anything. Watching the sun slowly rise over the plains was a memorable sight. The open balcony allowed her to feel the cool morning breath and the smell of the world just waking up, a hint of rain from yesterday still making the air feel fresh. Arms snaked around her, and she stiffened slightly on reflex before she relaxed into the embrace. Turning her head, her girlfriend's eyes sparkled at her. Enjoying the view? I was, but the view in this direction is just as beautiful, she answered with a grin. Kiera smiled at her, pulling her tighter against her chest for a moment before letting go. Then I have the perfect view from where I'm standing. She raked her gaze briefly across Janice's form, then frowned slightly. Aren't you cold, however? Janice shrugged and shook her head. She didn't often make a point of it, but she suspected her tolerance for cold temperatures was slightly higher than an average human's from this region. It's not that cold, yesterday was pretty balmy, and it looks like today's going to be very sunny, she replied instead. You're only wearing a nightshirt that doesn't even cover your arms, Kiera pointed out. Please, put on a robe. Janice resisted the urge to roll her eyes. A part of her wondered if Kiera was afraid of them being seen and wanted her to cover up because of that, but it didn't seem like it or she wouldn't have hugged her like this. Fine. She stepped through the balcony door into their bedroom. Technically Kiera's assigned room, but Janice hadn't even bothered setting foot in hers. There were no nosy people around who might make trouble because of it, one of the things both of them had wanted to ensure. She opened the chest of her clothes that some war drones had carried in yesterday and took out the first robe she saw. Luckily, she could get away with wearing traditional mage's clothing here without having to make it fancy. After quickly throwing it on and running a comb through her hair, she joined Kiera on the balcony again. This time, as she stepped up beside her, Kiera wound an arm around her waist and pulled her to her side. Janice smiled and shifted so she could lay her head on her shoulder. It was a bit awkward since they were close to the same height, but still nice. They watched the sunrise in silence for a moment. This feels nice, Kiera sighed after a minute. Janice smiled. So it turns out you get clingy after sex, I should have guessed. That remarks caused a sharp elbow to jab her in the ribs. I do not. Sure, she drew out the vowel. Don't worry, I guess I'll just make sure to provide you with plenty of cuddles this evening. Kiera withdrew a bit to look up into her face, giving her a look. Awfully bold of you to assume there will be a repeat performance after a remark like that. It'll be fine, my girlfriend is kind and forgiving. That made Kiera laugh, which made Janice's chest feel slightly tighter in a warm way. I suppose I am. She turned a bit and leaned against her again. I am glad you're allowing yourself to be this touchy, Janice said quietly after a moment. It is indeed nice. She felt Kiera sigh. I really needed to relax, I think, she said. The expectations and pressure at court can be stifling. It's nice to be with you away from it all. I get that, Janice agreed. This is basically a vacation. It's why we're away from the court or the center of the hive, right? Kiera hummed. So, not to question you or anything, but this time. I shielded us entirely, Janice assured her. Don't worry about it. Good. As much as I respect Regina, I truly don't need her to know details like this. Or the drones. Yeah, believe me, we're all happier this way. Janice smiled against the strands of Kiera's hair tickling her nose. They were close to the northern border of Cernlia, as well as a bit further east than the capital. It wasn't far enough to challenge the range of the psychic link, but Janice fancied she still felt a difference. It was a bit weird to be far away from other members of the hive, at least sapient drones. She had taken along some swarm drones for protection. But having privacy with Kiera was good. They would have to take advantage of it. Of course, they weren't here just to have fun and take a vacation. Officially, this was part of a continuation of Kiera's tour through her kingdom. They were currently in what would probably be one of the furthest locations of her route, though, and Janice didn't really intend to accompany her through all the rest of it. Depending on if there were issues with local nobles or if any other problems cropped up, it could take weeks, maybe even months. Kiera had already interrupted her tour for the negotiations with the gnomes and then returned to the capital for a while, though, so she was determined to finish it now. We should probably get ready and get to work, Kiera said with a slight sigh, her thoughts clearly following the same path as Janice. She nodded, then reluctantly lowered her arms and turned to head back into their room, not that she had much to get ready. Their current location was a bit of a sleepy town, nested beautifully between some hills, fields, and a river sparkling in the sunlight. She frankly didn't care enough about the local noble, some earl or other, to bother with looking very regal. From the briefing she'd sat through and what Kiera had said, he wasn't important, anyway. We're close to Esseman here, Kiera mentioned as she sat down to braid her hair and put on simple earrings. Janice responded distractedly, checking the room and the building outside it again with her magical senses to ensure she hadn't overlooked anything. There was no one too close. Do you think there'll be trouble? Kiera paused for a moment. I don't know, she finally said. I imagine they might be a little concerned to learn that both of us are here. But the Essemen have been rather quiet recently. I rather doubt they're going to launch an unprovoked attack across the border just because we have come a little closer than usual. Janice snorted. They should know Regina would burn down their country around their ears to get us back, and we're not exactly easy targets. I wasn't thinking about that. But we are also closer if some people want to talk to you without traveling all the way to the capital. Or to you, Imperial Crown Princess, Kiera pointed out. She shrugged. Let's just go see what the locals have to say before we start speculating, all right? Janice smiled and offered her arm, waiting until Kiera had placed her hand on it. Then she adjusted it until she had hooked her elbow, instead of just escorting her with a chaste touch on the arm. Kiera gave her a look and Janice only smiled. Without further ado, they left the room and made their way down the manse they were staying at. Due more to the nice location than any political imperatives, Kiera had decided to remain here for several days instead of moving on right away, and Janice had agreed. Not that her input was really required, she was mostly just along for the ride while Kiera actually planned her tour. As they stepped out from the side wing containing their bedrooms to the bottom level of the building, Kiera disentangled their arms and Janice regretfully let her go. She knew why her girlfriend insisted on maintaining a halfway proper distance in public, even if it still rankled a bit. Then again, they'd probably invite a lot of trouble if their relationship was public even if they hadn't both been women, so maybe it was just as well, this way. And they didn't have to pretend around the Hive or their family and close friends, that was already something to be thankful for. Breakfast first, she asked lightly. Kiera nodded and they turned towards the dining room. As usual, Kiera wanted to eat with the members of their escort, in a slightly less formal setting. Janice made a point of pulling out her chair for her as they arrived before sitting down beside her girlfriend, giving a distracted nod in response to the bows from everyone else. There were only a few people present. Kiera had only taken a handful of courtiers and a few knights. The local noble wasn't here despite his queen coming to visit, so it was rather relaxed right now. "Are there any news of import?" Kiera asked as she spread some butter on a slice of bread. Lady Margaret shook her head. Her gaze was drifting from Janice to Kiera and back, and Janice wondered for a moment what she was making of it. But she knew Kiera's friend wouldn't say anything. "Nothing of critical importance from the capital, Your Majesty," she answered. "There have been some updates regarding the settlement of the soldiers," another man cut in. Janice didn't know Baron Theron well, although she knew he was loyal. "However, there are also news from closer to us, Your Majesty." "The Essemen?" "In a manner of speaking. We have been alerted that delvers from Essemen are going across the border and appear to be traveling here. They should arrive soon. At least, some appear to be from Essemen, but there is a second group from the northern lands, as well." Kiera frowned. "Why weren't we alerted before now?" Janice glanced around and checked the psychic link. Now that she knew what to look for, it didn't take long to see the delvers, mostly riding horses on the road leading to the town. Several winged drones were flying high above them to keep a discreet eye on them. Someone must have set them to the task, though her quick look with the psychic link didn't tell her who. She'd have to ask around, but instead focused on the conversation right now. "We received word in the middle of the night, my queen," Sir Willard answered evenly. Sir Alf used one of the war drones in the assigned escort to convey the message. "I decided that it was not urgent enough to disturb your or the Crown Princess sleep. We were just about to send someone up to tell you if you hadn't shown up," Margaret added with the hint of a smirk. Janice gave her a look, but didn't comment. She supposed she should be grateful they had waited to send someone to wake them. However much the people in this room might know or suspect about their relationship, finding her in Kiera's bed would have still been hard to explain away, a bit too much for plausible deniability. Plus, it would have ruined their morning, and they hadn't exactly slept in very late, anyway. From what she could see, there wasn't any particular hurry. They finished breakfast without talking much, except for a few light remarks and meaningless chatter. Janice felt her thoughts drifting back to the psychic link. She checked her surroundings regularly out of habit, and kept note of all the drones' positions around her all the time. Kiera glanced at her, then pushed back her chair and stood up. "We should get ready to meet our visitors." "A word, Princess Janice?" "Of course." Janice stood as well, nodded at the others, and let Kiera lead her from the room. "Are you all right?" Kiera asked as soon as the door closed behind them, leaving them alone in the hallway. "You were rather quiet." "Sure." Janice ran a hand through her hair. "I guess it feels a bit like our nice vacation got cut short, but that's stupid. I know we're here on business." Kiera's eyes darkened a bit. "I think you might be more in need of a vacation than me," she commented. "You worked hard and won a war for the Empire. You should have received more praise for your deeds than you did." "Don't worry about that," Janice scoffed. "Regina offered to hold a large ceremony in my honor, but I declined. I just wanted to forget about war and fighting for a bit. I think she's still got some things planned for our return, though." She turned to go and paused as she caught Kiera's gaze. What? Nothing. How did you sleep? Good. Better than expected, actually. Kiera tilted her head. Were you expecting a nightmare? You have been having some, have you not? She hesitated for a moment. Yes, Janice admitted. More nights than not recently. She knew Kiera had noticed, there was no point trying to hide it. I had nightmares as well after the Civil War, even if I didn't fight as much as you did, Kiera admitted, her gaze lowering to her hands. It can take us a while to leave the fighting behind. There's no shame in needing or wanting a bit of support in that time. So my mother kept saying, anyhow. And to be fair, spending time with her and Robin helped me get used to all the changes. I know. Janice took her hand, then tugged her down the corridor. Come on, let's get going. They walked a few steps together before Janice spoke up again. It felt a little uncomfortable to address this topic, but she did want to tell Kiera about it. I have been talking about it, or maybe seeking support, I suppose. Not that it was on my own initiative, the drones kind of made me. She shrugged and smiled a little. Actually, Regina wanted to do it herself, but Galatia reminded her that it's better for the person talking to the person in question, not patient. She wasn't ill, not to be very close with them. So instead I've been talking to, she decided not to use her name, one of the keepers, one who spent a lot of time with humans. Oh? Has it helped? I suppose so? She can get what I'm feeling over the psychic link even when I'm having trouble putting it into words, or point out what I might have missed. Janice shrugged. I don't think drones really get issues like this, mental illness, but she wasn't suffering from any, she'd simply seen a few potentially traumatic things, at least not the way humans do. For that matter, I'm demi-human myself, so for all I know my reactions are different, anyway. Still, it's nice to talk to someone. Good. Kiera squeezed her hand briefly, but seemed to decide that was all she needed to say about it. They walked the remaining few meters in silence. Janice reluctantly released her hand as they stepped through the main doors into the yard. She paused, glancing to the side, where several swarm drones were gathering. Then she turned her focus to the psychic link. After a few seconds of looking through it and checking through various drones' eyes, she laughed. What's the matter? Kiera asked. They're not actually coming to see us. Janice shook her head. They were on this road, sure, but probably just because it leads deeper into Cernlia. There's a crossing a few hundred meters outside of the town, and they just took the road leading south, bypassing the town. Kiera blinked, then rolled her eyes. We might have guessed. Of course they might not have heard we were here, yet. Our route is hardly widely publicized and we haven't been here for long, certainly not enough for most people across the border to hear of it. Janice nodded, a bit distracted as she was still watching the group. I wonder if these are the only Delvers heading to the Imperial capital, she mused. Either way, it's probably better that they talk to the loyal Delvers first. Let's just let them go on their way. Kiera nodded, then reached out to grasp Janice's hand again, entwining their fingers. It seems our schedule has suddenly opened up, she noted. Maybe we can practice our magic together? Janice smiled and, after quickly glancing around to make sure no one would see, leaned forward to kiss her girlfriend quickly. I'll conjure you whatever you want, she promised. Kiera smiled back, her eyes shining again. That's not what I meant, but who am I to turn down such a gallant offer? Janice chuckled and started to pull her to the improvised training yard. She was already considering whether a golden necklace or earrings would look better. Chapter 315, Rapprochement. Madras raised her head, then got up from where she'd been sitting on the floor, to meditate. She quickly checked her appearance, before passing out of the door of her bedroom. The house was quiet, and her feet barely made any noise on the wooden floors. Mistress? Armin called. She frowned reflexively. He didn't call her that often at all. It would have been a bit formal even if they'd been among dark elves, let alone here in Sarah. Clearly he was making a point now. I'm here, she said calmly. I'll see you in the parlor. She hurried and made it to the indicated room, just as Armin showed in their guests. Having been able to sense their minds, she wasn't surprised to see Ichmes with a few companions entering. As Armin showed them in, he lingered in the doorway, cocking his head in a silent question. She nodded and jerked her chin slightly inside the room. He closed the door softly before padding over to stand by the side of her chair. So that was it, he is showing he knows proper manners. It is good to see you, Ichmes, Madras greeted her, cocking an eyebrow slightly. I wasn't expecting your visit, so excuse the wait, but it is always a pleasure. Inces inclined her head. I apologize for dropping by unannounced, Madras. Her gaze moved to the lone human in the room. It is also a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Armin. I am not a knight, he replied amusedly. But the sentiment is returned, Mistress Allerin. Thank you. You're certainly very polite. She turned to face Madras again. How did you meet each other, Madras? Oh, we've known each other for quite some time, she answered, avoiding specifics and leaving the unsaid how did you come to adopt him into your house, unanswered. Madras wished she had something to occupy her hands with, even a wineglass would do. Instead, she just pretended to be interested in the decorations of the room, even if the tapestry hanging on the opposite wall and depicting a hunting scene was rather boring. Regina had offered her to stay in the palace, hopefully with Kiera's permission, but she'd declined. She preferred to have her own space. So instead, Madras had bought a small house. At least small compared to most of the noble townhouses in the city, it was still decently large. She'd been living among humans for a while now and consistently earned more than she spent, so she had the money for it. Although she still wasn't entirely sure what had even possessed her to want to buy a house in Sarah. Then you must have seen him grow up, considering human lifespans, how exciting. Madras raised her head and finally locked eyes with Ichmes, giving her an unimpressed look. She knew the other woman wasn't a xenophobe or prejudiced. She was also too socially savvy to say something borderline offensive by accident. That meant that she was just trying to push her buttons, presumably. It almost made her nostalgic to see this side of Ichmes. The other girl had always been nice and personable when she wanted to be, which was most of the time. She really was a diplomat at heart. But she also sometimes liked to prod at people, to rile them up or watch their reactions. Indeed, she said drily, deciding not to engage. We first met when I was around 10, I recall, Armin said. When she looked at him, he caught her gaze and gave her a what look. Madras shrugged slightly. You already knew you wanted to become a delver, as I recall, she reminisced. Kids at that age always want to take after their parents, he replied with a smile, and you know what my dad was like. Madras smiled as well. Yes, I did. Of course she knew his father. He had been not just a valued party member, but actually the first one she had adopted into house, a joke and a bit of paperwork, Yelaven. Of course, that was something she didn't necessarily want to reveal to Ichmes if it didn't need to come up. But you didn't come here to hear us reminisce about childhood stories, she said, turning to her visitor. Then she flicked her gaze across the two other dark elves accompanying her, who'd taken positions behind Ince's chair and stayed silent so far. She didn't recognize them, although the system gave their names as both being from houses she knew had been allied with House Allerin and probably still were. Neither of them was above level 50, so she could dismiss them as threats. True, although perhaps I could share some stories about a younger Madras, Ichmes agreed with a playful smile. Then her expression turned more serious, and she sat up a bit straighter. I originally came to talk to you about the Delvers. I wanted to ask your opinions. You couldn't have given me notice beforehand, she grumbled. What if I was out? I was afraid you would be out if I told you I was coming, Ichmes said calmly. You have been avoiding me, Madras. Madras bristled slightly, but quickly let go of the irritation. After all, Ichmes wasn't wrong. I simply didn't see much reason to go wherever you've been mingling, she said. Besides, I was busy. Ichmes gave her an unimpressed look. And you couldn't have met with me to catch up on old times at some point? It's been months, Madras. Madras sighed. Usually she would have slumped into her chair, but seeing Ichmes brought back memories and she found herself automatically holding a straight, proper and confident posture. Fine, she said. I apologize. After how we last parted, I wasn't sure you wanted to see much of me. Or that it would be a good idea. Of course I wanted to see you, sister, Ignis said, her tone going a bit softer, her fingers tightening in her lap. Madras looked down for a moment. Former sister, not yours anymore, she'd told herself that so many times that hearing the word from Ignis now was jarring. Alright, she said, her gaze rising to meet Ignis again. When she did, the other woman raised her right eyebrow slightly, jerking her head to the side minutely and then stared straight into her eyes. Of course Madras recognized what she wanted. And so, she quickly reached out and formed a light mental connection to press up against Ignis' mental shields, which she lowered enough to allow the bridge. Apparently, she would rather talk in private and didn't trust, or at least didn't want her companions to overhear the exchange. If I recall, you said you never wanted to see me again, Madras said bluntly. I disappointed you quite a bit. Ignis sighed without showing any sign of it on her face. Emotions were high, and I think we both said things we regret. Or didn't you call me a coward? Madras suppressed a grimace. I did, and I do regret that. I know you didn't understand my decisions, but I should not have begrudged yours. You built a life for yourself in the eternal dark, and outside. I can see that. I did, Ignis replied with a bit of satisfaction in her mental voice. But it seems you did well for yourself, too. I don't regret leaving, Madras agreed. But it seems like you got quite a sweet deal, as my student might say. You keep a home in the underground and still manage to travel quite a lot on the surface. Not as freely as you, I imagine. I still have to go where I am sent and defend our interests. That said, I do like my job. Madras smiled at her, ignoring the slightly questioning look from Armin at their apparent silence. He could probably guess what was happening, anyway. She'd expected more recriminations in their private chat, but it looked like both of them wanted to get over their issues and talk again. Not that there weren't still issues, of course. Madras had been young, restless, and disappointed. Ignis' refusal to even consider going with her, her calling Madras reckless and ungrateful, had stung. She'd argued that she could protect Ignis, but that really hadn't been the issue. With some distance and perhaps a bit more maturity, she could see her expectations had been unrealistic. Not that she would ever quite agree with her stance on politics, she suspected. Then we're good? She asked. Ignis smiled a little as well. We are, she said. Then she broke eye contact at last, glancing at her companions, who remained stoically silent, and back at her. I was disappointed, she admitted. From what Madras could sense through their tentative mental connection, she had probably considered this for a long time. You could have been a real force for change in the eternal dark, she said, her mental voice deliberately soft. A unifying force, even, perhaps. Like your student here. And instead you left. You left me. Ignis remained silent for a moment, then lowered her shields a bit more to let Madras a bit further inside. She projected some reassurance and understanding, and in return briefly basked in the warmth Ignis showed her. You might overestimate me, she said. Perhaps I could have done something, or perhaps I would have ended up shanked in a side tunnel a few years in. They came close a few times. And even if I'd stayed, a single person can only do so much, Ignis, that's something I've come to realize. The key would be in changing minds and hearts, but not with psychic abilities. I'm not sure I am up for that. And I already lost my entire house, sister. I understand what you mean, truly I do, but I didn't feel obligated to give the eternal dark more than I already had. I still don't. That's fair, Ignis replied with a mental sigh. You have to live for yourself. I understand now. I was young and impulsive, too, even if I didn't think I was. You're still young, Madras teased her. And probably impulsive. Very funny, Ignis grumbled back. It's not like you didn't come here on a whim. Madras let that accusation pass without comment. You did come here to talk about something else, too, though, she pointed out. Perhaps we should move this conversation to the physical world. I'd love to talk to you again soon, though. Maybe you can visit tomorrow? I'd love to, she smiled mentally, then seamlessly continued out loud. I assume you have kept in touch with the other Delvers? I did, Madras agreed, pleased that Ichnes was acknowledging her decision with that choice of words. More Delvers are coming to Sarah, as I'm sure you noticed. Some of them even from further afield than expected. She gave Armin a mental nudge, so he finally sat down in a chair beside her. As if they were waiting for that signal, Ichnes' companions visibly relaxed and, after exchanging a short glance with her, sat down as well. So I've heard, Ichnes agreed. Even your enemies, aren't they? Armin snorted lightly. There may be political tension between the Essemen and the Empire, but that doesn't make the local Delvers our enemies, Mistress Allerin. Ichnes inclined her head, wordlessly conceding the point. Does that mean they were representative of their local chapter? Madras considered for a moment how much to tell her. But she did trust Ichnes, and she also didn't think she was her only contact among the Delvers. She would hear these details soon enough, most likely. Some factions of it, she said. Unfortunately, the Order in Essemen and its neighboring lands is quite divided. They are uncertain what to do about Regina and the actions of the Delvers in Cernlia and Nerlia. Some of them believe us, some think we're lying about her identity and what it means. And some just want to find out more information before they decide, Armin added. Madras inclined her head. True. That is why Gwen and her compatriots are showing them around. I see. Ichnes frowned lightly. But if there is such a shift, wouldn't the more reticent Essemen Delvers be an issue? I know the Order is generally disinclined to get involved in politics or push nationalist agendas, but surely some of them feel more connection to their homeland? Madras shook her head. Perhaps in a more secular country, but Essemen is not one that fosters loyalty in Delvers, she responded, trying to put it diplomatically rather than simply say Ichnes didn't know enough. I doubt it will be a problem. Even if some of them are skeptical, it would take immense pressure for them to fight against us alongside the Essemen army when they know they would face other Delvers. I understand, Ichnes nodded. I have been told that the Essemen are rather religious, and their political system seems to place value on it. Thank you for answering my concerns. Anytime, sister. The conversation was calmer and more mellow after that, since Ichnes had clearly got the information she had come for. Madras found it a bit hard to pay attention to the niceties exchanged, as her mind kept circling back to the psychic conversation they'd just had. Not that they only spoke about meaningless matters, of course. They also took the chance to catch up on information from home. The Delver chapter Armin, and Madras herself, she supposed, came from and her home in the Eternal Dark were considerably closer together than either were to the Empire. I could arrange to have messages carried home for you, Madras finally offered. We do have some contact with the chapter house, it wouldn't be too difficult to arrange for a message to be passed to the Dark Elves. There is at least one ongoing cooperation, as I recall. Ichnes smiled gratefully. I would appreciate that, sister. I have a few ideas of my own on how to establish more convenient lines of communication. But we should speak more of that tomorrow. It is getting late and I have already occupied enough of your time without invitation. Madras wanted to protest, but honestly, she would feel better talking to Ichnes in private, and she did have a meeting planned for later that evening. So she only smiled, agreed, and stood up to escort her visitors to the door. Their goodbyes were brief, thankfully. Inces caught her gaze again and gave her a warm smile, which Madras returned automatically. Before she could second-guess the impulse, she laid a hand on her shoulder and gave her a gentle squeeze. Then the other Dark Elves turned to leave. Madras exhaled and retreated back inside the house with Armin. She paused and considered him briefly. Perhaps I could, but no, that's too rash, I should just talk to Ichnes. So, Armin drew out the word, I presume she is the half-sister you mentioned, then? Madras cleared her throat. I didn't mention Ichnes' name previously? Not that I remember. He shook his head. It's good you at least talked to her. If you're sisters, well, family is important. We're barely considered family, she reminded him. I know I told you about Dark Elf social costumes. We are matriarchal, and Ichnes and I only share a father. That's worth much less than children born from the same mother. He regarded her thoughtfully. She's still your only family. Yes. By blood, anyway. Madras sighed, staying silent for a minute as they walked back inside the house. In hindsight, losing my father to House Alleran might have marked the start of the downfall of my house, not that I knew it at the time. Obviously. I was just a child. Later, I resented him for it at times. But not her? No, never Ichmes. She smiled fondly, choosing to focus on the nostalgia. I can understand why you did. It must have put your family in an awkward position. He wasn't stolen, was he? No, only metaphorically. Madras laughed again, and this time she couldn't quite keep the bitterness out of it. He chose to go. There were some hurt feelings at first, but the houses came to a settlement. She shook her head. I shouldn't have resented it. I knew my mother didn't treat him all that well. I should have simply been happy that he was happier with them. You were just a kid. Armin shrugged. And it gave you a place to go, didn't it? I suppose. It brought me closer to Ichmes. Even if it was brief, until I ruined things. Your relationship didn't look ruined to me, Armin pointed out, nudging her shoulder. Madras smiled again and dodged around him. Thank you. Let's hope we can repair what is damaged. If the Delvers, the Empire, and perhaps the Dark Elves all find themselves drifting closer, it may yet be important. Armin looked at her steadily. We should resume our language lessons. If you like, Armin. She turned and grabbed her coat telekinetically. Now if you'll excuse me, I should get going. Although she knew her full attention wouldn't be on her engagements tonight. Interlude, cooperation. Niklos of Twills knew he had gotten quite lucky. Every time he looked around, the high spires of the city of Leberg reminded him of that. At first, when he had first come to the city, it had felt incredible to him that people could make buildings that high, build cities that stretched on for leagues and leagues and housed what felt like all the humans in the world. Which was a ridiculous thought, of course. Even then he'd known the world was much bigger than he knew. He'd known classes and skills could do incredible things, but in his home village of Twills, they rarely got anyone above level 30. By now he'd also heard that most of these buildings had been constructed without the use of special skills at all, but he still wasn't sure he believed that. Either way, he counted himself lucky to be able to see it. He'd traveled farther than most boys from the countryside ever got, except maybe if they were drafted for war. Thank the gods that wasn't a problem. Anyway, he'd gotten caught poaching in the Lord's forest and been forced out. He could have perhaps stayed in his village short a hand, but that wasn't an option he'd take. Still, he supposed he'd accomplished his goal when he set out on that ill-fated hunting trip, in a funny way. The spring and summer that year had been wet and miserable, and the crops had started to fail before anyone could do anything. They tried their best, but sometimes there was just no helping the rot. The harvest had been small, and with his family having to give a tenth of each to the temples and a tenth to their lord, in addition to the labor he owed some days so he couldn't help on the fields then, it didn't leave them enough. He didn't want his younger brother to starve, and in his darker moments he'd thought that at least if he was eaten by some bear or caught, his family would have one less mouth to feed. Which they did now. And he'd gotten regular meals since then, even as an indentured servant. He'd now met several foreigners who expressed distaste at the practice, and although Niklos understood, how couldn't he? It was him suffering this fate, wasn't it? Sometimes he was also grateful it wasn't worse. This wasn't slavery. Lion Jen had long banned that practice. He couldn't just be killed without anyone taking notice, and he still had certain rights. They didn't send indentures to houses of ill repute or have them be mages' test subjects. Well, maybe the very worst criminals, he wasn't sure about that. And since he was a valuable worker now, an asset, he got enough food and sleep so he could continue to work well. Besides, things had improved even more with his recent assignment. His indenture was originally held by his lord, since it was him he'd stolen from, or tried to, more like. That made sense even if he didn't like it. But the lord hadn't wanted another servant, he'd wanted money, so he'd sold Niklos' contract, which was what brought him to Leberg. And the city's Lord Mayor always needed more workers, apparently. The conditions hadn't been bad. Since Niklos didn't know much of any trade besides farming, he'd been assigned to hard labor. It was backbreaking work, but really not that different from what he'd been doing anyway. Just not on his father's farm or in his village anymore. And Niklos had been told he was smart, and he'd tried to learn everything he could. He knew he needed to adapt to city life, so he hung on to the more experienced servants, those who'd gotten a little bit of an education, and he tried to teach himself new words and to talk like them and to learn directions and manners and timekeeping. Eventually, his efforts must have been noticed. So he supposed anyway. It wasn't like anyone explained things to an indentured servant like him, if that anyone was better off folk. He'd kept track of time as best he could, and he knew he still had a few years left on his indenture, but he'd been making plans. Some admittedly more fanciful than others. He knew he was already pretty old to not only be unmarried but not even have a girl he wanted to marry, and he did want to have a wife at some point. But most of his thoughts were more practical than imagining the pretty girl he'd fall for. He would make use of the skills he'd learned. Free servants could have a quite good life if they had a kind master. Like he did right now, he supposed, his current master was rather kind. Niklos, he called as he went to see him that evening. You leveled up, congratulations. Thank you, my lord, Niklos answered, bowing his head. He still felt a stab of pride to be acknowledged. Being a level 19 laborer wasn't much of an achievement, but he was getting quite close to his class evolution. He was hoping for a more specialized class. It was part of why he was grateful to have his current duties. We'll need to talk about potential successor classes, but not this evening, I don't have time, Lord John continued. Help me with that jacket, will you? Niklos nodded and got to work straightening out his lord's clothes and doing up buttons, then made sure the cufflinks he had chosen sat correctly. He focused intently on his work, aware of his inexperience. The master's usual valet, Leon, had gotten sick and so he'd stepped us as his replacement. He didn't want to waste this opportunity. Working at a noble's household, even one in irregular conditions, was good. Sometimes hard work, of course, but still better than most anything else. And gaining new experience and skills was always great, too. You're looking fine today, my lord, he complimented him as he stepped back. It was even true. Is there a special occasion? He'd quickly learned that questions like that were rather safe. When he'd first arrived in this household, people had told him, quietly, of course, that Lord John Cern was a bit of an idiot and a blowhard, and honestly, they weren't wrong. But he wasn't generally cruel and seemed to regard himself as a benevolent lord, which he acted on in an absent-minded and haphazard manner. He'd had servants beaten at least twice for disrespect or other offenses, so there was clearly a limit to it, but he'd also made sure they all had nice, clean clothes. Although that might be more of an appearances thing. And he apparently didn't oversee the accounts closely, which the housekeeper appreciated. Now, he preened a little in front of the mirror hung on the wall, although it wasn't quite high quality enough not to include any distortions. There's not truly a special occasion, I suppose I just wanted to look my best today. Niklos nodded. That's very understandable, sir. People think I've lost relevance and am just moldering around here, but I'm not. I'm talking to the mayor and the council of priests. They want my input. Niklos smiled. Sometimes Lord Cern could get chatty, and he always appreciated it, although he tried not to look too curious for his own good. He knew the Lord's situation was unusual, although he wasn't sure exactly how. Lordly politics was a bit above his understanding. But Lord Cern was some kind of exile from Cernlia, fleeing from its recent civil war, probably. He was presumably an enemy of the new empire there. And the rulers of the new Western Confederation, whoever that truly meant in the end, Niklos only had a vague understanding of its structure, had taken him in. And Niklos guessed most of the other servants, like him, had been provided to Lord John to live in accordance with his station. So he must be some kind of important. He certainly seemed to think he was. Of course, sir. You're the Lord Cern, he agreed. It would be impossible to spend a day in the master's household and not pick up on his pride in his name. That I am, Niklos. Lord John laughed, although it sounded slightly forced toward the end. He turned his head slightly to look at the desk in the study through the open door. That I am, he repeated more softly, almost sighing. And I'll always be, whatever she thinks. Milord? Niklos asked before he could think better of it. Cern faced him again, his face more serious than usual. Can you read, Niklos? He asked after a moment. Niklos blinked in confusion, but quickly regained his composure. A little, milord. Then I suppose I can just leave the letter where it is, the Lord said with a smile. His expression was a lot harder to read right now. Then he shook his head. You see, my cousin wrote to me, which is why I am rather wroth at the moment. Your cousin? You do not have a good relationship, milord? Niklos ventured. He was starting to think Lord Cern just wanted to talk to someone about this letter, but Niklos himself was curious, too. You could say that, he snorted. She ran off to join the Delvers as a girl, but now she's suddenly interested in our name and title. He was snarling now. She told me to come back, that I would receive mercy if I just turned myself in, as if the harlot knows what she's talking about. And then she says that she is going to take over the house and the title if I don't come back. What nonsense. As if I'm some disinherited outlaw instead of the lord she owes her allegiance to. And these bitches in Cernlia might actually do it. He shook his head. It's just a ploy to get me back, Niklos. They just want me under their thumb again. Well, I'm not falling for it. Niklos swallowed. Suddenly he felt as if he might have bitten off a bit more than was wise. Of course, milord. And surely it's not her decision to make, milord, he ventured cautiously. He didn't know much about courtly matters, but he thought a title could only be granted by the liege lord or maybe just the king. It's up to the king of Cernlia, or the queen I suppose, isn't it? The queen. Bah. Cern snorted again. I should be ruling Cernlia, not that bitch. At least Kiera's father knew my worth. And she had to go and depose him. Can you imagine the ungratefulness? The dishonor? No wonder she crawled under that monster blood skirt, the little pretender. Niklos suspected he was paling slightly. This was getting quite heated. He only had a vague notion of what Lord Cern was talking about, but his words were enough to be fervently thankful that they weren't in Cernlia and that no one in Liongen was likely to care about slander or treason against its crown. Deplorable, milord, he muttered. One of his better words if he did say so himself. Isn't it just? Cern agreed. He looked a bit cheered up to get his response, or maybe just to have talked about it. Well, I should get going. Don't want to miss my meeting. With the Lord Mayor, sir? Indeed. He smiled again. I'd take you along, but I don't think you're supposed to bring servants. It's going to be a bigger meeting, some of the high priests will be there and some of the delegates from the other Confederation nations. We're going to discuss the construction of the new temple and whatever else comes up. Niklos nodded. Very important, milord. It's good that you were invited. They'll want your opinion on Cernlia, won't they? After all, you're the expert, he offered more hesitantly. Lord Cern didn't seem to see anything wrong with his words, he just nodded again. Most likely, yes. They have been asking for my opinion on this empire business. Although just between the two of us, they don't truly need it. I've been mostly cut off from any contacts back home and they have ways of getting information. Still, my perspective is clearly valuable. Niklos had the sudden thought that it may not have been as valuable as his lord thought and they simply wanted to give him the impression that they valued him, but shoved that thought aside. It really wasn't his business. He was just happy Lord Cern was in a good mood again. Besides, what did he know about Cernlia or the Central European Empire? It seemed to have simply materialized out of nothing one day, the news that the Cernlian War had ended followed by the founding of this new country. Which, to be fair, wasn't too different from how the founding of the Western Confederation had gone. They'd just been told their country, Liongen, was now a part of it. At the time, most people had thought it wouldn't make much difference for them, and he supposed they weren't wrong. Although things had changed just a little, and mostly for the better. He would never have reached the city on his own even if he'd wanted to, because peasants were bound to the land. He wouldn't have been able to leave without permission. But there were rumors the law was soon going to change. And the tariffs to other members of the Confederation had been decreased, which allowed more goods into the city and lowered prices. At least that was what he'd heard. Niklos wasn't a merchant, but he'd been told the prices at the markets used to be higher, especially for imported goods, which apparently meant a lot of metalwork, ceramic, some fabrics and more expensive things. None of which really concerned him. Lisa had also said that the tariffs to or from Nerlia would get really high soon enough, but he didn't know if that was true. And they definitely had more foreigners in the city than just a year ago, although, unlike some, Niklos didn't have any problems with that. Well, Lord Cern continued, ripping him from these thoughts, I'll be off. You know what, you can throw that letter into the fireplace. Fire's gone out, so you'll have to stoke it first. It's the one on top of the desk in the middle, can't miss it. It's the only letter I got recently, anyway. His expression visibly darkened at the thought, but he quickly shook it off. Of course, my lord, I'll take care of it. Good man. Cern clapped him on the shoulder in passing, then was quickly out the door. Niklos closed it behind him and listened for his steps moving out through the corridor, more out of habit than anything, before he turned to the study. The letter was easy to find, although it wasn't the only paper on the desk. Niklos hesitated for a moment, then he craned his neck to try and find out what the rest were. Unfortunately, while he knew his letters, his reading still wasn't very good, and he had trouble with many of the words in them. After a minute or so, he gave up in frustration. It clearly wasn't anything that concerned him, maybe some kind of bookkeeping? He turned his attention to the letter and picked it up, then hesitantly opened it and read the words. He figured his lord had half given him permission anyway. This letter also had some words he was having trouble with, and trying to sound them out, it was hard to get most of them right. He understood enough to get the general content of the letter, at least with the help of what Lord Cern had told him about it. It didn't seem to be written the way people really spoke, but what did he know? Still, it seemed to be basically what Lord Cern had said. This cousin, a Gwen Cern, didn't sound like a very nice lady, but maybe he was missing some nuance. He definitely didn't know anything about their relationship. Shrugging, Niklos picked the letter up and turned to the fireplace, quickly fetching some logs to put in and then starting the fire with the flint and steel kept nearby for that purpose. He carefully blew on it a few times, making sure the tinder caught, then stoked it a bit, shifting the logs to ensure there was a real fire. When Lord Cern got back, his room should be nice and warm. He also figured Lord John would prefer him to burn the letter here rather than in the fireplace downstairs where anyone might stumble on it. It would be good gossip material, but he still wasn't sure if he should tell any of the other servants anything of this conversation. Finally, Niklos threw the paper in and watched the flames eating at the edges for a bit, before he made himself turn and leave. There still was work to do. For the next half hour or so, he managed to put it entirely out of his mind. The housekeeper wasn't particularly pleased that he'd been gone so long, and quickly set him to work again, although she did accept his explanation that he'd been told to stoke the fire in the Lord's rooms. So he helped carry some boxes, and then chopped some more firewood, even if he didn't think it was really necessary at this point. Because of that task, he was outside when an unexpected visitor sought him out. Niklos, he called, stopping in front of him. Niklos set the axe down on the stump and wiped his sleeve over his eyes to catch the sweat. Good evening, sir, he greeted his old overseer. I hope you've settled in well, the old man said, his voice almost expressionless. Niklos always found Alexander a bit intimidating. Lord Cern seems pleased with you. Niklos carefully straightened up. He did? He mentioned you in passing. Alexander took a step closer. You work close to him? Niklos hesitated for a moment. I've been filling in a bit, sir. That's good. The older man smiled. You'll make something of yourself yet. Say, did he happen to mention anything about the meeting he's attending today? He blinked. Even if he did, I shouldn't be sharing any of my lord's words with anyone, should I? Niklos. Alexander shook his head. Don't be difficult. This isn't my personal curiosity, but just following policy. From high up. CERN is a foreigner here, remember? You didn't think it was a coincidence you're here, did you? We don't wish him harm. If you make it seem like he's hiding something, it might be worse, for everyone. Niccolo sighed. All right. I suppose. He did mention the meeting briefly. Hesitantly, he told the overseer what he wanted to know. Afterward, he set to work on chopping the firewood again with a vengeance, but found it much harder to work up a sweat. Chapter 316, Capacity. It had been several months since the war against the gnomes ended, and the Empire was chugging along nicely. It might make Regina think that winning wars was important for a ruler or regime's power, which would certainly explain a few things in history. Of course, she knew it was more complicated than that. Aelikin had done his best to get the peace deal they had settled on accepted and implemented by the Gnomish Confederation. He probably knew that if it failed, and, say, Aelikin was deposed in favor of someone else who rejected the deal and the idea of imperial hegemony, the war would continue and the Empire would extract an even larger price from the Gnomish Confederation. They'd have to, if it became apparent that the gnomes couldn't be trusted to keep to agreements like this. Fortunately, that wasn't necessary, something Regina found a great relief. She'd rather not be any more of a tyrant. At least the Empire was going in a good direction, and she was starting to seriously consider implementing some democratization reforms. Realistically, she probably still had to wait, but they could at least lay the groundwork. The gnomish army was largely disbanding, with soldiers being sent home. It should make everyone a bit more relaxed, she hoped. In the last few months, there had been several protests that she knew of, but at least most gnomes seemed to accept the end of the war and what it meant. The protests hadn't been particularly violent, there had been some expressions of anger and frustration, but no guns had been shot, as far as she knew. Under the circumstances, Aelikin could probably count himself lucky. His hold on power seemed pretty secure, and he was already skillfully redirecting people's anger at the last regime, continuing to reveal details of their transgressions. At the same time, they had started a careful, coordinated strategy to combat the propaganda against the Hive kind. Regina was kept informed about all of this, naturally. She had already sent observers into the Gnomish Confederation, and kept her troops close by. Arranging matters for the parts of the Gnomish Confederation occupied by the Empire was a bit of a headache, but they had finally sorted it out. Since the gnomes were supposed to be largely ruling themselves, she couldn't just institute a military government everywhere. But Regina did want to keep some garrisons handy. They were learning to work with the gnomes. Still, she didn't have the focus or capacity to really manage all of that herself, so she'd been delegating. One obvious candidate for it was Janice. She had, after all, been involved in fighting the gnomes and in making the peace deal, and she had more than enough status to be heard. While Janice went off to the north of Cernlia for a few weeks with Kiera, once she returned, Regina gave her new assignment. Another person she gave some responsibility to was Marianne Neralt, finally fulfilling a promise she'd made a while ago. Neralt didn't have much personal experience regarding the war, but she was still a good diplomat and someone Regina generally trusted to fulfill her duties. Besides, the gnomes would have no problem with a woman in a leadership position, but pretty much any other people she could give her an assignment to probably would, as much as she disliked it. So, while Marianne wasn't called a governor, she effectively held a similar position, as the head imperial representative to deal with the Gnomish Confederation, make sure they kept to the treaty, enforce Regina's directions, and further their reconciliation. Have you had any trouble establishing your authority in the Gnomish Confederation? Regina asked today. Marianne shook her head. She seemed unsure where to look, probably because Regina wasn't talking to her in person. She'd instead sent one of the drones slightly adapted for her to speak through them more easily with the lady into the Confederation. Her range wasn't good enough for it to be practical in its capital, but Marianne also wasn't there right now, instead touring a city closer to the Cernlian border. She'd bowed to the drone at the beginning of the conversation, but now stood straight and tall, her hands clasped behind her back. It reminded Regina a bit of a military officer giving a report, and she wondered if some things were universal. No, Your Imperial Majesty. General Alikin has been rather cooperative. Most of his men have followed his example. The drones have all been perfectly obedient, of course. I have successfully commanded many of the swarm drones you sent with me, even when I was told your psychic link was growing thin. Regina smiled, although she didn't attempt to mirror the movement with the drone she was currently controlling. Instead, she just hoped it came through in her tone. Good, thank you, Lady Marianne. That is good news. She had been hoping it would work like that, with the upgrades to the psychic link's functions promised by her passing her level thresholds, but this was the first opportunity to really check it thoroughly. She had personally told every swarm drone in the group to follow Marianne's orders, even if it had been rather tedious, but it seemed to have worked. Now they just needed to test extended deployment some distance outside the limit of her range and hammer out which level of abstraction in the orders given was possible. They had more important things to focus on at the moment, however. So, you have not encountered much hostility from the gnomes? The lady paused for a heartbeat. Some, my empress, she said. I was expecting it. Many people also seem to be at least slightly afraid of me and my aides, which is also not surprising. Regina nodded, making the drone nod as well. If you're confident you can handle it, then I won't worry about it, she replied. Before we get into the details, is there anything important you wish to discuss first? Nothing critical, although I would prefer to start with the positioning of the drones and their redeployment. She started her report, and Regina listened attentively. There were quite a few issues to get through, of course. This was a complicated situation with lots of moving parts and things to be aware of. Accordingly, Marianne mostly kept to a high-level overview, instead of letting herself get bogged down in the details. Regina appreciated it, given the constraints on both of their time. She did realize it meant she wouldn't have as detailed a picture of the situation as would be necessary for some decisions. Fortunately, she'd already been planning to let the people she'd given these duties to make the decisions. The Empire was really getting to the point where she had to delegate more extensively. As such, she mostly just nodded at Marianne's suggestions for troop deployments and the effects on the gnome's own military readiness or what impressions it would give. Regina was going to trust that Janice and the others knew what they were doing and their reasoning seemed sound. I know this is a bit off topic, but have you talked to General Alikin again about his visit? She asked at one point. It would presumably be easier to coordinate some of our efforts if he and some key people of his did actually come to Sarah. He is still not committed to an actual date, Your Majesty. He claims that due to unavoidable issues, it will have to be postponed. Marianne's tone was neutral, but the unsaid again also came through clearly. Regina sighed. I understand that he is reluctant to leave the Confederation at such a time, but it has been months. There will not be any revolts breaking out now, just because he's out of the country. Let him know that I expect him at the end of the month at least. If that's not possible, he can explain to me personally why not. She nodded her head. I will, Your Imperial Majesty. Good. Then please continue your report on the economic situation you've observed. Of course. Prices seem to have fallen from the heights they reached during the war, as I previously mentioned, and have now stabilized. I've been told the first traders from Cernlia have made it to the capital again. She continued her report, and Regina relaxed a bit as she listened. It was mostly good news. The gnomes were settling into the new status quo, and their economy was in the process of recovering. It still remained to be seen how this would all shake out, but at least there were no crises that actually required her attention. She asked some questions and got some more clarification from Lady Marianne, then thanked her for the report again and concluded with a few remarks, mostly echoing the directions she'd given her before. Marianne wasn't the only person she talked to regarding the Gnomish Confederation, but she was a very important voice. On the other hand, when it came to things like their educational cooperation with the gnomes or the analysis of their technology, she was better advised to talk to Tia than to her. We should have a joint briefing next time, Regina concluded. Perhaps in a week's time? As you wish, my Empress. Marianne bowed her head. Then Ira will be in touch to coordinate a date and time. In the meantime, you know how to get my attention through the drone. That's it for today. She inclined the drone's head in a nod while Marianne bowed, and then freed it from her direct control and turned her focus to other parts of the psychic link, ending the meeting. The rest of the evening was rather relaxed, and she managed to keep her good mood going. Regina was taking a break after meeting with several officials regarding the Empire's finances and economic policy. The new currency was finally starting to actually matter in the country at large, when she got a notification she'd been waiting for at last. Since the end of the war, her leveling had obviously slowed down. She'd reached level 64 towards its end, but had been waiting for the next level for a while now. But now it had finally come. She smiled as she surveyed the system screen. Since it was a multiple of 5, but not a threshold level, at 65, she was getting a new ability. You have leveled up. You may now select another ability. Regina sat down on her couch, getting comfortable, then turned her focus to the ability selection, mentally waving off a few drones nearby who were cautiously querying her in the psychic link after they must have felt a surge of excitement from her. You may now select your 8th class skill. Please choose one of the following. Ruler's Mind. The power of your mind imposes its will on the world around you. Your psychic link will be slightly strengthened and commanding your swarm drones will be facilitated. You will find it easier to instinctively assess the condition and location of all members of your hive inside your range. Your ability to impose your will on other minds will be strengthened, especially those outside your hive. Queen's Body. Your soul needs a strong shell. Your body will be strengthened, in proportion to the number of drones around you and their physical stats. This includes the functioning of your vital organs. The effect will fade with distance. You will also be more resistant against arcane attacks. Flight will be easier and drain less mana. Hive's Magic. Your magic is the core of your strength. The growth of your mana pool, due to the existence of your drones, will receive a boost. Your mana regeneration will also improve, scaling with both your level and theirs. With higher levels of mastery, you will find it easier to cast large spells or to cast 2 spells at once. Regina paused. She was getting 2 choices again that she had seen last time. That seemed a bit surprising, but she hadn't passed up an option and then taken it next time often enough to say if it really was. Usually the new option she didn't take would show up once more, after all. And both of them seemed pretty good, so she wasn't complaining. Regina sighed to herself, her excitement at the advancement dimming. She knew what she had to pick. It was a bit of a shame. Hive's Magic had sounded pretty good and it was still a little tempting. She hadn't had anything directly improving her magic in a while, if ever. Then again, she had to acknowledge that she wasn't really using her magic much most of the time these days. It was part of why she'd been focusing on the hive and her psychic abilities in her choices. But what she probably needed even more was something to strengthen her body. There had been 8 opportunities to choose now, and she couldn't drag it out any longer. Her advancements at the level thresholds also mostly strengthened her psychic link or maybe her mana pool. At this point, instead of any more multiplicative bonuses to her hatching or drone templates, she might just get the biggest boost to her growth of the hive by focusing on her physical body. She was, if she was honest with herself, already feeling the strain of adding so many eggs to the hive. Her magic might be doing most of the work, but it was still putting a toll on her body, too. There were some logistical challenges as well. Of course, she couldn't just head off to the hatchery all the time. Queen's Body might not actually be the best skill for strengthening her body, but it was what she had right now, and it didn't seem bad either. She was usually around a lot of drones, at least if its radius wasn't minimally small. It was good that it included her organs instead of just raising some general toughness of her skin and bones, as well as flight, and the bonus against arcane attacks was always nice, even if she wouldn't pick it just for that. Besides, the first option was problematic. She could see the appeal and the use of it, of course, but Regina would still hesitate to take it. She didn't really think she needed more incentive to go into mind control. Of course it wouldn't force her choices, but one tended to reach for easier tools. Besides, on the off chance she did use mind control in a situation where it was the best choice and others would be worse, she didn't think she needed an extra boost. She apparently had a natural talent for it, anyway. The other parts of the ability would be nice to have, but they were hardly critical. And besides, thinking about it, Regina almost suspected it was some kind of test from Lion, who did apparently decide which options she got. Maybe the goddess was genuinely trying to help and offering her an option she might want to pursue, based on her recent training or as contingency planning. But somehow, she didn't get the feeling Lion would actually approve of the choice should Regina in fact make it. There was probably no use speculating too much, though. Resolved, Regina chose the middle option, and sighed as she felt like there was a slight change going through her body. She quickly stood up and paced around the room a few times, though she didn't sense much of a difference. She'd probably have to test it out more extensively. In the meantime, she called up her status screen to look at the changes. Regina. Hive Queen. Level, 65. Mana, 21728/42300. Hive, 1682/2461, 20. Swarm, 203459/241000000, 15,000. Con, 18. STR, 16. Dex, 17. End, 19. Int, 36. Wis, 35. Another point in Int, she noted. Not surprising, her magical stats were always prioritized, despite the occasional stat point in the physical ones. She'd gotten one in Con last level. Her eyes briefly lingered on the Hive numbers. Without drones dying in the war, they had increased quite a lot recently. However, they weren't growing as quickly as they could, the logistical capacity to support the swarm just wasn't up to it. She'd also actually slowed down a bit with the sapient drones a while ago, to make sure they had the infrastructure and support system they would need ready. After a thorough evaluation, she was now increasing their numbers more rapidly again. There had also been a few swarm drones evolving to sapients and joining the inner hive, so there was that. She dismissed the status notification, then got up to go to the training grounds. And maybe then she could go for a long flight, now that she finally had a good reason for it. Chapter 317, Crops and Cooks. It had been a while since Regina had been to what used to be her base of operations at Forest's Haunt, and quite a few things had changed since then. She wasn't surprised by the changes, of course. While she hadn't deliberately kept an eye on the settlement to watch it, she'd often connected to drones that were here and picked it up in the background. The town had grown again, and she thought it was probably on the way to becoming a real city, though Regina wouldn't venture a guess when it might cross that threshold, if there was one. It made sense, the town did have a strategic position. And now that her hive was here, they also didn't have to fear monsters from the forest attacking. Their population had declined sharply. She'd already ordered the drones to limit their hunting. And the other citizens of the Empire living in the region, too. She suspected the elves were relying on the wildlife in the forest and she didn't want to annoy them too much. A lot of the change that the hive's base itself had undergone was not visible, of course. They had dug further underground, added a lot of tunnels and rooms, and generally expanded its footprint. Some new buildings had joined it above ground, too, and a few older ones had been renovated. The focus of recent changes hadn't been on defenses, it was deep enough inside the Empire that, with all due paranoia, Regina really wasn't worried about attacks here, but instead more living space and quality of life improvements. The hive's population kept rising steadily, after all. They needed a lot of facilities. Luckily, there still wasn't a problem managing the water, even without the small river nearby. The groundwater was comfortably high and easy enough to dig for, although that did add challenges to their digging for space. Luckily, the drones were pretty good at waterproofing their structures. Right now, though, she was walking around outside instead of in the underground parts of the base, casually strolling through the area and watching everything around her. It might be a bit of a waste of time, but she felt that letting others see her would be good, anyway. After all, their workshops, printing presses, and schools didn't just have drones, but also humans present. And even drones probably liked to feel like their Hive Queen was around, she supposed. Besides, it was a nice day. It's getting quite warm, she remarked. Most of the drones in the group she traveled with nodded. Some of the senior people currently based here had decided to join her with what she suspected were similar justifications. Not that she would begrudge them. Summer is definitely well on its way, Zach agreed. It's good that we've had a proper spring so far, though. I'm hoping it won't be too hot this year. Would be better for the crops. Regina glanced at the fields they were nearing and sped up a bit. Besides the base, she really also wanted to see them, even if she knew most of the hive's cultivated land wasn't exactly close enough to be visible and they had adjusted what they grew based on the town's proximity. I know, she agreed, watching the play of the light through the stalks of wheat on one side, clearly still far from ripe for harvest. Most of the land south of here, which they'd been originally assured in the treaty and which was still their heartland, was by now dotted with small outposts and what might have been farms for humans. They were growing a variety of crops, not limited to what would have been food crops for humans, although obviously there was still quite a lot of those, too. They had been optimized to be calorie-dense through selective breeding, after all. But others grew quicker or didn't need as much care, which was an important factor. Swarms of swarm drones that weren't currently needed somewhere else were also spread across that land, grazing it. They would have been competing with people or their livestock in other places. Most of the hive's drone producers were guided to systematically eat the vegetation prepared for them and then let their substances be collected, which were usually used as food as well as for other things. Their product was much more portable and less perishable, not to mention easier to harvest. The hive did harvest some crops themselves, though, to prepare food or occasionally for other reasons. Luckily, swarm drones were easily used for most agricultural work, at least under supervision. It's a shame we don't have corn, she remarked. From what I know, it was often used as a crop for animal feed. It definitely grew quickly. Zach nodded but shrugged. We do have potatoes, and they're also not native to this continent, he pointed out. I assume corn just got lost somewhere along the way after the cataclysm. Which crops are best here again? Zach glanced at the fields. We're still figuring some of that out. But we can grow the usual staples like barley, rye, and wheat here, or other cereal like millet. Potatoes, like I mentioned. We have a lot of clover. Cabbages, tomatoes, and lots of other vegetables. Some apples, pears, and other fruits. We mostly gather berries from the forest still. I'm trying some sunflowers, but the jury's still out on that one. And of course there are lots of weeds, from dandelions to new ones you probably don't know. Regina smiled. She was aware of all that, though it was good to get a reminder. Thanks, Zach, good answer, but I actually meant more the immediate area. Oh. He would have blushed if he could, she was sure. Of course. Mostly traditional food crops around the village, like the wheat here. That's the majority. And some barley on the other side. There are orchards to the southeast, mostly growing apples. Some pastures, as well. The locals mostly keep sheep and cattle. Regina nodded. She guessed that was where the milk came from. Speaking of agricultural products, do you want to try some ice cream replica? Tia asked. She'd arrived a bit late, while Zach was talking, and was carrying a canvas bag that Regina now realized probably had some conjured ice as well. Sure, she agreed. What Tia handed her did look a little like ice cream, although it was clearly based on a substance from production drones. It did have roughly the same consistency, however, and it was arranged in a thin cone of dough. Regina didn't waste time examining every detail, though, and instead started eating. She hummed. Pretty good, she judged. It's a pity we don't have vanilla or chocolate, but you could try it with strawberries. That's also a classic and sounds pretty nice. Tia smiled. I'll tell Ida. She's the one who had the idea to make ice cream. I still think we need to add more actual milk, Zach chimed in, but he didn't hesitate to pounce on the cone Tia handed him. She passed out the rest and kept one for herself, starting to eat it with gusto. Regina smiled. Eating ice cream out on a walk through their territory on a nice, sunny day with her drones, her children. It was a beautiful moment and she'd treasure it. What other culinary surprises have you gotten up to? She asked after a while, absently licking a finger clean where a bit of melting not ice cream had dripped onto it. Not much, but I think I'd rather show you what Jem was baking when we get back than spoil the surprise now, if that's okay, Tia said. Incentive to head back early, Regina joked, although she was only mostly kidding. Still, it was nice to see them carefree and pursuing hobbies like cooking. Assuming making ice cream counted as cooking, but whatever. Have you heard from Tim recently? Tia asked after a short pause. Regina raised her eyes from her cone and nodded. Define recently, but yes. Galatia visited them again a while ago. They've left Varigals, the first major city, and probably the most important. Tim seemed pretty confident from what Galatia said. Apparently he's on good terms with the local merchant prince. He really does have a talent for making friends, doesn't he? The other smiled and Tia chuckled softly, shaking her head a bit. He really does, she agreed. He's just so taciturn, usually people don't realize how good he actually is with people. It was a good decision for him to be champion, Mother. I know. Regina smiled. Anyway, they probably reached the second city on their list by now. Tim has passed along some information on dwarves and a suggestion to make contact, which I'd like to pursue if the opportunity arises. He'll probably get to handle it himself, though. I don't think they'll stay as long there. They will probably have moved on by the time Galatia wants to check on them again. She shrugged. I'm just thankful she doesn't seem to mind doing that. Well, no offense to Galatia, but if our best mages had a teleportation spell, maybe we could do it too, Zack said. Or someone like Zephyr, if not. I guess he might not be trustworthy enough, though. Still, I think Galatia likes Tim well enough, anyway, and she's been traveling all over the place, too. Regina hummed noncommittally. She wasn't sure if she'd trust Zephyr with that, although, there wasn't much he could really do to sabotage them that wouldn't be discovered with scrying, probably. She didn't think he could travel that far, at least not as easily as Galatia, though, so the question was probably moot. They talked of some lighter topics as they continued their walk, the drones filling Regina in a bit on the daily life at the base. She was a little sad to miss it, but many drones were also in Sarah with her by now. And there was always the psychic link, anyway. It wasn't like she didn't still talk to them even across some distance. Regina dropped in and out of the psychic link occasionally, checking on some of the drones around them, and in particular, the swarm drones in the fields. And the drone breeders, for obvious reasons a lot of them were stationed here as well. There weren't as many of them as she could theoretically support, of course, given the practical and logistical constraints on the number of new swarm drones added to the hive. And with the end of the war, there was no immediate reason to keep pushing those numbers, so Regina had actually slowed down a little in that regard. She wanted to be sure they could properly provide for all those drones and not have them suffer any deprivation or anything if she could avoid it, and to have a plan on where to deploy them all. Accordingly, the number of drone breeders was still relatively low, as there would be no point in spreading the swarm drone eggs among many but not properly letting them grow. Better to keep a few drone breeders active and have them rising in levels instead. Of course, she had a few who weren't active as backups, too. The relatively low number of drone breeders, still less than 100, also made it easier to gather and move the new swarm drones, or at least simpler. Sapient drones were assigned individually to monitor them, although it was a tedious duty, and so often swapped around. Regina didn't mind that, since she knew they still gave it their best effort. What are you thinking about? Max asked quietly as she turned around again. He'd clearly waited until he'd sensed that she was returning to the present moment. You seemed deep in thought. About the swarm drones, Regina shrugged. What about us, my queen? Kid asked, raising an eyebrow. Regina gave her a quick smile, her gaze briefly going to the other sapient swarm drones in the group, which had grown a little. The end of the war had also meant some more of them evolving to gain sapience, but the ones here were all older. Kit was walking beside a younger winged drone, now drone commando, D, who'd been part of Janna's task force in the war. She hadn't paid attention to what they were talking about. Nothing really, Regina answered. I was just thinking about the drone breeders and the sapient drones. A lot more of you are evolving to sapients now, and given the disparity in numbers between hatched sapient drones and swarm drones, that's only going to increase. Is there a problem with that? Dee asked. Grandmother? Regina just stared at her dumbly for a moment. She could hear Max and a few others laughing at the expression on her face, the psychic link told her. She could have thought it was an innocent term, but Dee's slight anticipation in the psychic link had also told her she'd done it on purpose. Don't call me that again, she finally said, blinking. But it's what you are, Kit chimed in helpfully, much more successful at keeping her laughter on the inside. Not even mentioning other swarm drones, a lot of the new sapient ones come from the drone breeders. And only you can make them. Mother. Regina rubbed her forehead. As far as I'm concerned, the drone breeders are basically extensions of me. Any of you, or all evolved swarm drones I suppose, born from them are just as much my children as the rest of the people here. You can all call me Mother. Or use Queen, Empress, call me Your Imperial Majesty if you like, just not Grandmother. Understood, my Queen, Max chimed, still smirking a bit. Regina sighed and rolled her shoulders, straightening up a bit as she turned her head to face them. I'm serious, though. Some humans, or others, in the Empire might get weird about it otherwise. There's not reason to let them think any of my children, she emphasized, are less valued or lower ranked than others. Sure thing, Mother, Dee agreed, smiling brightly. Let's go back to the base, Tia suggested. I think I can smell cake. She definitely couldn't, but it was still a good idea and Regina agreed, turning to go back to the Hive's main residential area in the company of the drones. The conversation remained light-hearted as they walked. As it turned out, the cake was not a lie, cheesecake, specifically. Regina just took a moment to savor the look of it while she sat down with a plate and small fork in one of their communal dining halls, the others around her. This day is the culinary highlight of my year, she declared. Then she glanced at Tia. How did you get quark? It took a bit of doing, she admitted, but she was smiling, clearly pleased with herself. I made it a project with some of the village women. Regina nodded, then savored her next bite. She didn't have any personal memories, but she was still sure this was authentic traditional cheesecake. She supposed the other ingredients wouldn't have been hard to source, just butter, flour, milk, eggs, and the like. She wasn't a baker. Instead, she just ate her slice of cake and sipped at her buttermilk, another nice new addition. She wasn't crazy about the taste, but Tia had added berries, and it wasn't something she got in the royal palace of Cernlia. Not that it was lacking in cake, of course. If you'd asked her a few months ago what sign she wanted to show that her hive had really come into its own and was secure in their place, she wouldn't have known what to say. But now, seeing her drones experimenting with new dishes, or recreating old ones, and just generally having fun with food was a balm for the soul. It drove home that they were no longer scraping along the subsistence line, like they'd been at the beginning, in a way that seeing the houses outside hadn't. Maybe we should set up some kind of cooking competition, Regina muttered. We were thinking about that, actually, Tia agreed. And, if you're staying till tomorrow, we have a music competition planned. Regina smiled again, surreptitiously blinking her eyes. That sounds wonderful, she said. I can't wait to hear it. You should, Tia agreed. Making instruments was nice. We're lucky Tia isn't playing, though, Kit added. Regina laughed. This visit had been a great idea, she didn't think she'd been laughing or smiling this much in a while. Chapter 318, Home Visit. As promised, the music competition was held the next day. The drones made a bit of an event out of it, and Regina found herself quickly getting into the spirit of the thing. They'd rarely celebrated holidays, partly because they'd just been too busy with other things, but now she considered that maybe she should look into that. Make sure they were regularly celebrating some of them. Some rough guesstimating confirmed that Easter was already past, though, and she couldn't think of many other holidays coming up soon, so they'd just have to put a pin in that. She'd rather not make a big deal out of religious holidays, anyway. But possibly the founding of the hive. Which would mean celebrating her birthday, hatching day? I could actually celebrate 2 birthdays, she thought with some forced humor. The day I hatched and my original one. That's double what anyone else gets, lucky me. Either way, many drones had taken some time off to listen to the recital and were milling around talking to favorite siblings and eating portable food. It was held outside under the open air, for acoustic reasons, or so Max had explained. Some humans had also been drawn to watch the event. The performers didn't seem to mind the crowd, though Regina could sense the nerves some of them were concealing. To her surprise, she only really knew a few of them and there was no one she was truly close to among the group. Maybe that made sense, by sheer dint of numbers, statistically, there would be many more younger members of the Hive. Plus Max and his team probably wouldn't have gotten much practice. Mia was always traveling around, Tia often was, too, and Tim was still gone. She pushed that thought away and concentrated on enjoying the music. It was a wide variety of instruments and corresponding styles. Some simple, traditional instruments from the current era, some that seemed to be slightly evolved, or devolved, but she didn't say that, versions of ones Regina remembered, and other drones had some replicas. There was no piano, unfortunately, that was probably too complicated. Thinking about it, Regina realized she probably knew enough about music, sheet music, and how to play, that she must have played at least one instrument. She wasn't sure what to think about that. She kept occasionally discovering new skills her human self must have learned, and she rarely knew how to feel about it. Instead, she focused on the music, which was pretty nice. There seemed to be little order, some people played alone, while others had formed small bands. The styles were all over the place, too. But somehow, the event still managed to feel consistent, like it had a common theme. Regina listened to the music, clapped enthusiastically for everyone, even if anyone had been bad, she wouldn't have stopped applauding, she wouldn't do that to them, and basked in the feeling of her children enjoying themselves. They had fun, which was the most important thing. Plus the music would probably spread through the empire eventually. She was looking forward to it. At the end of the contest, Tia hopped onto the improvised stage, gesturing at the surrounding drones. "Thank you for your participation, and thank you to the audience," she called. "We have another planned item on the program, and this time everyone can join in. Let's sing something together." Of course, Regina figured, it wouldn't be the Hive if they weren't being communal about it. At least the drones were generally not too bad at singing, and it was also fun listening to them. That is, until Tia got them to start singing God Save the Queen. Regina was sure her face would have been red if that was physically possible. She had no idea what to do with her hands or where to look, and if they hadn't all been looking at her she would have buried her face in her hands. But the drones were all singing the song enthusiastically, while smiling and looking at her, and generally making it very obvious it wasn't a random choice. Regina forced a playful smile at the end and waved at the crowd a bit, figuring it was better to take it in good humor. From the amusement she could feel from Tia, she knew she hadn't shielded her emotions completely from the psychic link. And the girl clearly caught her looking at her and didn't bother to hide it, only smirking and sending a vague acknowledgement through the psychic link. She'd demote whoever had told Tia that her mother had apparently been British. Unless it was Regina herself, she rather liked being Empress, and it would be a mess to lose that title. She snorted to herself, then turned and started a conversation with Max about the weather and the conditions for the local farmland. The whole time, she knew behind his deadpan gaze he knew exactly what she was doing, but he humored her. Regina managed to seem like she was invested enough in the conversation, and, in the end, it was actually pretty interesting to hear about what he'd picked up from locals, that no one bothered her. The crowd dispersed after a while, the musicians going to hang out with their friends and probably celebrate with cake and ice cream or something, and Tia was eventually called away for an issue regarding the new side wing to their central workshop to the north of the base. Regina walked through the thinning crowd for a few minutes to exchange a few words with several drones, then went back inside to get ready to leave. She didn't have much time, unfortunately. While it was nice to spend a bit of time here, she did have a lot of work waiting for her back in the current capital. However, since she was in the area already, she'd decided on a detour before she returned. It meant going a bit further west, but she'd warned her Hive that her psychic range would shift and they were prepared. It wasn't like she urgently needed to send spies east or something, currently. Max brought a group of bodyguards, and she was joined by a few other senior drones who were currently not too busy, like Kit. Thor had stayed in the area after he'd returned from the front and offered to carry her. She agreed for the return journey, but wanted to fly this stretch on her own. The others mounted various flying drones if they didn't have wings themselves, and off they went. It had been a while since Regina could stretch her wings for more than a short and aimless cruise above the city, so she enjoyed the trip. Seeing the great forest from above was a nice view, and a bit nostalgic for her. The effect of her newest ability was noticeable. She felt like she could fly more easily and for longer. The wind rushing by her also seemed to bother her less, and it didn't seem quite as cold, which she took as an unexpected bonus. They touched down on the grounds of the old Hive base, where they'd first started to truly settle a while later. The lake sparkled with reflected sunshine. Regina remembered when the elves had first shown her the area. It was almost unrecognizable now. Trees had been cleared away from the edges, creating a much larger open space, and houses dotted the area between the boundary and the lake. There was a proper wall now, not just a wooden palisade, but one using concrete and steel supports. They were still experimenting with better methods of construction, and one section of it would probably be torn down and replaced a few more times in the course of this experimenting. But there were 2 towers before it, and metal grids could be placed over them, along with the ditches in front of and behind this section, to ensure it wasn't much of a break in their defenses. At least this wall actually got some use in holding off monsters, even if it didn't look like it right now. The buildings in the settlement, and instead of a base, it did look more like a proper settlement now, had also changed accordingly. "Home sweet home," Max murmured as their group touched down or dismounted and took their first few steps. Regina nodded, but didn't say anything. It didn't really feel more like home than the base they'd just come from or even Sarah, but she understood why he felt attached to the place. She started walking, greeting the drones who came out to see her. The others who'd come with her spread out a bit, taking in the place. It still didn't have an official name that would appear on maps, at least as far as she knew, but there were several nicknames that had spread through the Hive. She honestly found it too amusing to stop it by insisting on a formal name. At least people were no longer trying to name things after her, or not as much as they did at one point. She actually kind of liked it, in a guilty pleasure sort of way, but she wanted to be at least involved in the process, if that was going to happen. Or actually honored if it was like a dedication of some artistic work, then it would make sense. She hadn't spoken the last thought aloud, though, since she just knew that if she indicated she was open to that, all sorts of people would try to capitalize on it and try to gain her favor with elaborate and unnecessary projects. Besides, Reginapolis had a certain ring to it, but it was just a little too cheesy. Maybe Waltania? But that sounded like a country. Maybe she should just call the next city she was building Alexandria, pretend it was a homage to the famous library, and leave it at that. At least she did already have a name selected for the new capital they were building. The town out here was a lot more finished than said city, even if it was still being upgraded. But then, it was constantly being upgraded. They'd made sure to leave ample room inside the walls for expansion. There was always space below the ground, of course, but this settlement was actually built remarkably close to the surface for one that was mostly dedicated to the Hive, not any other species. But this was still the Great Forest, even if they were in the outskirts of it, and monsters liked to tunnel, as well. Or, other monsters, she supposed. There was still a clan of tunnelers somewhere around here, not all that far from the base, that had learned not to mess with the Hive, but she wasn't sure it would remain that way. So, there were lots of escape tunnels and hidden storage rooms and caches and the like, but it was just too easy to collapse or flood underground structures like this without heavy reinforcement, for somewhere that was still effectively a military outpost expected to be regularly attacked by monster waves if nothing else. And she wasn't sure about the heavy reinforcement. With magic, a lot of things were possible. Not that fighting under the open air would necessarily be much safer, but they were banking on having a variety of options. Max went over all of that as they walked down the length of the settlement, gesturing emphatically at the walls, an entrance to the underground part of the base, and the cleared line of the forest, where some war drones were grazing. Regina hummed an acknowledgement, but he wasn't telling her much she didn't already know. She still let him talk, content to see him this animated and invested. Maybe it had been good for more than just her to get out of the city. That's nice, she finally said. It should be just as relevant for the next base, too. I do want to see where we hatched. Max hesitated for a moment. My queen, are you sure that's wise? The security implications. It's fine, she waved him off. The risk is more than manageable. There are monsters, and we don't know about any adventurers who may be around, and while I have some good guards with me, I'm not sure about letting you get out there without more preparation. Max, Regina interrupted, her tone growing colder, shut up. He shut up. She turned to head back to the front of the base, where they would be taking to the air again, glancing around once more. Max's protectiveness could be charming, and she usually let him be the voice of reason when it came to her personal safety. She had no intention of getting herself killed, or getting killed at all, but she would not let him dictate the details of her life to her. However well-meaning, she was able to sense every monster in their general vicinity, and would be aware of their positions, as well as any random adventurers who might show up. It was actually interesting. There were so many animals and monsters around, more than she'd really been aware of before. Her psychic skills had grown a lot, even compared to the last time she'd been here. She felt connected to the forest in a way she never had before. Like it was one living, breathing thing. Or the networks of trees with their roots linking them and exchanging nutrients and information, which she'd been vaguely aware of before, but with her new magical and psychic senses, seemed much more present. At least some of the trees here were pretty remarkable in that way. Especially as they headed deeper into the forest, she wondered if there were sapient trees somewhere. Probably. It seemed like ants would be a thing, or dryads, or whatever. Now where they'd be murderous monsters ready to claw her eyes out at first sight was another question. Regina didn't let it bother her as she flew over the forest, soaking in all the life below her and breathing in the mindscape of the forest. It was enlightening and instructive. She'd grown used to cities, but this was slightly different. On a level, a city, especially one mostly populated by humans, wouldn't. It drove home just how different the world had become to the one in her memories. But she didn't dwell on that thought today. The Hive's base deeper in the forest was much smaller, and the buildings huddled more closely together. Regina drew a few circles above it, watching it with interest, but then sat down outside. She glanced around a bit, then made her way to her actual goal. Max fell into step beside her, and the rest of the drones spread out a bit. Let's keep going, night's going to fall soon, she muttered, and he nodded. Through her magical and psychic senses, she could also feel the network of tunnels underneath this part of the forest pretty clearly. The hanging moss and the occasional mostly small animals or monsters marked it out if she focused on it. Even with the forest outside having changed a little, it made it very easy for Regina to orient herself in regard to where everything was. She walked quickly, taking deep breaths to savor the smell of the forest. The vault where she'd hatched remained just as it was when she'd last seen it. I should probably get the entrance door replaced at some point, Regina mused, but it was a distant thought. She was too focused on the corridors and rooms beyond it. Quickly passing through the door, she marched down the rough stone until she reached the actual chamber where her egg had lain. Carefully, she walked a circle around the room, taking it in. It was exceedingly bare. Regina sighed and continued on through the door to the rest of the complex, which was still open. The drones had picked up all the splinters of her egg shell, so there was literally nothing here. She walked down the path, detouring into the other rooms of the complex. Other drones had scouted it before, even after their initial exploration, but she still liked seeing it in person. Then, after at least half an hour of walking around and looking at mostly bare stone, the others trailing quietly in her wake, only a few of them, there wasn't really space for a large group here, or at least it didn't feel appropriate. She reached the room at the back part of the complex where her egg had laid in stasis for over 1,000 years. Regina actually took a few steps back and paced through the area in the front and the connecting part of the room, tugging sharply on her mandible before she made herself stop. "Lion?" she asked quietly. There was no response. Regina sighed, glancing around. The goddess had shown up here before, and said something about the place, presumably due to whatever magic the Hive kind had worked here, making it easier to hide it from the other gods tracking her. Regina waited, then called out again, this time trying to project the call for attention. She wasn't sure what to do. It would be best if she could just use the system, but it didn't seem to work that way. Maybe they'd figured out this exploit, or whatever it was, and had made an effort to close it, after Lion had used it once. Carefully, Regina tried to project the call through her magic, and then psychically. The drones behind her winced. It seemed uncomfortably exposed, but still, there was no response. Not even the other guy, Baron, showed up. Regina grumbled a curse, then moved through the room, towards the only thing remaining, the towering object at the end. The stasis pod. She'd gone to the little shrine people had set up in Forest's Haunt this morning. She'd lit a few candles and hoped for a response, but there was nothing. Regina wouldn't be surprised if Lion was officially forbidden from talking to her. That seemed like something the other gods would do. Maybe they'd even forced some kind of tracking system on her. There will be ways around that, Regina told herself, but for now, the pod. Previously, she'd thought it was best, safest, to just leave the thing here, avoid drawing attention to it, and keep an eye on the area. But now she was not directly threatened by anyone or involved in any actual conflict, and she had the resources of an entire empire. She could take the pod out and study it properly. First, though, Regina was going to carefully examine it and every centimeter of this room. Her magical skills had developed a lot. There didn't seem to be any connections, no power lines, or the magical equivalent, but she'd still make sure before she tried to move it. Chapter 319, Components. Of course, it took hours until Regina was reasonably confident about moving the mechanism she was looking at. Beyond the underground complex, the sun had already set, the forest switching from its activity patterns of the day into crepuscular ones and then nocturnal ones. Animals coming out to hunt or scavenge or retreating into their burrows. She paid it little attention, except to check that there was no danger approaching. She had been told the Hive kind had been more technologically advanced than any other people on the planet, even the gods from Haven, but Regina wasn't sure she'd really internalized what that meant. Of course, the ability to send someone to sleep for 1,000 years, even if it was just an egg with the soul of a person inside, and then wake them up with no apparent issues would have made that clear anyway. She wasn't sure where to start with the whole soul thing, but stasis was at least something she could conceptualize. Which didn't mean that she'd started to understand how it worked. But in the few hours she'd taken to investigate, she had come to a few conclusions. First, the design principles and theory on display were different from anything she'd learned about the way magic was worked locally. That shouldn't come as a surprise, of course. It was, however, slightly more familiar to some of the advanced things she'd talked about with Galatia, even if it still felt like the difference between learning about an early theory of atoms, like the one where they were like little solid balls, and then seeing something that manipulated electron spin. Still, she supposed it made some sense. Galatia had learned at least a little of what she knew from Lion, and her people, the Aeshan, had apparently created the Hive kind, at some point. It sounded like they'd been independent for some time already, so it stood to reason that they would have learned some of their knowledge from the Aeshan, or that their respective magical theories would at least be related. Regina didn't think about what it meant that Lion had apparently never taught anyone else, or anyone that survived or passed it on. She had work to do and couldn't afford to go into an anxious spiral about all of this. Second, she was pretty sure the device had actually used electrical technology in conjunction with magic. Only pretty sure, though, because it wasn't like anything she'd seen before, as far as she knew. It was mostly the arrangement of parts and what looked like it might be transport lines of sort for electricity, not necessarily wires. She wasn't sure there was any metal inside, that convinced her. And some parts that just seemed much more like complicated technological components than magical elements. Regina did think she had a grasp on the basic elements of magical theory. What materials held enchantments was different than electrical circuitry. What she saw here was still unfamiliar, of course. Maybe something biologically based in some way? That seemed like it might fit. Either way, it was very interesting. They must have survived the effects of the cataclysm, right? Maybe the differences explained how, or maybe the magical parts had shielded the electronic components. Third, she was confident the pod could be moved, because it didn't seem to be connected to the room or dependent on the local infrastructure. There was no direct, physical connection. The room still had a faint magical field, although it had clearly degraded, even recently. Considering the change and what she suspected were clashing magical energies, or many types. The terminology was a bit unclear, related to the cataclysm, the twisted mana she'd encountered before. It seemed very unlikely that the function of the pod had depended on ambient mana. There was also its function, it had clearly slowed down time in some way. 4. That was her best guess at how it worked, anyway. It made sense, and there was no other mechanism she could think of. It definitely wasn't some kind of cryostasis, physically freezing the egg. Well, probably. It was a shame Janice couldn't be here. June had also wanted to come, but she was busy. And while she didn't put it in those terms, Regina wasn't sure about sending her anywhere she'd come into contact with twisted or unknown mana, considering her condition. However, she would probably let June help her study this thing. Very carefully. Actually moving the device took another 2 hours or so. She only let a few drones into the room at a time and they were very careful. She'd strictly forbidden the use of any sort of magic, just to be safe, but that also meant they had to move it with pure muscle power. Luckily Regina had a few drones with high STR stats. And then they had to actually enlarge the door to make sure the object fit through it. That was a pain and a half. When Regina finally stepped back outside, with a group of drones, mostly worker evolutions, very carefully carrying the pod behind her and setting it on a special harness other workers had just constructed, she took a moment to simply breathe. And heal the headache that had built up, for the 3rd time this night. She should probably cut off the healing magic. Well, now we just need to get it in the air, Max commented cheerfully. Regina gave him a dark look, then turned to the other drones. Not to worry, Mother, Ida said reassuringly. We've come up with something. And, wonder of wonders, it worked right away. They had constructed a kind of doubled harness around the pod, resting it on a mat that was rolled up at the edges to hold it securely, and held inside and out with silk netting reinforced by steel wires and probably other materials they'd conjured. She felt too tired to ask. Several drones would be carrying it. Thor ended up as the lead transporter, as their strongest flying drone oriented around carrying cargo, helped by 2 other sapient winged drones. By the time they finally got back to the base, the horizon was lightening with the dawn and Regina just wanted to fall into bed. They'd set it down outside of sight range for any of the human inhabitants of Forest's Haunt, and would be sending it on overland, in a covered wagon, with discreet but very high security. Ida had already started organizing all of it, with Ira helping remotely. She really should have planned more time for this trip. Regina quickly greeted a few of the drones she encountered on the way, blearily used the long way around once to avoid a larger gathering of drones, and then stumbled into her bedroom already taking off her jacket and shoes. She crashed into the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and then just stared at the ceiling for a long minute. Eventually, her eyes closed, and she drifted off to sleep. After about 5 hours or so, she woke up still tired. Ira somehow managed to be more awake than her, although Regina could sense she was also tired, and helped her in the bathroom. She really should have washed up before bed instead of sleeping, and she had no idea how she'd even managed to get this much dirt into her wing joints. She'd have had no chance to get it off by herself. She would have liked a long soak in hot water, but would have to do without. Regina added a few more eggs to the hive, ignored the unpleasant aching in her core, and went to the nursery to quickly check on all the eggs and then the newly hatched drones. Then it was time to head back to Sarah. Regina was already later than she'd initially hoped to be. As Thor lifted her into the air and took off towards the east, Regina glanced back behind them. The edge of the great forest loomed like a dark green barrier. The water of the little river sparkled in the sun. From here, she didn't have a good view of the base further inside the forest without using one of her drones. As they traveled, she found herself thinking about another issue, not the Hivekind's technology or past, but one still related, namely how to talk to Lion. She'd tried several times, but without success. The next step she could think of was trying with a bigger and better temple for her. The gods did use temples, so clearly they had some use. Alien eyes had talked to her at one, even if she hadn't been happy to be called. Regina considered going to talk to her that way again, but except for annoying the goddess, she didn't know what it would accomplish. If temples were places of power for the gods, it stood to reason they might be strongest there, more able to shield what happened from any interference. Lion was apparently not as powerful, in terms of raw divine power at least, as some, and also had very few temples that Regina knew of, if any. At least, she had seemed to work for Alien Eyes, whenever she bothered to remember that she was a minor goddess. So, if Regina built Lion a big and fancy temple, with whatever magical significance and power she could scrape together for it, and then maybe made a big and meaningful and or magically powerful sacrifice, it should at least help her out, and if Lion couldn't or wouldn't talk to her right now, that should give her the opportunity. Hopefully. And even if that intuition was wrong, it might not be a bad idea anyway. Regina didn't necessarily know if she wanted to publicize the construction of such a temple and style herself a pious ruler, but it wouldn't hurt to have the option. I'm not exactly lacking in big construction projects, but what's one more? Regina smiled to herself. A part of her really didn't like the idea of building a temple to any deity, especially one so associated with the cataclysm and the whole mess, but Lion wasn't exactly Diurianon and it was easier to see this pragmatically. She should probably try and cultivate good relationships with as many of these gods as she could, realistically. Regina sighed at the thought. Building more temples? That seems like a good opening move. Maybe one for Benarin at some point? I don't know. As a monster herself, more or less, it would hardly be unexpected. And as the god of struggle, he would probably be opposed to Diurianon and maybe closer to Alien Eyes, although she'd have to check that he wasn't secretly allied with Diurianon or something. I should probably ask more questions about that. And about what make a barbaric wasteland and call it peace god usually does. That thought made Regina snort half a laugh and she had to muffle it by ducking her chin against her shoulder. Aren't I usually the one with the Roman Empire style? What does that say about me? But the quote could be translated differently, solitudinem facient, pacem appellant, perhaps solitude isn't the wrong word here either. Are you all right, mother? Thor asked. Perfectly fine, she answered, making sure to only send calm assurance. We're almost there, he offered. Indeed, they were. She probably should go to bed and sleep a few more hours, before she started saying stupid things in front of important people. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. She'd built the machines of Empire too well, perhaps, now they wouldn't stop even for her. Or less melodramatically put, by now she had a good idea what kind of drunk she would be and was somewhat thankful she didn't seem to metabolize alcohol. There was a bit of work waiting for her, some of which she ought to get to right away. Although, in the end, Regina only spent a little time at her desk, going through the most important paperwork, which mainly meant signing some important documents left for her. Then, instead of continuing with more paperwork, she went to talk to some dark elves. Rather than receiving them in her office or a throne room, they met in a slightly more neutral location, a parlor off to the side of where some offices for several of the new imperial ministries were housed for now, not too far from where she worked. Regina stepped inside first, ahead of Max, who leaned against the door, as a gesture of trust. Not that it really meant anything, given that Madras was here alongside Iknes Alarin, the dark elven ambassador. Regina paused for just a moment as she entered to see them sitting close together on two of the chairs, heads bent slightly towards each other as they talked, but stopped when she entered. Regina shook her head slightly and approached them, smiling. "Excuse me for being late," she said. Normally she would have thought twice about apologizing, but this was Madras, after all. It would have been a bit disrespectful to not even apologize for something rude to the person who taught her psychic abilities. "Don't worry about it," Madras answered, at the same time as Iknes said, "It is not a problem, Your Majesty." They exchanged a short look, before Iknes continued, "Thank you for taking the time to meet, Empress Regina. It is a pleasure to speak again in a more informal setting." "It is." Regina nodded and sat down on an armchair opposite the two of them, separated by a small coffee table, but still pretty close. I hope you have found your stay in the Empire so far enjoyable. Very much so. I dare say I found what I hoped for. The ambassador smiled again, although the way her emotions seemed to shift slightly, as well as Madras, meant there might be a joke Regina was missing here. She ignored it and instead continued the conversation. Neither of the other two seemed to be in a hurry to get to a serious point, so they mostly exchanged a bit of small talk that morphed into a pretty interesting discussion of the Empire from a dark elf's point of view and the differences in culture. Regina kept being distracted by the dynamic between the two other women, though. She noticed that Madras seemed engaged with the conversation. They were agreeing with each other more often than not, but even when they didn't, there was none of the tension she thought she'd noticed before. Disagreement was more playful, if anything. She wouldn't say there was no tension between them at all, though. There was still something in the tight way Madras kept her mental shields up, only letting occasional glimmers of her emotional state through, and the clearly practiced way Ichnes used all her charm, but still kept glancing at Madras. Finally, Regina decided she might as well bring it up. I couldn't help but notice you seem to know each other quite well, she said leadingly. Perhaps not quite as well as I would wish. Madras can be mysterious, Ichnes joked with a small laugh. Don't listen to her, my sister is the enigmatic one of us, Madras returned with a small smile. Regina raised an eyebrow just slightly. I thought you were not part of the same house anymore, she observed. We're not, Madras said calmly, matter-of-factly. We were born in separate houses, anyway. Despite herself, Regina blinked at her. She reached out almost automatically and latched onto the opening left by Madras, who was also reaching out to establish a psychic channel of communication. You said you weren't related. Why did you lie to me? I didn't. Madras was calm, but she could feel a faint note of apology from her. I said we were in the same house once, you asked if that meant we were related, and I said not really. Which wasn't a lie. I could have joined her house without a blood relation. We only share a father, anyway. It's entirely possible for people to join a house with no blood ties or have no ties to some others in the house even in the normal course of affairs. Fine, Regina said flatly. But you still didn't tell me about her. It feels like a lie, Madras sighed. I apologize, she said. We had a falling out, and I didn't want to bring it all up again. Regina took a moment to consider it, then sent her an acknowledgement. It wasn't really her place to pry into Madras' family drama if she didn't want to share, and the situation had been complicated, clearly. Well, I'm glad you seem to have found each other again, she said drily. As are both of us, the ambassador smiled again. I would be lying if I said it wasn't part of the reason I wanted to take this assignment. Only part? Regina asked lightly. So I take it you are not leaving now that you have managed to reconcile? Madras actually sat up slightly straighter at her words, Regina noticed. Her sister was still smiling. Oh no, she said. As I said, I am finding my time here quite instructive. I am enjoying watching you work, Empress Regina, and quite eager to see what the Empire may look like in a few years. Why, my people might learn a few things from yours. If they care to, Madras muttered. Ichnes inclined her head. Just so, she agreed softly. Then she shrugged slightly, still as graceful as ever. But isn't that why we seek alliances and exchange with others, to open our minds and teach each other new perspectives on the world, beyond simple material gain? Sometimes people can be stubborn, of course, but in my experience most can be made to see reason. Madras might have less patience for diplomacy, although she has always butted heads with the matrons, of course, but despite our differences she also commanded great respect. There were clearly unspoken things in this conversation, but Regina felt like she understood the gist of it. Ichnes hadn't come right out and said anything dangerous, at least not beyond plausible deniability, but she'd still given Regina an idea of her political position. And her goals. Knowing Madras and seeing that they were clearly on the same page helped. An admirable attitude, Regina murmured. Of course, diversity is a source of strength. I certainly appreciate the prospect of building closer ties with the Dark Elves. And perhaps my teacher's old friends, she added with a playful smile. That is gratifying to hear, Ignis replied with another smile. Perhaps we could even send others into the eternal dark in exchange, to make it more reciprocal, Madras suggested quietly, looking at Regina with a guarded expression. Was she testing her reaction? Her mental shields were still strong. I could, Regina agreed. She tapped her mandible, thinking. Any suggestions? She wasn't going to agree without reservation, but she could consider it. Madras exchanged a quick look with her sister. Maybe Tim, she ventured. He would be suited for something like this, right? Regina's eyebrow climbed again before she could stop it, but she only nodded. Perhaps after his current mission is over. I could bring it up and see if he's interested. I would be reluctant to send him off without his approval. There's no rush, Ignis said. Regina looked at them thoughtfully. Tim was definitely suited, but also a provocative pick, being male, young, and something of a soldier, but not a mage. Then again, Hivekind weren't exactly like humans or elves, and they couldn't judge him by the same standards, so maybe they'd thought this through. For now, the conversation continued and drifted into less political topics. Clearly, dark elves were also patient, since they had all the time in the world. Chapter 320, Magic and Theory. Madras stuck around for a while after Regina returned, and she paid a bit more attention to her. It was plain to see that her teacher was happier, clearly, making up with her younger sister, she'd asked, and it turned out her impression was correct and Ignis was indeed the younger one, had boosted her mood. Regina still wasn't entirely clear on what they had fought about, or planned, or for that matter how much of their issues they'd worked through, but she was happy to see it. Of course, perhaps as a side effect of that, Madras was also more enthusiastic in her pursuits, which included some magical research and teaching Regina. She seemed to have decided that it was time to renew their lessons. At the same time, Galatia had finally returned from an extended trip, and said she was also planning to stick around for a while. Regina was happy to hear that, too, but she didn't quite realize it would lead to the two of them teaming up regarding their common goals. After some quiet maneuvering, or so she surmised, they seemed to have come to some kind of agreement, which brought all three of them plus June sitting outside in the garden one afternoon, a few days after she'd secured the Hivekind stasis pod, and looking at what must have been a ritual circle carved into a sheet of metal spread on the ground. The piles of materials on both sides were a pretty big hint. The two older women must have cooperated on it, they were both smiling in apparent satisfaction. This looks surprisingly simple, considering the way you both are grinning, Regina said. We are hardly grinning, said Madras calmly, but still with a hint of that characteristic disappointed teacher tone. And this might look simple, but preparing the metal was the easy part. The hard one was working out all the details of how we should set up the circles. Regina shrugged. I admit ritual magic still isn't my strong suit, she said. She could memorize some metaphysical rules and properties of ingredients, and had made a cursory attempt at it, but the way they all fit together to produce a ritual, the logic behind how it would work, just didn't make sense to her. It was like some kind of twisted logic puzzle where someone had deliberately used the wrong kind of puzzle pieces and replaced logic with esoteric nonsense and ridiculous brain-bending pseudo-logic, or maybe absurdist humor. Simple rituals were fine, but going beyond that, trying to make her own? Regina wasn't too proud to admit she wasn't cut out for that. She'd focused on other things, in the copious free time she had when she'd managed to carve out some time to devote to her magic. Believe me, I know, Galatia said. It frankly isn't mine either, but Madras and I were in agreement that a ritual would be best for this particular project. We consulted with Zephyr as well, but he doesn't know all the details. While I'm glad to see your newfound closeness is producing results, what is this thing meant to accomplish? I was wondering that, too, June piped up, staring down at the circle. Does this include psychic magic? Regina was sure it did, she could pick up that much, even if Madras hadn't been involved. The purpose of this is twofold, Madras explained. First, to help your efforts to find other people to train in the psychic arts. You're hardly going to have much success, just groping around blindly. As I told you before, Regina, you're not the first to have tried teaching mages psychic skills. Regina nodded with a slight grimace. She remembered that. Finding people with latent psychic ability, or perhaps just magic that can be easily bent to that purpose. Admittedly, the details of how it might work aren't thoroughly explored. Occasionally, a student will have a breakthrough like June. Congratulations again, she added, nodding at June. Sometimes they'll develop some basic competency but are unable to delve deeper. Who might show success is unpredictable. That is why we're here. The second part is to help train them if we do find a good candidate, Galatia added. It's rather theoretical, Madras said, unperturbed, but I'm eager to see what comes of it, personally. Regina tugged on her mandible, taking a moment to think about their introduction. I've got a few questions, she said. First of all, before we get into the mechanics of it, you said people have tried things like this before, Madras. But not something like this? What makes your creation different? Madras smiled again. It looked vaguely menacing, although that probably wasn't the intention. Well, to put it shortly, because Galatia offered something my contacts didn't have. There's a tiny bit of soul magic involved here. Regina sucked in a breath. She switched her gaze to Galatia and raised an eyebrow questioningly. I wasn't aware you knew soul magic. Whatever that actually was, she could only think of however the old hive kind had apparently moved people's souls into Hive Queen eggs as an example. Galatia shrugged. As I said, I only picked up a little bit from my source, you know who I'm talking about, she added, and Regina nodded, mentally translating it to Lion. They say it's not their specialty, and while I'm sure there's some things they've kept to themselves, I do understand their point. It's not the kind of thing you want someone half-trained messing about with, generally. But I do know a few very basic principles, and one of them struck me as appropriate here, inspiring our approach to this problem. The principle of brain-mind-soul reflection in particular. I wouldn't even say there's really soul magic involved here, necessarily. All right, Regina said dubiously. But how does it relate? How did you do this? What followed was a rather complicated explanation, and Regina made mental notes to ask for clarification on a few of the points later. It reminded her that she was talking to probably two of the most experienced and skilled mages she was ever likely to meet. However, she had learned enough herself that she mostly followed their explanation. As Galatia explained, having magic left traces. The soul was connected to the body, primarily the brain, not physically, of course, it's a metaphysical connection, alright, she was willing to trust her on that one, and the same went for the mind, obviously. A person's magic potential was presumably linked to it or at least reflected on their soul, the outer parts, apparently, though Galatia didn't seem to know more than the term. It made sense when Regina thought about it for a moment. After all, she'd apparently possessed excellent if latent magic aptitude as a human, so the hive kind had approached her, and they hadn't worried about it changing once they got her soul apart from her body and moved into a new one. The same was clearly true of, latent or not, psychic ability, which was some kind of variant of a magical talent. It generally only occurred in mages, even ones with minor and undeveloped potential. Of course, the problem was that they couldn't exactly see people's souls to check them. That was where it got actually complicated. Madras and Galatia had worked out a scheme for analyzing fluctuations in a person's innate mana, especially around the head. The usual abstraction was a mana pool, but actually mana was spread through and around the body, metaphysically, of course, and use of magic could be detected that way. They were now looking for patterns that corresponded to psychic ability. It would be a lot harder than just testing if people could accomplish something magically, the normal method for testing mages, but in theory, it could help. Whether they would have to focus on telling test subjects to try hard to reach out to other minds and use psychic magic, or whether it would be more of a passive scan was still an open question. They'd just have to try things. And probably refine and develop this particular setup further. It sounds like we have a lot of testing ahead of us, Regina finally concluded. That's not a criticism, of course. That's how the scientific methods works. Excuse me if I missed something, June asked, but as I understand it, the basic idea is that we stick people in this circle, either tell them to daydream or to try and stretch their mind, whatever, then you look at some rough indications of their mana levels, and from that, we find out if they have psychic potential? Honestly, that doesn't seem like a big breakthrough. Galatia shrugged, clearly unbothered. You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean it's not worth trying. It's going to take a lot of time, she pointed out. And resources. Aren't the materials expensive? How much does it take for any one person? How many can we even send here? It would certainly be better to have some candidates in mind instead of trying to test people randomly, Madras agreed, her smile looking closer to a smirk. As for the resources, none of these materials are extremely difficult to get. We did try to keep pragmatic constraints in mind, you know. And while a few might be expensive, I am sure our glorious ruler can afford it. Regina sent her a dark look and took a closer look at the materials. The metals wouldn't be too bad, they could easily conjure those if necessary. What seemed to be remains of organic materials were harder, primarily monster parts, if she had to guess. Maybe some rare plants. She'd have to take a closer look at the crystals, or ask some of her drones who knew more about that field. Madras was right, she would probably be able to afford all of this. They were more likely to run into time constraints than use up all of their money, although she would have to work out a budget. Or make Ira work one out, she amended. Or work on it together. We will have to choose the people we test wisely, Galatia added. Perhaps we can seek out some delvers, Regina mused, or a few officials at court that I trust. We don't need to tell them every detail of this ritual, right? So it doesn't matter if they haven't got a full magical education, either. The conversation turned to more practical details. Galatia suggested that she and Madras would both want to be there for the first, initial tests, but once they had figured out a way to go about it, it wasn't necessary to have both of them present. If they ever established a real routine, it would probably be enough to have one of the four of them there to oversee things. And they could talk about including more people later, too. Eventually, Madras announced she had another appointment and left, while June was starting to fidget, anxious to get started with some practical magic. Galatia remained, though, looking at Regina. I have a few other matters I wanted to bring up, things I noticed while I was traveling, she said. Do you have a minute? Of course, Regina answered, already planning to tell Ira to push back her next appointment. There are a few things I wanted to get your opinion on, anyway. I suppose I'll just go visit my mother, then, June sighed. Thanks, tell her hello from me, Regina said, already distracted. Once June left, she turned and walked a few steps with Galatia, heading to a slightly more secluded part of the garden that was covered by a few trees and flowering bushes. Regina could sense every person in the building, of course, including all the drone guards, so it wasn't really necessary, but she also liked the spot. Without wasting much time, Regina explained briefly about her trip to the Hive's bases and the forest, explaining that she had been trying to get in contact with Lion, which Galatia should already be aware of, and that she'd examined the stasis pod and had brought it out of the vault. I hope I can count on your help in trying to study it, she concluded. Galatia seemed thoughtful. She stared past the apple tree in the corner, then turned her head and smiled a little. I doubt you would get very far on your own, she said. Of course I will contribute, it sounds intriguing. Do run your plans for a temple by me, as well, choosing the right location might be enough to give you an edge. Regina nodded, smiling at her friend. I will. Thanks, Galatia. They were quiet for a bit. I hope she's all right, Galatia said with a sigh. I know she can take care of herself. Probably better than any of us. Still, she's my friend, and the other gods are kind of assholes? Regina finished. Galatia grinned. Such language for an empress. But yeah, that is what I meant. Well, she's got that other guy, right? Baron? True, Galatia conceded. I wouldn't want to piss him off too much, either. And they have a complicated relationship, but I honestly don't think he wants her dead, or that he'd let anyone else do it. Sounds healthy, Regina said drily. Not that I'm one to talk, I guess. But what did you want to talk about? Galatia seemed to take that question as permission to regale her with stories about her recent travels. Regina stayed quiet and listened, making the appropriate noises at the interesting parts, and didn't complain that her friend was drawing out the storytelling. So, I headed into Nerlia for a bit, Galatia continued, and I looked around before going to the capital. The area is honestly a bit behind Cernlia, probably because you're here, but it's not too bad. You should pay a little more attention to the Nerlian court, though. If you ignore them for too long, it might come back to bite you. Regina sighed. She knew Galatia was probably right, but it was still annoying. It wasn't like she'd actually ignored all of Nerlia. Is there trouble brewing, or are you just saying they're miffed that I haven't given them enough attention? They probably are. And I didn't spend enough time there to ferret out any intrigues, but it's probably a safe bet that there are some. You should definitely think about your opinion on the Nerlian succession before someone decides it for you, Regina. Regina resisted the urge to sigh again. In principle, I'd prefer Princess Adelaide, she murmured. She's competent and female rulers have been passed over too many times in Nerlia. But Prince Raymond might be the wiser choice. Not just because having all three of the crowns in the empire being worn by women, plus mine and Kiera's successors, might be a bit too much. He's competent, too, and the one candidate no one would complain about. She tugged on her mandible. But this is not urgent, is it? It's not like King Roger is going to die any day now. Galatia shrugged. Probably not, but that's never stopped nobles from speculating or maneuvering, she pointed out. Regina craned her head back to look at the sky. Thanks for the advice, I'll consider it. I think I'd prefer a magic lesson to another political headache right now, though. Her friend laughed. That's my default assumption, she said. But let's see what we can do. Regina smiled at her. Of the two of them, it was probably a good thing that she was the one who'd built an empire. Despite her complaints, she generally enjoyed it. Magic lessons with Galatia were more immediately enjoyable, though.